Good morning. This is the Tuesday, December 13th Board of Supervisors meeting. Please join me in a moment of silence, meditation, or silent prayer. Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Patty, would you mind leading us in this pledge?
Thank you, Chairman. Please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Here.
And Chairman Nguyen.
Here. Thank you. All right, moving on to recognitions and presentations. I ask Vice Chair Rickman if he would do the first two.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen.
So the first recognition is a proclamation of December 17th, 2022 as Wreaths Across America Day in San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite Julia Dewey Conover to the podium as Vice Chair Rickman reads the proclamation.
Good morning, and thank you both for being here. And we'll start out with the proclamation here real quick. Whereas Wreaths Across America organizes wreath-laying ceremonies at Arlington National Cemetery at approximately 3,400 other locations across all 50 states, at sea and around the world. And whereas Wreaths Across America's mission is to remember the fallen, honor those who serve, and teach our youth the value of freedom. And whereas in homes across the United States and in San Joaquin County, there are empty seats representing service members who paid the ultimate price by sacrificing their life, preserving our freedom, and their families could benefit from our expression of appreciation. And whereas the 2022 theme is Find a Way to Serve, with the goal of getting our youth involved in the community through fundraising, outreach, or any small way that enables them to feel the impact they can make. And whereas methods of supporting Wreaths Across America through donations, volunteering, fundraising, and outreach can be found at www.wreathsacrossamerica.org. Now, therefore be resolved that the Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County does hereby proclaim December 17th, 2022 as Wreaths Across American Day in San Joaquin County, and supports and encourages the members of our community to become involved in this important event, passed and adopted this 13th day of December 2022. So folks, you want to say a few words, Julia?
First of all, thank you so much for honoring Wreaths Across America. It's a very important mission that we do. Loretta and I are both Gold Star moms. My son is actually buried at Tracy Cemetery, and that's why I started doing the wreaths. We've been doing it for 8 years now. We have over 2,300 veterans buried at our little cemetery in Tracy. We're having a ceremony Saturday at 10 a.m., and you're welcome to join us to lay a wreath to honor, remember, and teach our community about the veterans. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much for this honor. We appreciate this, and we so are very happy to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you both. Don't leave yet. We still have plenty of comments. Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Well, I want to thank you what you do for veterans. Wreaths is a beautiful way to express how much we appreciate what our veterans have done for us. So just thank you for coming today, and continue to do what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for your sacrifices. And thank you for the work that you do in your community and being part of this really important project. Appreciate it, and we wish you the very best during this holiday season.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rickman. We really do appreciate it. I'm glad that our Vice Chairman has brought this forward in San Joaquin County, give some recognition. We know it's a labor of love, and it's a fair tribute, and it's a testimony to how we reflect in our community through your actions and the donations and the participation that perhaps some are gone, but they're not forgotten. And the actions that you take, you are also our local heroes that stand up and put in the effort to make certain that there's some respect and there's a remembrance. And we thank you and appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Vice Chair. You know, we don't recognize our veterans often enough, but more importantly, for those who have gone before us and made the ultimate sacrifice. Your recognition obviously continues their memory, their lives, and to certainly appreciate, certainly not just their sacrifices, but your sacrifices in the loss of family members. So again, thank you for what you do. And it's a tremendous outreach, and it certainly benefits our entire community, again, recognizing our veterans, and not just those who have gone before us, but those who are continuing to serve or served in the past. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll finish up. Thank you both for being here and for what you do for, of course, the community of Tracy and San Joaquin County. I've known you folks for, a while now, and I love you guys, and, your sons will never be forgotten, and we will make sure of that. So folks that are in Tracy or in surrounding communities would like to come down to the Tracy Cemetery, and we'll lay wreaths on the graves of our fallen soldiers, what President Lincoln called our honored dead. So again, we're here for you, San Joaquin County here for you. So thank you, and God bless. I'm gonna take a great picture.
Our next recognition is of the Escalon High School Cougars varsity football team's third Sac Joaquin Section Division 5 football title. And I'd like to invite Athletic Director and Head Coach Andrew Beam and the Escalon High School Cougars to the podium for this recognition.
Bring the champs down. That's what you should have said. Coach, and thank you both, or thank you all for being here. We'll start out with certificate recognition from the Board of Supervisors presented to Escalon High School Cougars varsity football team, 2022 CIF State Football Champions, Division 4 AA, in recognition of your claiming the San Joaquin Section Division 5 football title for the third straight year, 2019, 2021, and 2022. Followed by winning the 4AA NorCal Regional Football title. Completed a vaunted season with the outstanding achievement of winning the Division 4AA 2022 CIF Championship. Congratulations, presented on this day and signed by all the Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County. So congratulations. Coach, you want to say a few words?
Thank you very much for having us and inviting us to this meeting. We're very honored and proud to represent our small town and this area on the biggest stage. And I think that our boys have been model citizens, model student athletes throughout this whole process. And it was an up and down year, and these boys responded with maturity and grace through all those challenges. It was wet and muddy last Saturday night for the state championship, but these boys played hard. Unbelievably proud of them, and we're honored to be recognized since. So thank you to all of you for having us.
Thank you, Coach. Any of you guys want to say anything? Sing a song or anything like that? Nothing?
Thank you, guys. We really appreciate it.
These are our 5 senior captains, by the way. Riker Peters, Logan Anderson, Matthew Baptista, Owen Nash, the big guy, Jacob Rauch.
Thank you so much for the opportunity and for us to be recognized by you guys and the entire San Joaquin section. It means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We'll start with Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rickman. Listen, this is such a great time to celebrate. And Coach, as you know, there's no greater name to be called in life, I believe, than Coach. What a great opportunity, responsibility, leadership, and an example of success didn't happen by accident. Not one of you got where you got. You came together as a team. But each individually, your own challenges, their own sacrifice. You have friends that weren't working so hard, maybe didn't make the team. You have friends that make other choices in life, but you put in that extra work, that sacrifice, that commitment with pride to represent your school and your community and yourselves and to be part of a team. What a great accomplishment, and this is one of these milestones in your life that you build off of. So we are very proud of you and glad that you're here, and thank you, Vice Chair, for bringing forward you here for recognition. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and best wishes for your bright future. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Congratulations. You represented us, all of us in San Joaquin County well. We're proud of you, and we wish you all the best going forward. I know you guys are the senior captains, and so you'll be launching off into your own lives in the not too distant future, and the training and the lessons that you've learned through your experiences in high school, especially about teamwork, will serve you well as you go forward. So we wish you all the best, all successes.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I want to say congratulations, guys. What an honor. Be called champion the rest of your life. You can look back at this and tell your grandkids about it. Quite the honor. I played high school football, never made it to the playoffs. So to win the championship, well done, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor Villapudua. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Well, having gone to a lot of athletic events at Escalon High, and the reason for that is I'm a resident of Ripon. And Ripon and Escalon have had a long-standing rivalry, but I would say that I'm always been amazed at Escalon's athletic prowess. And whether it be in football or basketball or baseball or anything else, you've always risen, to the utmost heights in success. And I don't know what's in your water or whether it's the coach or whatever, but you have had some phenomenal teams over the years in all sports. So as Supervisor Miller talks about, you have worked hard, obviously, and not everybody can rise even to the playoffs, let alone to state championships. So your accomplishment will just be a beginning, because oftentimes, when you reach that pinnacle, it kind of just falls off. But looking at you, and certainly your coach, and I'm sure the inspiration he provides to the team, that I expect that all of you will reach further heights, whether it be in college, in sports, whether it be in academics, or certainly in whatever careers you choose to pursue. So I want to congratulate you, because that's a phenomenal feat. And more importantly, you represent South County to the utmost. So again, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. Again, congratulations. It's nice to say that District 5 South County has the best football team, usually every year. And, we chatted a little bit before the meeting, and, Escalon is just a powerhouse in football, and it's known not just in San Joaquin County, but throughout the state. You got dedication, your hard work, your grit, and, you talked about it raining, and, it was pouring that night. The mud, just old-fashioned gridiron football. And, the awesome thing about, Escalon, the city of Escalon and the football team is the Friday Night Lights, right? The whole community comes together to support you guys. And, you know, one thing, you know, coming from a small town at one time, and, you know, the tradition that you guys hold, and I can tell you, you know, when you're in elementary school, middle school, you know, what you're thinking about, and the kids in Escalon are thinking about, you know, someday playing for the Escalon Cougars and being in the same exact shoes that you guys are in. I mean, you guys are role models. You guys are leaders. I'm just so excited for you guys. Keep up the great work, and, you know, hey, we're always here for you, and I can just imagine what the future holds for you guys. You guys are going to go play some football in college. Please keep us informed of what's going on. And if you want to run the 40-yard dash or tackle Miguel over here, let me know. But, yeah, if you guys would please join me in the front here. Again, congratulations, Coach. Awesome job.
At this time, I'd like to ask Supervisor Miller to provide her comments over her term as county supervisor.
Thank you, Chair. Today is my final board meeting as a sitting supervisor for San Joaquin County. And there isn't time for me to thank everyone who has supported me during my time in elected office. I have been blessed with so many people who have become friends and have helped me do my job on behalf of our residents. But I do need to call out a few by name. First, my husband, Carl, who stood by me and been my biggest supporter. He's patiently been waiting for the last 7 years for me to join him in retirement, and it's time for us to begin the next chapter in our marriage. To my fellow council members in Stockton, who sacrificed their political careers, and to the City of Stockton employees who did not bail out, but stayed and did the incredibly hard work of keeping our city going during bankruptcy and saw us through to fiscal recovery, you have my eternal respect and gratitude. To the members of the Homelessness Task Force and today's Continuum of Care, you do some of the most difficult work in this county, day after day, year after year, rescuing people and their families. You never fail to challenge and inspire me. I am so proud of the work we have done in San Joaquin County over the last 8 years, from expanding shelter space to adding navigation services, to projects Room Key and Home Key, Ready to Work and Whole Person Care, to respite and sobering centers and medical detox facilities, to permanent supportive housing for the mentally ill, for our veterans, and for families. We collaborated and partnered to develop a county-wide strategic plan to address homelessness, and I leave here confident that you will continue to deliver on it. Despite the naysayers, know that you do make a profound difference in this world with your work and with your big hearts. To the Children and Youth Task Force and members of the San Joaquin Children's Alliance, you will always be more than colleagues to me. You are my friends. We led a serious conversation in this county about improving outcomes for our children, and we secured record funding for our initiatives. We built a powerful coalition even beyond our county's borders. I will miss you all and the passion you have for our work, but I know I'm leaving our kiddos in good hands with all of you. Serving as a county supervisor is an amazing job with the ability to make positive change in people's lives. Any supervisor who believes that they have everything it takes to do this job is simply arrogant and wrong-headed. We don't have all the answers. Luckily, here in San Joaquin County, we have staff who do have the experience and the knowledge to help us find the answers we need. I am as impressed today as I was on my first day as supervisor with our county employees. There are some who disrespect or badmouth public employees. But the past 14 years have taught me that the vast majority of you are hardworking and dedicated professionals who know your stuff and you get it done for the residents of this county that you serve. Whatever challenges lie ahead, remember, you are the face of this county. Please know that you have my respect and admiration for both the jobs you do and the people that you are. Jay, in 2021, I let it be known that you were not my first choice for county administrator, but that I pledged my support and assistance because your success was critical to the success of our county. I've tried to live up to my pledge, but today I feel it's important to tell you, our employees and the public, that I was wrong in 2021. You have proven that you are the best person for the job. In fact, I believe you're exactly the person this county needs in that chair at this time. I hope you will lead this organization with continued expertise, fiscal responsibility, fairness, and accountability. If you do, I believe you will continue to enjoy the support of your employees and the public. And I really have to thank my colleague, our chair, Chuck Nguyen. Together, we have been kind of a perfect illustration of a kind of across the aisle bipartisanship that sadly seems to be disappearing these days. We represent the most polar opposite political positions on this board. But we've worked collaboratively and I believe very effectively together on behalf of the residents of San Joaquin. And it's our mutual respect for one another as human beings which has allowed us to transcend our political differences. Since 2020, you've provided me with unwavering support as I faced some devastating personal challenges. You did it quietly, calmly, and without making it a big deal. And frankly, I'm not sure I could have served out my term without you. You are a good man, Chuck.
And finally, to the people of Stockton and San Joaquin, thank you for trusting me as your representative. I have served in the most honest way I know and done the work that I believed I was elected to do. And I will forever be grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. I'd like to invite you down so I can provide you with a plaque, and Tim, as our county photographer, is available to take the picture. And I would like to invite Vice Chair Rickman, if you can come down, and since to save steps, you can provide me with the plaque, and then I'll make my comments from the dais.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. It's an honor to provide this plaque. This is just one. There's another one we'll do real quick. But I want to go ahead and read this plaque. In recognition of Chuck Nguyen, San Joaquin County Supervisor, 4th District. Years of service, January 5th, 2015 to January 2nd, 2023. Presented this date of December 13th, 2022. Chuck Nguyen, Chairman, 4th District. And they go through all the Board of Supervisors. And Board of Supervisors, San Joaquin County, State of California. Let me tell you what, these plaques are heavy. I can feel my arm begin to burn here. Maybe I'm a little bit out of shape. This is for, again, Chuck Nguyen, Chairman of the Board of Supervisors, year 2022, integrity, service, and commitment, presented on December 13th, 2022, from the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. And now I'll make my closing comments, and then I'll have the state of the county. Next month, I will begin and I've told everybody my third retirement, but actually it's my fifth retirement. When I consider my service with the Marine Corps, when I served on the Ripon City Council, certainly with the California Highway Patrol, certainly when I taught college, and lastly, the Board of Supervisors. And I've enjoyed all those positions over the years. From my enlistment in the Marine Corps to my election to the Board of Supervisors, has been my honor and privilege to serve with organizations that were viewed as some of the best. One common thread that ran through all of them was the premise that we were part of a team. Obviously, in the military and law enforcement, your life can literally depend on your fellow Marine or officer. However, I also realized that in every position I held in any organization I belonged to, the most successful were those that embraced the team approach. Respect was earned not by your rank or title, but by leadership and recognizing the value of others at all levels of the organization who contributed in their own way to the success of the organization. San Joaquin County is one of the most talented and professional organizations that I've been associated with. I have been involved in many aspects of the county operations. Each supervisor here probably serves on anywhere from 20 to 25 different boards, committees, and commissions. So we have a wide range of opportunities to certainly influence decision makers and improve the quality of life for our residents. On a daily basis, our employees' commitment to serving our residents is unparalleled. I receive far more compliments than complaints from my constituents on their work. I've enjoyed having the opportunity to work alongside Supervisor Miller since we were both on our respective city councils and served on the San Joaquin Council of Governments. I have been extremely impressed by her professionalism, commitment to her constituents, her work ethic, and professionalism representing San Joaquin County on various boards, commissions, and committees. It has been a pleasure to have shared the responsibility serving on various water boards and committees representing San Joaquin County to stop the Delta conveyance, otherwise known as the tunnel or the twin tunnels to most, and deal with other water issues and challenges that have been faced the residents and the agricultural community. I would comment on Supervisor Miller's. It is interesting. It's almost like the odd couple of sorts. But I have to say, since the first time that I worked with her on COG, and she was a Stockton City Council member and I was a Ripon Council member, I was always impressed by her commitment, her preparedness, her diligence, her articulation in regards to serving the residents, not only of the city, but currently as a county supervisor. Yes, we do have different political views, but I think we both have the same goal in mind, to best serve the residents of San Joaquin County, not just within the county itself, but throughout the region and certainly the state. And I've tremendously enjoyed working with her and actually having some discussions, and I won't even call them disagreements, but I would say discussions that have been very beneficial to me in regards to making me more aware of some of the issues from a broader perspective. The 8 years have been, in many ways, some of the most rewarding because of the critical issues the Board of Supervisors have been able to resolve. From water to COVID-19 to the airport to economic development and others, we have had numerous challenges which the boards and board members have been able to meet. Although Supervisor Miller and I are leaving the board, I have a tremendous amount of faith and trust in the staff of San Joaquin County. Our residents are well served by our county employees who work tirelessly to solve problems that inevitably arise. It has been a great honor to serve the residents of this county. I hope and pray that the new Board of Supervisors will carry on the tradition of this board and boards of the past to improve the quality of all residents in San Joaquin County. As I began my comments in regards to my experiences, I truly believe that staff, because staff is ongoing. Elected officials come and go, and we all have our agendas, our preferences, and maybe our priorities, but staff works diligently always to maintain the integrity, the continuity, and certainly the professionalism that their residents expect from them. And so I just want to thank all the employees in San Joaquin County, and to be honest, a lot of other agencies that I've been able to work with for certainly their commitment and their diligence in regards to making this county a better place to live in. Finally, I want to thank my Chief of Staff, Denise Warner, for the outstanding job she has done not only for me, but my predecessors, Supervisors Jack Siglock and Ken Vogel, during her 24 years with the county. She has been an invaluable treasure trove of information, a great representative for the county in my absence, and a superb organizer. I can't tell you enough how much I appreciated my first day in office and serving my constituents in District 4, because people would call, email, I would meet, and I was always able to go to Denise and say, who is this person? You know, what are their issues? And she would go back to Jack's time as a first supervisor or Ken's and explain all the details of what that individual was seeking. And by virtue of that, I was able to address those issues concisely and appropriately every time. She has been actually many degree, the voice of the district. I've always been just overwhelmed by her ability when somebody calls and has a complaint. She doesn't know what department to call. I know who to call. I know a department head I can call, but she can call the exact person who handles that particular area of the county. And because she keeps me informed, within a day or two, there's a response from a county employee or department talking about how it's been resolved. That dedication, that accomplishment in regards to serving our residents is tremendous, and I can't thank her enough, certainly for all that she's done and helping me to be successful in representing my constituents. Finally, I want to acknowledge my wife, Karen, and the reason for that is next month it'll be 53 years. She has been not only my inspiration, certainly my counselor, my sounding board, sometimes my critic, which has been good for me. But more importantly, she has probably improved every area of my life over our marriage and even before we were married. So I want to thank her, because it's not just this particular 8 years as supervisor, it's all the years why we're graveyard, and I'm sure Bob is aware of this, where oftentimes because of the job, even working other shifts, because there's court, there's a whole bunch of other things that keep you from being at home. And I just want to thank her from the bottom of my heart for how she has helped me do my job. And without her, to be honest with you, I don't know how I could have handled all these jobs and all these assignments without her beside me. So having said that, I want to thank all of you. Sincerely, from the public to certainly the county employees, department heads. I want to thank certainly Jay and his staff. And I could go on to all the department heads, and I will touch upon that briefly in the State of the County address. But I have truly not only enjoyed my 8 years on the Board of Supervisors, I have extremely impressed. I see a lot of the fire chiefs here, which I attend their meetings every month, and I can't thank them for the job that they do on a daily basis in their staff. But it has been truly an honor and a privilege to have served the county and the county residents. And again, I leave, and Supervisor Miller and I leave the county into a new board, and hopefully they can follow not just in our footsteps, but the footsteps of our predecessors. So thank you all very much for all that you've done. Thank you. And now I'll move to my state of the county. Members of the board, guests, and residents of San Joaquin County, it is my honor to present this year's State of the County. So much has changed since the last time I gave this address in 2017. Back then, we were confronting massive flooding and a levee breach that left many of our residents and businesses displaced. That crisis, while challenging, brought out the best in San Joaquin County, where neighbors helped neighbors recover from the disaster. Little did we know that a much larger emergency was looming. The COVID-19 pandemic is like nothing we've seen in our lifetime. We have lost 2,354 friends and family members in our county to the virus who will always be remembered. However, this extraordinary period once again brought out the best in our community. Time and again, San Joaquin County employees, healthcare workers, and residents stepped up, went above and beyond, showing their true credit in times of crisis. To Dr. Maggie Park, public health staff, and the entire San Joaquin County team, thank you for your work with this board and with the community throughout an unprecedented time. You have committed your lives to dealing with a historic crisis and did so with tremendous integrity, dedication, and perseverance. You all deserve our deepest appreciation and recognition. I also want to thank County Administrator Jay Wilverding and his staff, our department heads, and all county employees for their hard work in this past year. Your dedication and sincere efforts to improve our residents' quality of life is valued and did not go unnoticed. You are the true public servants for this county. Without you, we would not accomplish what most of our residents expect of us. Please know, even if not always acknowledged, you are truly appreciated by all in this county. And now let me move to the county's accomplishments. First, with fiscal responsibility. I'm pleased to report today that despite a 2.5-year global pandemic, the fiscal state of our county is as strong as ever. San Joaquin County continues to evolve and improve as we address the residual effects of COVID and position ourselves to both respond to opportunities as they present themselves and also to future challenges. Most importantly, we have continued the tradition of having a structurally balanced budget, which is critical to prevent the possibility of future bankruptcy when the economy declines. The 21 and 22 approved budget totaled $2.14 billion, which was a $158.4 million increase from the previous year. Additionally, we have contracted with 100% of the county labor unions for the first time in over a decade. Although the past two budgets were developed during the uncertain times of an ongoing pandemic and compounded by the economic disruption from the recent inflationary environment, it demonstrates once again that San Joaquin County continues to provide the best service to our residents and remain financially stable. Our fiscal stability is due in part to the $148 million of the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, funds we received over the past 2 years and fully committed. ARPA fund allocations continue to be disseminated to organizations and programs that experienced extreme hardship or that faced economic challenges caused or exacerbated by the COVID-19 crisis. They include family assistance and business grants, testing and vaccination programs, First 5 veterans programs, Project Home Key, public agency grants, and many others. Good governance. Earlier this year, the board adopted the following 3-year board strategic priorities, covering fiscal years 2022-23 and 24-25. Those priorities include organizational capacity or technology, utilization, fiscal optimization, public safety / criminal justice, quality of life, homelessness, water management, and economic development. Finally, with good governance, however, is what links local government with its residents and ensures the county decisions strengthen that relationship through accountability, transparency, responsiveness, equity, effectiveness, and participation. I want to share just a few examples of good governments in action during 21-22. Homelessness and mental health. The county secured $7.6 million in flexible funding projects to serve individuals experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness from the state of California. In partnership with the Housing Authority and the County of San Joaquin, or Housing Authority of the County of San Joaquin, we broke ground on Senator Square, a 37-unit permanent supportive housing project exclusively for homeless individuals with serious mental illness, or SMI. Funded Park Center Apartments, a 50-unit permanent supportive housing project also for the exclusive use of unhoused individuals with SMI, and Open Victory Gardens, a 49-unit permanent supportive housing project for veterans experiencing homelessness. We've also provided $22 million in housing and homeless shelter funding. We've added 788 new shelter beds, and we've created 251 permanent and supportive housing units. The county also broke ground on a 16-bed modular shelter for adult males with SMI who are homeless, and another 16 modular facility for homeless adult males and females, respectively, who have SMI and co-occurring substance use disorder and are justice involved. We supported the Phase 1 opening of the Lodi Access Center Emergency Shelter, and later today the board will consider additional funding to support the biggest expansion of emergency shelter in the city of Lodi's history. We also supported the development of a low-barrier emergency shelter in the city of Manteca. Behavioral Health Services capitalized on grant funding to expand their mobile crisis support teams and support the City of Tracy Police Department's Familial Faces Co-Responder Program. The board entered into a master service agreement with Dignity Health to provide assistance in the management of the day-to-day administration of San Joaquin General Hospital and to help conduct its operations. Collaboration will help the hospital remain financially viable and ensure the hospital employees have optimal systems in place to give patients the best possible care and health services. The new CEO, Richard Castro, is leading the effort and is well suited to help the hospital meet its financial obligations, provide continued quality health care, conduct its operations more efficiently, and expand services for San Joaquin County residents. And later we will hear from him in regards to an update on the report of the progress made at the hospital. We restructured the Registrar of Voters Office to ensure quality voter information, election timeliness, and reliable results. This included changes to staffing policy and procedures, improvements to ensure efficient election processes to county voters. I want to take a moment to remember Heather Diddy, who was our ROV, who passed away unexpectedly a few days before the June election. Even though Heather had been with her county family for only 6 months, she had a profound impact on her staff in our elections office. She truly cared about elections and dedicated her life to being a public servant. She is truly missed. However, Olivia Hale, who was then serving as the assistant ROV, stepped right in to ensure the midterm election was held in a timely and efficient manner, and the board recently appointed Ms. Hale to the County Registrar of Voter, and she is doing, in my opinion, an excellent and tremendous job overseeing our elections office. We signed an illegal dumping ordinance thanks to Supervisor Villapudra, which seeks to implement a 3E strategy of education, eradication, and enforcement. The county has a growing number of complaints regarding litter, trash, weeds, fire hazards, abandoned boats, homeless encampments, and illegal dumping activities amounting to about 2,600 tons of illegally dumped trash on local roads and rights-of-way each year. The cost of these cleanup activities has risen to nearly $1.3 million annually. The ordinance will enable the county sheriff's office to issue citations and hold illegal dumpers accountable, and a public education campaign asking residents to report any illegal dumping they witness will soon be launched. Additionally, the county is nearing completion of the new San Joaquin County Public Health Services Replacement Project to facilitate to replace a 55-year-old public health building and laboratory located on Hazelden Avenue in Stockton. Public safety. The Sheriff's Department continues to be dedicated to public safety at the highest level for county residents. This past year, the Sheriff's Office responded to 165,138 calls for service. On Priority 1 calls, the average response time was 11 minutes, arriving in under 10 minutes 69% of the time, and under 5 minutes 55% of the time. The Sheriff's Office also strives to deploy the latest public safety methods, innovations, and advancements to protect our communities. This includes canines, explosive disposal procedures, unmanned aircraft systems, crime analysis, and boating safety. The county purchased the former InShape building on South El Dorado Street for the county law and justice offices. The planned purpose of this building is to serve as office space for the Law and Justice Center staff, specifically the district attorney's office. This acquisition replaced the need to construct a new facility on the site of the old county courthouse building, which was scheduled to cost $77 million and take at least 3 years to construct. The result is this transaction, by purchasing InShape, is a potential savings for the county of $47 million and approximately half the time to get to occupancy. For those who haven't noticed, there is a new county sign and logo on the building visible from the freeway. The county's project Navigate Construction Change provides needed counseling, mentoring, and job training and skills training for youth and young adults facing a conviction of charged offenses. Over the last 2 years, the program has served 122 participants and have a recidivism rate of 13%, which is substantially lower than the overall recidivism rate. In 2022 and 23, the program anticipates a growth of around 40%. The board approved funding by the county detention and program facility, which includes the construction of a new single-story building that will be comprised of 4 medium security housing units with 256 dormitory-style inmate beds, a 12-bed mental health unit, office space for staff, parking, and site improvements. The proposed mental health unit will also include a day room, interview room, and an outdoor recreation yard. The project program and treatment spaces will replace the existing uniform barracks-style inmate housing located in French Camp, and the promised site layout and building are designed to be operational and energy efficient, cost-effective, durable, low maintenance, while still maintaining safety and security. In January 2022, the Office of Medical Examiner reached a milestone by completing the transition of all death investigations from the Sheriff's Office, a process started in July of 2020 with the elimination of the Office of the Coroner and the establishment of the Medical Examiner's Office. That will also include in the near future a new facility. The Office of County Counsel participated in class action lawsuits against opioid manufacturers, resulting up to $33 million over 18 years for opioid remediation efforts in the county. These efforts will result in additional funding for substance abuse disorder facilities and facility structure, as well as efforts to address the needs of vulnerable populations, to include the unsheltered, homeless, and intervention to prevent drug addiction in vulnerable youth, I also want to acknowledge District Attorney Tori Verber Salazar's leadership in this lawsuit and settlement. Economic development. The San Joaquin County continues to offer employees, businesses, prospective employers, quality jobs, numerous business incentives, and economic development opportunities that support our smart growth, progress, and innovation. One of the county's most significant economic development projects is the build-out of the county's Airport 599 Industrial Business Park adjacent to Stockton Municipal Airport that will ultimately provide 3.4 million square feet of warehousing and logistics space. Approximately 1.4 million is currently under construction, most of you can see from the freeway, for Target Corporation. Another 1.2 million square feet is under construction as a spec building for a total of 2.6 million square feet on the site. Stockton Metropolitan Airport also completed approximately $9.7 million worth of upgrade projects. Over 152,000 passengers traveled through the airport this past year, and nearly 120 million pounds of cargo were handled. The county exported $3.2 billion in agricultural commodities to 94 different countries, cultivated from the valley's 772,000 acres of farmlands. The Stockton Port had a record-breaking year during the pandemic with 294 ship calls and transferring 4.9 million metric tons of cargo. Additionally, Stockton Port is a strong contender for the California Inland Port Program, which will bring additional jobs and economic vitality to the region. More importantly, it will provide the greatest reduction in air pollution in the San Joaquin Valley as opposed to other contenders for this particular grant. In support of our business community, the county provided $3.8 million to small businesses in the San Joaquin County through the Sudden and Severe Economic Dislocation Grant to bring relief to businesses experiencing hardship due to the pandemic, and allotted over $9 million in small business assistance grants to 550 small businesses that suffered financial harm caused by the pandemic. We also awarded 316 micro businesses a $2,500 grant sourced through $987,000 in funds from the California Office of Small Business Advocates. The Board of Supervisors agreed to match these funds, making San Joaquin County the only county to provide $5,000 in grant funding to 81 micro businesses that totaled $905,000. The county provided employment and training services to 44,000 residents of San Joaquin County through its American Job Center of California, locations offering rapid response services to 56 businesses, and assigned 1,237 affected employees with wraparound services to return to the workforce. One of the most important areas in a survey we did earlier this year with the public, the two top priorities for residents is one, water, and the second one is homelessness. So for water, the myriad of activities constructed by the Public Works Department contributed to protecting our vibrant waterways and precious water sources. They also provided tremendous staff support in regards to Supervisor Miller and myself serving on various water boards and commissions in regards to arguing against certainly the Delta Conveyance or the single tunnel. Of significance, we continued rigorous efforts to protect the Delta and our world-class agricultural region by defeating the administration's third attempt at building the Delta Conveyance system that would export water from our region to the south. In collaboration with the Delta Counties Coalition, which are 5 counties total, and numerous regional partners, the county is advocating for more cost-effective water-producing alternatives that would solve our water problems throughout California and remove all justifications to build the new Delta Tunnel. This would reduce drought and provide drought relief and flood control in addition to water quality. We will propose a resolution later in this meeting in regards to standing firm for our resolve in regards to opposing the building of the Delta Tunnel. We also secured $7.6 million in state funding on behalf of the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Authority for projects to increase water supply, reliability, and groundwater sustainability, including $3.3 million for San Joaquin County projects. We initiated construction of the $12.3 million Upper Mormon Slough erosion repair project, which will protect farmland and State Highway 26 and flood control throughout the county. We secured $13 million in state funding to repair and replace aging pipes in the county-maintained levees. This effort will result in improved local drainage and reduce flood risk. So in conclusion, as you can see, we have accomplished much, but our work in the county and county representatives is ongoing pursuit of improvement, service, and fiscal management in the face of both opportunity and challenge. It's my distinct pleasure to serve as the chair of the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors and to dedicate my days and years to making county the best it can be. And I also include my fellow supervisors in that accomplishment. So I want to thank all of you for certainly your participation, not just our employees, but certainly other agencies that have played an important role. And I would just offer this editorial comment in addition to the state of the county. It's just my opinion, but based upon conversations, Supervisor Miller and I were at a town hall meeting up in Hood in regards to the Delta conveyance or the tunnel. Tremendous support from the residents up there in regard to opposing because of the devastation and destruction it would cause if it were actually built. To be honest with you, and I won't go into the detail now, but I will tell you this. Based upon conversations I've heard from some of the major players in regards to the Delta construction, and also in regards to just the timeline that this tunnel would actually be completed, I seriously doubt if it will ever be accomplished. And I say that because between the 14 to 16 years that is projected for construction, which is, we all know, usually those large projects go longer than projected or anticipated. Secondly, the costs, which are about $16 billion right now, are usually increased dramatically. And the timeline between the construction, litigation, and a whole bunch of other things that are required before it can be built, we're talking probably 20, maybe 25 years before, if it were built, one drop of water would go through it. And by the way, that's not new water, that's existing water. So anyway, by virtue of just the length, I would expect, and I won't be here to see it, but for those who will continue on, I suspect that potentially the Delta Tunnel may not ever see it to fruition. So having said that, I want to thank all of my fellow supervisors, certainly for their contributions and pushing all these particular items through the county, and more importantly, 3 of them will continue on in that mode in regards to some of the other projects that are still ongoing. Supervisor Villaputa.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Well, I just wanted to say thank you for that State of the Union, but really just want to say thank you to both of you, Supervisor Miller, and 8 years of service to the county and your cities, and to the people of San Joaquin County. You guys did an incredible job, especially considering all the committee assignments we're on and all the events we go to. It's a tough job. Everybody thinks it's a cakewalk. It's not. Very stressful, and you guys have done it for such a long time. And I want to thank you for always being polite to me and help me whenever I needed help. And Supervisor Nguyen, you've always given me the best advice, and I appreciate both of you guys for everything. And I hope you guys have an incredible retirement.
Thank you very much. And I would say likewise, I've certainly appreciated the collaboration that we've had, especially, and I want to recognize you for certainly the efforts you've had in your district in regards to cleaning up and improving the quality of life. You and Chris Rupe as your chief of staff. So again, thank you. So with that, we'll move on in the agenda. So now we have public comment. Anyone in the public? Let's see, hold on. Alex Aferis.
Chairman Nguyen, to confirm, are we setting a 3-minute time limit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello. I continue to come here because according to a New York Times article January 26, 2007, titled Scientists Test Hack into Electronic Voting Machines in California and Elsewhere. And the first paragraph says here, California computer scientists from California universities have hacked into 3 electronic voting systems used in California and elsewhere in the nation and found several ways in which vote totals could potentially be altered, according to reports released yesterday by the state. That was 2007. And here in San Joaquin County, we have the HART machines, the tabulators. They need to be banned. We need to have an agenda in 2023 to be voted on to ban the voting machines. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But it's not only the voting machines. We got voter rolls, we got the drop boxes, and there's issue. This is actually a county issue. It's not a state issue. The voting machines, you could act on it. I don't know why there's a hesitation to not act on this. I just don't know. With the past election, there's a lot of issues that went on in Arizona. There's a lot of issues going on in other states. People don't really trust that we don't really have clean elections anymore. And mind you, in Brazil, they use the voting machines. The people there know that Bolsonaro actually won. But there's no reports of this in the so-called media, don't you? The people out there in Brazil have been on the streets for 40 days. And there's action being taken right now in Brazil. Of course, our so-called media, Operation Mockingbird media controlled, won't mention anything about it. Good luck trying to go on YouTube and Google on that, guys. There's a lot of censorship going on. So we really need to get on the agenda of banning the voting machines. We need clean elections. There's a lot of activity going on in Arizona, and I'll read a statement a little bit later. Thank you.
Okay. Kimberly Wormsley. Councilmember.
Does it come on automatically?
You're good.
Okay. Good morning, honorable supervisors, and seasoned greetings from the City of Stockton Council and the City of Stockton staff. On a personal level, I have enjoyed working and collaborating with every single one of you, and I look forward to more years to come. It's truly an honor to join today's meeting to send well wishes and regards to 2 fellow supervisors of whom I respect and admire, Supervisor Chuck Nguyen and Supervisor Kathy Miller. Supervisor Nguyen, although I have not worked with you for a very long time, I applaud and appreciate your work and tenacity as it relates to critical issues surrounding water infrastructure, water preservations, children's services, and working collectively for the common good of our entire county during our One Voice trip. Supervisor Miller, what can I say other than when you build and pour into a woman, you build a nation? Thank you for always doing your homework, speaking truth to power, leveling up women, making yourself available, advocating for our children, and being a champion of water. And from what I understand during our last trip with Subjaka, I think that we have accomplished some priorities. I'm looking forward to our Congressmember-elect speaking more to the water infrastructure dollars that are hopefully being allocated to our community. Lastly, in close, I wish the both of you the best of luck as you venture into your next chapter in life. The imprint that you have made will be forever rooted in our community. Thank you for all that you have done, you continue to do, and what you will do. God bless you both. God bless this community and our entire country. And happy holidays to each and every one of the Board of Supervisors sitting before me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. It's been a pleasure serving with you. Pat Barrett?
my piece first. Ditto. Okay. Supervisor Miller, I am not one of your constituents, although I am one of your constituents in the county. You have given great, unconditional, limitless, endless support for 3 of our most underserved communities. One, for mental health. You've been 100% supporter towards mental health services. When County Supervisor Villa-Padua wasn't able to attend our board meetings at mental health, you were there for us, which the representation was wonderful, knowing that our county supervisors were attentive. Second underserved community is for our homeless. I was there with your task force. I watched you. We got continuum of care. We've got this going on. We've got housing as housing authority participant of the board. We've got numerous unlimited housing, which is great, and I want to see it continue because we do need a lot of it. The third one was for our underserved community, was for the LGBTQ plus community. You've always been supportive. Proud to say that you are supportive towards them. It doesn't always shine with everybody in 100%, but you have been there for us. But I just also wanted to say that you're my Shira. Because, and I say this because, and no offense to the rest of the board or the opposite sex, but you have been in a man's world for these years, and that can be a challenge. You've been encouraging for other female representatives, and I hope they continue to see this for the future. I also wanted to say that with the leftovers from your retirement party that were gracefully given to me, I was able, with some condiments from the Stockton Emergency Food Bank, to make up 37 lunches. I was able to pass them out. Most of them went to our district for our homeless, and I have to say this, it's in my front yard, okay? Which I'm okay with. My neighbors might not be able, but I will be able to sleep at night with them there in my front yard. I did have compliments. I mean, I was given compliments, but I was also saying comments as, it's so cold at night, can you do anything for us, you know? And I just looked at them, I said, hey, I sleep like this. I refuse to turn that heater on, you know? But I just want to thank you for your service and for your leadership. And as a small token, oh, can I cry?
Thank you, Pat. Carla Nguyen.
Good morning, board. I've been a little weepy this morning, so sorry. I'm here to say thank you to you both, but to the board also, but you both will be missed. Thank you for your service through the years. That's phenomenal. How long you both have been working in service areas. Also, I grew up in a football family. My dad was a head football coach down in SoCal. He won the CIF one year, the only time the high school ever won it. So I'm very proud of the Escalon Cougars. So anyway, so continuing onward a little bit, we're going to talk about election and transparency just a little bit. You can see more and more as different things come to pass. It's not our county that has the problem, it's the system in general. It's throughout the United States, it's actually worldwide on some issues. We're going to continue on trying to, where there's abnormalities, there's no reconciliation between the state and the county. We want to make sure that gets done. We are going to ask for a ban on machines altogether in every facet of the election, that none can be used. We're also going to be asking for the rolls to be revised, and we are working on that right now, our little group. And when I say we, I'm inclusive of all of you also, because the county should care what's going on. We will be doing a report also to eliminate 12 of the drop boxes. It's unnecessary money that the county is paying that doesn't need to be. When most of the drop boxes are within a mile of a mailbox, I don't see what the problem is. And then lastly, I just wanted to say a Merry Christmas to you all and a very Happy New Year. And again, to the both of you, enjoy your retirement, and thank you again.
Thank you, Carla. Mary Nicholson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am not here. I am still watching you. And you're everywhere, Supervisor Rickman. But I am here to say thank you to all of you. I am a resident of French Camp. So from French Camp, I just want you to know that you all are appreciated. As the executive director for a nonprofit, Healings in Motion, I realize that it's very little that you can do alone. It takes a team, and you guys have done a wonderful job collaborating, listening, and making sound decisions that take us further. I came with some gifts because as you depart, I really want you to know that from my heart, I have really appreciated what you have done, and I wish you the very best on your next journey. So what I brought were some things from Healings in Motion, including our Brain Health Beat Stroke hat, and also a t-shirt, and our stroke guide, so that you have information on stroke. And then a video that we did. We've done a lot of videos of our programs, but this one was done in, I think, 2008, when about 100 people from San Joaquin County came together to understand how vital it is for the hospitals to become certified stroke centers. This was in 2008. It took a long time for our hospitals to become primary stroke centers. It wasn't easy. And none of you were here at the time, here, when we had people marching in whose husbands, fathers, other loved ones who had passed away or living with disabilities came in here to show you how vital it is for stroke care and better outcomes. So this I'm leaving for you as well. Now, get fit for life so that you don't get still in your retirement. Here's the hat. Here's our t-shirt. And then for Supervisor Nguyen, I brought something I was thinking about. What can I do? This book is one of the presenters at our caregiver conference, and it's The Soul of Caregiving, and it has a pomegranate on the outside. And what attracted me here was on the outside, you're hardcore. You know, you look like you're hardcore, but on the inside, you're soft and sweet. This is for you. And for you, Kathy Miller, you've been around ever since I got here at the city council meeting. And I was looking to see what works best to describe how much you mean to me. And I love music, and you keep my heart beating. I love jazz, and this is for you. So I can leave this with Rachel, so you both have it, but the departure means nothing to me because I know you guys are doers. And wherever you are, whatever journey you're on, we are still connected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it.
Mary.
Yeah. Sure. So I think that's all I have. Pat Barrett twice. But anyway, anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Okay, seeing none. Clerk of the board.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. We do have a number of public comments, and I'm going to share reading with Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole, so I'm going to do my best to get through a couple of these. The first one was submitted by Luis Moore, who writes, "Why another assistant county administrator? You don't need another assistant CA. One should be enough. The county functioned well with just one assistant CA, didn't it? What is the county administrator supposed to be doing then? Run his mouth as usual? The county is spending too much for less benefit for the citizens. Waste of money. Jay Wilverding is known to promise positions to employees who kiss his derriere, even though qualifications or experience are lacking. So I would not be surprised if he promised this new position to another favorite of his. Did Mr. Wilverding make promises again to a certain blonde lady? Also, Way changed the title from county administrator to county executive for more money while doing the same amount of job, just to be called a CEO. We all know Mr. Wilverding is all about the appearance. What a waste of taxpayers' money. Waste." Mike in Manteca writes, "Dear Board of Supervisors, I am a working taxpayer, a resident in District 3, and I recognize our many challenges and the realities that we all face in life and in our community. I myself have made my own challenges, and I'm proud to say that today I'm here a better man than what I used to be, thanks in part to Supervisor Tom Patty. We often focus on our own needs, but Supervisor Tom Patty has helped many by creating jobs, giving money, time, and opportunity to improve their quality of life. My letter to the board is to admonish those of you on this board, in this room, and in this county that have targeted and oftentimes lied about Tom Patty through your own divisive nature, your ego, and your own personal desire for control over others, or in just plain spite. We all know who make a difference, who takes action, who tries to stop it, and who is divisive. Truth be told, Kathy Miller and Chuck Nguyen, you should be ashamed of yourselves and your arrogance. While Tom might not be perfect, he's not a phony like you two. We like that he stands up for himself and isn't bullied. We measure leadership by success, and now that Kathy and Chuck are leaving office, we can thank Tom Patty for getting new ideas done, from rad cards to homeless shelters. He did that and more, not either of you. Kathy and Chuck, we celebrate your departure. Goodbye and good riddance." The next comment was submitted by Anonymous Zero, who writes, "Dear Kathy Miller and Chuck Nguyen, now that you're both leaving, gone will be the divisive, nasty evil that you both demonstrated from the day you were sworn in. Kathy, will you continue to submit anonymous letters attacking Supervisor Tom Patty, or will you stop your hate and personal attacks? Kathy, we all saw your nature of backstabbing, plus the many lies from you and your staff, all done to hurt another human being. Serving the public, how do you look in the mirror and not see the evil witch that you are? Honestly, shame on both of you. A dark cloud will pass from our county the day you both get out. Check your arrogance, and the endless babbling about nothing won't be missed as we celebrate the day both of you leave office. Today, some people might say nice things about either of you, but as a county employee, I can tell you that the water cooler talk about you both is that we are thankful that you are soon gone. As oftentimes done, I'll sign off as anonymous, but my words are true." Now I'll turn it over to Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole Lee to read the remaining comments.
Stephanie B. writes, once again, the board listened to the ROV patting herself on the back at the board meeting on November 29th, 2022. During this meeting, Olivia quoted her staff praising her office and the election performance. Olivia did not mention all the mess she has caused by her mistake in the setting up of the East Stockton Eastwater District election and the additional costs to taxpayers. She also failed to mention that 2021-2022 ROV budget is $8,853,877 compared with the ROV net cost of only $3,673,128. In a similar election year of 2017-2018, which was only 4 years ago, when Olivia was first hired as a temporary election worker. With more than double the budget of the last similar election year, Olivia made mistakes that will add even more costs. She made false statements to the board and the media. She ran an election with questionable performance. She hired a friend who was also a candidate's campaign manager to work in the election, and she fired staff that pointed out election violations and irregularities. Dear board members, we, the people, are expecting you to rectify this situation. What you do now will be remembered in future elections. We will remember your decisions of actions or inactions and whether you choose wisdom or ignorance. Jim Shoemaker writes, Dear Good morning, board. I would like to request an early Christmas present from the 5 of you, that you would see and understand that the public would like to have fair and equitable elections. I would ask that you would take a vote on the removal of the voting machines used for the county and return to a hand count process for future elections, and also clean up the voter rolls so that dead people aren't voting or people that have moved aren't voting, and non-citizen aren't voting. Stop sending multiple ballots to single addresses. You have the authority and the power as elected officials of this county to hold your oath of office to the highest standard and protect the citizens' right to fair elections. Thank you and Merry Christmas. Tracy writes, as a county employee and resident of Tracy, Supervisor Rickman's points of orders at the last meeting to table the ordinances on the agenda indefinitely made me embarrassed and angry that I voted for him. Supervisors Nguyen and Miller did not lose an election. The voters did not kick them out of office because they were dissatisfied with the job they were doing. They were termed out. For Rickman to delay votes to the newly elected supervisors that have not taken office can chime in as a disgrace and obstruction to due process. Are we to expect that county business will cease for the next 2 months until the new supervisors take office? How ridiculous. While I don't agree with everything Nguyen and Miller have done, they have represented their districts competently, and I don't believe they would vote for something that would damage the county board's authority. Rickman will be the chair at the next scheduled meeting, and based on his recent actions, I foresee another power trip like we saw with Patty. I guess we shouldn't be surprised, since the Good Old Boys Network is still going strong and will continue to do so, to the detriment of those who don't agree with them. I just hope that Patty and Rickman lose their reelection and the board blocks their ability to finish their term. However, I don't have faith in Via Pudua as the newly elected supervisors to act in the constituents' best interests. Martha Snyder writes, Good morning, Chairman Nguyen, members of the board. I regret that I cannot be with you in person this morning. Thanks to the board clerk for reading my comment this morning. For you who will leave the board soon, thank you for your service. To the veterans and community at large, thanks to the remaining board members for their service. I look forward to continued collaboration in 2023. On December 10th, the Veterans Service Office did an amazing job at American Legion Carl Wass Post 16. They served 19 veterans and their families. We veterans would like to see such Saturday opportunities become a monthly occurrence that will include more SJC veteran groups and veterans who do not currently have such a group. Weekend veteran services go beyond claims. I hope the new board will investigate ways to facilitate other county departments following the VSO's lead in serving veterans. Such events also require better countywide communication with veterans. Such communication would help better use the SJC veteran van and voucher program that are available via American Legion Post 190. And veterans without internet or email can be better served. In closing, I look forward to my first visit to the new temporary VSO facility at Swain West Lane in late January 2023 with the ever-increasing qualified veteran services representatives. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Thank you for your continued efforts to make 2023 a happy new year for all veterans. An anonymous writer writes, stop using the machines. Stop using the drop boxes that Mark Zuckerberg paid for. Stop using the poll pads. Fix the voter rolls. Go back into in-person voting, one-day voting, and hand count, etc. An anonymous writer writes, go back to one-day voting, paper ballots only, no machines. We are losing our republic because of this vote system corruption. Look at what happened to Rome in 27 BC after they lost their republic just before Christ came. What comes after is terrible. Is history repeating itself? Melanie Knott writes, Board of Supervisors, we have unsecure elections, foreign interference, and the voting machines are vulnerable to hacking. Our elections have been replaced by selections. You probably say, show us the proof. Well, as our county public officials, let me ask you, how far are you willing to go to help us to resolve this matter, showing the proof? A full forensic audit? Why an audit, you may ask, because some of the issues cannot and are not seen by the naked eye, and even from the experienced election staff, this makes it difficult to provide proof. A full forensic audit will support transparency of our election processes, our county, our state, along with our country, our state, along with our county, is headed in the wrong direction when we can't find the courage to stand together, hear the grievances, and work together for a redress of the grievances for the betterment of our world. I say we can. In closing, clean up our voter registration rolls, get rid of universal mail-in ballots, except for special cases, require voter ID, return to one-day voting, and lastly, get rid of the machines. Joe Ferrari writes, please stop using the voting machines no matter what Hart, Dominion, or others say. Fraud still can happen with them. In the September presentation, it was admitted that everything is hackable, and our system uses Windows 7. Let's go back to hand counting the paper ballots only. We need a county ordinance requiring voter ID. This would make it much easier for poll workers to comply with HAVA Section 303, since they are not currently being trained on how to check ID a first-time vote-by-mail voters. Besides, IDs are required for most important life decisions, and an election is one of those life decisions. We need to clean up the voter rolls and address why there are more voters in the county than the Secretary of State reports. How do we clean them up? I suggest that we purge the voter rolls and have everyone re-register a couple of months before the next election in 2023. Please remind yourselves that we cannot concede that ballot harvesting is acceptable. It is not. It's immoral and a vice since it encourages vote thefts, and we must work to eliminate it. Lastly, Holly Moore writes, why does the county administrator oversee the ROV? The county administrator is not an elected position and therefore has no direct accountability to the public. Elections are the voice of the people and must be run by the people who feel the direct impact of the people's will. Should two unelected people, the county administrator and the ROV, oversee elections? No. Elections are the most powerful component of the county and should not be managed by unelected people. It is obvious that the county supervisors must directly manage the ROV so that the voice of the people is communicated to the ROV. From Maricopa County, Arizona, it's obvious that counties are extremely important in elections. In fact, counties are the bedrock of U.S. elections. They are not an inconvenience to be shoved off onto an administrator. This is not a game. We want direct self-governance. It is time for a greater election transparency from beginning to end. We want you to transfer the management of the ROV back to yourselves, the supervisors. No more toothless election advisory committees that, quote, investigate the ROV while being monitored by the same ROV. We aren't fooled. That committee is just for show to say that you care about elections. Stop disenfranchising voters and put elections squarely under the control of the supervisors. Get some dirt under your fingernails. Learn the voting system, clean it up, and change it for the better. Thank you. And that concludes our public comments.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right. Moving on. Next, we have minutes. Any changes to the minutes, modifications, revisions? If not, I need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
I assume it's adopted 5-0.
I apologize. Yes, it was. I thought you were announcing that it was adopted.
No.
Thank you.
I got nothing to announce. I can't see anything, but that's
Just
okay.
occurred to me you said assume.
I assume, yes. Okay, moving on to appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. The item 4.1, approve the appointment of positions to various board and commissions. Collegeville Fire Protection District as Board of Directors, 5 positions, position number 2201.1, 2201.2, 2201.3, 2201.4, and 2201.5. Recommended for appointment, Mark Bonham, position number 2201.4, he's the incumbent. Dennis Fiost, District 4, position number 2201.1. Robert Norman, incumbent, position number 2201.2. Paul Seguinetti, incumbent, position number 2201.3. Grant Thompson, which is incumbent, position number 2201.5. Economic Development Association, Category 5th, Supervisor District 1 position, position number 2605. Recommend for appointment Kim Parko. Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, Category At-Large, Representative 1 position, position number 2701.3. Recommend for appointment Jasha, man, that's a long name. Jash Hardapal Singh and Tracy Public Cemetery Board of Trustees as Director 1 position, position number 6501.4. And that's my district. And I have a few questions, so I'm going to postpone that until next meeting. And that'll be in the form of a motion.
Second.
Motion second, please vote. And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you. Consent items. Anybody wish to pull any consent items?
Chairman, I'll pull number 4. I'd like to pull that for a separate vote as well, and I'll also pull number 8.
And Chairman Nguyen, I have just a question on 5.
Okay. Anyone else? None? All right. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. For our CAO, I have a question on this. A recommendation that the board allocate 1 additional assistant staff county administrator for the position in the administrator's office. And then it talks about how after September 13, 2022, which was quite recent, HR began a review of the county's current management structure. This review included consideration of a county executive officer structure and the appropriate resources needed for the county administrator to fully support and execute the board's policy directives, including the board's strategic priorities, 2022-2025. This review demonstrated the need for additional leadership resources to ensure the county administrator can implement BOS policy. So just last board meeting, CAO, through the chair, we've basically shelved that, and I believe it was going to be indefinitely. But yet it seems like it's being reintroduced. And I get the point that there might be for staff, but the problem I have with this is this says this will allow the current CAO to align functionally with 1 assistant overseeing health services, human services, environmental protection, and road and facilities, and the other assistant, which, by the way, it looks like we're looking to hire 2 people, and the other assistant overseeing law and justice, general government, capital maintenance, and education and recreation. So if we didn't move to the CEO functionality in the county, giving the CEO in that position greater oversight. And it's my understanding that if you looked at your Human Services Agency, although I don't believe Director Woods is here right now, but we've got other departments where there are directors that are in charge of their department. Why do they need more oversight from the CAO's office to justify? And am I correct that we have 2 hirings that's being proposed right now?
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, that is incorrect. You may, I believe you were absent for a chunk of the discussion in the last board meeting when we were talking about potentially, when I was bringing back to the board, as the board requested, an analysis about what we might do with a management structure and was discussing the recommendation that I was making. We discussed the investigations we had done since that September 13th meeting when we received that board direction to look at a variety of other counties that were, how they were structured and how they were run. The comments in the board letter about the CEO model, and I know the thing was tabled last meeting, was just for reference purposes as to how this is coming back to the board once again. And what we're talking about here and what we had mentioned in that last meeting was the fact that this office had had 2 assistants multiple times in its history that had been cut because of budgetary reasons and streamlined. As a matter of fact, the headcount in the office had been reduced along with that. I did not go into anything about that. I'm not asking for more headcount. I'm not asking for more money. I'm not asking for anything. What we went back and determined is with a lot of the new initiatives that have already come about, and you may have already read the, which just hit the street this week, is our annual report and the number of one-off things that we have done. Our chair mentioned, just as a handy example, the purchase of the InShape building and the signage on it. We have a 5-year capital plan coming about. We have put in a 115 pension trust. We've done a variety of other things that we talked about in that report, which are brand new. And all of that information tends to wash back and forth through the assistant role. The ARPA funds have been a bone crusher for Sandy Regallo, who is our current assistant administrator. We have to do quarterly reports for not only the ARPA money that we're in the process of spending now, but the CARES money that we've already spent. That's never happened. Some of the counties that we analyzed actually had 3 assistants. I don't think we need 3 assistants. Can we get along with 1 assistant as we've currently been doing? It's not optimizing how we're set up. And as you had just pointed out, by reorganizing things, we're not taking any further control over any of these departments. We're there to assist and support them. The things that departments bring to this board come through my office. We review their letters. We make sure that the operations and the functions that are beneath those letters, the things that are really happening that those letters represent, are validated. We don't just cross T's and dot I's to make sure things are correct on the letters themselves. We make sure the activities that are going on behind those letters are appropriate for the board and in the best interest of our constituents, in which you all would want to support. And those all come through the assistant role. And so as far as this coming back to the board, I had made a request during that meeting that if we were going to table the whole CEO thing, which is your choice to do, that if we could at least have a separate consideration of an additional assistant, because we did find that to be, in my opinion, and from our analysis, a benefit to this organization. Supervisor Villalpudua, when he made his motion, asked if he could make the motion to include that extra assistant in there. Our county council intervened and said it would be best to make a separate motion, bring it back to this board at a separate time, which is what we're doing today. And I put it on consent because it was my understanding that, based on the comments I heard at that meeting, that was the intent of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. So, and I get and would fully support staff's overworked. What has changed in the last say 6 months since, or 7 months since we had our June budget hearings, did the workload increase on the assistant position, or why didn't you ask for a position increase in the budget back in June when we approved our budget?
You're absolutely correct. The workload is increasing, and as we continue on the trajectory we're at, it will continue to increase. And like I said, we want to align my department differently, as we've mentioned in the letter. We did not consider doing that until we did our analysis for the management model scenario that we were looking at. And you can't realign it under one person. It's already that way.
So when you say realign, just get on par with additional staff as other counties are doing?
Taking things and organizing them so they're functionally oriented, so that we only need an assistant that has a skill set in one particular area. You're talking healthcare, health services, human services. Those are all in a similar orientation. We try to do that to a smaller degree already. We'll have law and justice. We'll have one analyst that will have the sheriff and the public defender, et cetera, because we try to keep law and justice together rather than scattered all over, because those disciplines and skill sets tend to be very similar, as well as the contact people that you deal with.
Okay, and I think I just have a problem with the language, perhaps, of what's, I understand if the workload is strenuous and you need extra staff, but it's allow the CAO to align functionally with one assistant overseeing health services, human services, environmental protection, and roads and facilities, and the other assistant overseeing law and justice, general government. So you just want to divide the workload, the current workload you already have. You're not increasing the overseeing, it says, with overseeing health services and everything. You just want to spread out the workload that you currently have. You're not enhancing the role of the CAO's office.
No more than it already is.
Okay, but it's just not clear here because it says that you're going to be overseeing. And so I'm making sure, because we passed on the CEO operation where you would have consolidated a lot more power under your office as a CEO, and we decided against that. So I just want to be clear what we're hiring, and thank you for the clarity. It's only one person, because not two, even though it's highlighting duties would be split amongst two.
Everything that we would be doing under an additional assistant county administrator would be within the ordinance that we already have.
Okay, very well. No need for a separate vote on this. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Just to touch upon that, one of the extra workload demands that were placed on the CEO's office is on our agenda, and that's the 13 requests from the fire chiefs in regards to ARPA funds. And I know that in working with the CEO's office and their staff, and certainly the Chief Walden and certainly the Fire Chiefs Association, I think that was pushed through extremely quickly in regards to all the other projects that I know that the CEO's office is handling. So again, I understand the CEO's office trying to expedite projects, because if we don't have staff to complete them, then they get delayed, and obviously nobody likes that, especially those who are desperately needing those particular funds. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Every outside agency of any size, including the city of Stockton, all of which are considerably smaller than the county, City of Stockton has always had a minimum of 2 deputy city managers, and quite often 3, and for exactly the reasons that you outlined, to be able to align the functional capabilities within the organization. And law and justice is almost always a separate entity, because there's some very, very specific skills and knowledge that are required to monitor all of the grants and the outside funding that comes for those operations. So I understand wanting to reorganize in your department. I think it's a good idea. I think your staff will be able to provide better service when they're realigned towards functionality, and I think this will well serve the board going forward.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Any other? Supervisor Rickman, or Vice Chair Rickman, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. I did have one quick question on item 5. It says that it'll come back before the board for a timeline for adoption and implementation at or before the July 11th, 2023 board meeting. Why so long? I mean, there are ordinances out there. Can we bring it back to the board in the time frame that would be sooner?
Through the chair, Supervisor Rickman, we can certainly try. I think what happens is when we start drafting these ordinances, especially if they start originating in my office, we draft, and then as we bring in other departments, they say, hey, county council, that section, it looks wonderful, but it's not going to work for us. We need, so we want to build in time to have those discussions.
Okay,
We
yeah.
can certainly, we'll bring it back. If it's done before July, we will definitely bring it back. But we didn't want to set a deadline and miss it. But we think we can definitely deliver it in the next 6 months or less.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, I just think 7 months. I know I put one forward when I was mayor of Tracy, and it didn't take that much longer since there are not reinventing the wheel, right? Because there are ordinances out there. So no, that's fine. I just wanted clarification. Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Chairman Nguyen.
Yeah, and in regards to that, I worked with County Council's office on that one because they were already drafting a proposed ordinance. One of the things that, and I know you've looked at, I know Tracy has one, et cetera, and I looked at several ordinances. And one of the things going back to the original presentation was simply that, as you know, many of the ordinances deal with fines and some type of consequences for businesses that don't either pick up their carts or they don't have plans. And so in discussing back then with County Council's office, I think in my letter, I simply said it wasn't, in my opinion, prudent to basically punish the victim of a crime. It's their property that's been stolen. And I understand, because in your district driving down 120, I see a corral of shopping carts usually along the freeway. So anyway, my point is that in the consent item, it does talk about, trying to work with business. I have no problem with that, and certainly working with Zoe Merrill in regards to this particular ordinance. I think there's an opportunity. I would agree with you from the standpoint that I think probably the ordinance itself, from what I read, is fairly comprehensive. The second part is the reach out to businesses, et cetera. I certainly can agree with that. The last part, which is really critical, is the Sheriff's Department, and that's the one that I think that I know the sheriff wants to review to ensure that they have the authority to make decisions in regards to these particular contacts as to the removal of these carts, as you know, that are everywhere. So anyway, thank you. And so moving on to Supervisor Patty, item number 8.
Thank you, Chairman. General Services are here. Thank you. So item number 8 asks to approve with Dreyfus and Blackford Architects an additional amount of $2.674 million for a total not to exceed $2.9 million. Approve the increase of appropriations for 6 South El Dorado Street Tenant Improvement Project, offsetting use of fund balance in the amount of $1.9 million. Initially, the original contract was $263,000 for architectural designs and plans, and now we're asking for another 2.6 million. Can we please identify where's 2.6 million going? That's an extremely large amount of money.
I'm going to allow Daniel Moore, our Capital Projects Administrator, to address that question. Supervisor Patty, also we have with us, just in case, Jennifer Crowder with our vendor, Dreyfus and Blackford.
Thank you, Connie. Through the chair, Supervisor Patty. The initial A&E award early this contract year was to do program validation. There was a previous design effort done for the district attorney's office to build a new structure to expedite the valid program for the needs for this new structure we acquired at 6 South El Dorado. We had to take that existing program and craft it into the existing structure to validate what we actually have to construct at this new facility. Upon the conclusion of that initial effort, we costed what the remaining design elements would be, including, and I want to stress, this is a not to exceed contract. There is a number of diverse programs within the district attorney's office that we also saw that might require additional A&E services depending on how a couple of items play out. So this represents the total design effort that we see to deliver that project successfully.
And did we put out and receive submissions and proposals for this work? Did we put out our request for RFP?
RFP.
Thank you. There's so many acronyms. Trying to think what we're talking about here. So did we put out an RFP? Is this a competitive bid? Because again, this is an exceptionally large amount of money, about 1/5 of what we paid for the building alone, just for architectural design. I'm struggling with it, to tell you the truth.
Through the chair, this amount, on the back end of COVID, we've seen an uptick in fees, not only for services, but also for supplies as well. So this amount, although it does look high, is competitive with what else is in the market. This was not competitively bid. This, to expedite the delivery of this project within a very constrained time period and a very aggressive capital improvement plan, we made a decision earlier this year to go with Dreyfus and Blackford, who's intimately familiar with county design protocols. They did the public health services building, and we felt that was the best option available to us to deliver this project within the defined timeline.
Understood. Through the chair, CAO Wolverine, are you comfortable putting this out, not getting a competitive bid? I know that you've got a very watchful eye when it comes to county expenditures. We know that this county has gone to extreme task to make certain we're getting bids, to make certain that we're competitive and not excessively paying a board. I guess I'll tell you, I don't know the scope of work, but being in construction my entire life, commercial, residential, in every degree, I just cannot imagine $2 million of architectural design. Am I missing something? Are they also, what more than the architectural design is coming in? And again, CAO Wolverine, are you comfortable with this amount of money?
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, I actually had the same question during our agenda review when I initially reviewed this and had asked about this and mentioned to staff to be prepared to discuss this. My understanding is, as Mr. Moore just explained, is it was because of the pivot from what we had originally started at, and that's one of the reasons that we have our vendor here to talk about it in case there were deeper questions that we're not able to answer to your satisfaction. But essentially, the A&E initially was designed to figure out where we go from here. The second, which is a tenfold increase almost, it is a substantial amount, is to actually go in and get the detailed architectural and engineering in order for the construction to be able to fabricate the building in a fashion that's going to be useful for our district attorney, which to me made sense. I'm not a construction person, so like I said, I had asked staff to be prepared to answer that question.
Supervisor Patty, through the chair. Basically, the initial contract was, as Daniel said, to do the program validation and to estimate the additional costs necessary to get us through the full design process, construction documents, project costing, permitting, everything that it would take in order to actually start swinging sledgehammers and hammering nails. So this is the normal course of how this works. We generally come, excuse me, with a smaller contract. The program validation phase is where our vendor met with representatives of the DA, every single division, and painstakingly went through all of their programmatic and operational needs in order to fully vet the entire scope of the project. And to answer your question about the RFP, that was vetted through, while oftentimes we do go out to bid, and this particular type of service we're not required to per California code. And so that decision was not made lightly. It was made in consultation with our Director of Purchasing and County Council, as well as the CAO's office, to make sure everyone was on board in order to expedite the delivery of 6 South El Dorado for the District Attorney's Office.
Okay, through the chair, I see our Director from Purchasing Department, Mr. Terry, is here. You can come up. Given the history in our county, I mean, as far back when we were doing the redistricting, we know the painstaking level of oversight from our purchasing department, and justifiably and rightly so, before we triggered the expenditures that were or were not going to be used for internal or an external service to help with the redistricting. And that took weeks of time and careful consideration. And so the question I would have for you, Mr. Terry, is are you completely 100% on board and comfortable that we did not get a competitive bid for over $2.5 million of expense for architectural designs?
Yeah, and here's the reasons why. Is architectural services is a unique service, and as Ms. Hart mentioned, Government Code 31,000 allows the County Board of Supervisors to approve such services, as opposed to construction management services, where there's quite a field of other consultants out there. But A&E, and typically for this county, and from my experience with other counties, is that we don't typically do a solicitation for that because the A&E services are so unique to that county. So yes, I am comfortable in the approach we took for contracting with this A&E consultant.
Well, I'd like to hear then, through the chair, I'd like to hear from the vendor a detail of what exactly you'll be delivering for the $2.6 million. I'm really flabbergasted by the amount, and there's no detail of what's going to be included. And maybe even a line item, identifying where these costs go, because this isn't, maybe I'm the only supervisor that sees it this way. And, again, our CAO, the same thing stood out for them. But in a county that has so much oversight and that painstakingly prevented and looked at and reviewed, and we've got all sorts of questions on what our protocol is for local vendors and such, that we're not even capable of making decisions, and it's held up. And I understand the time effort to expedite this. That's a lot of money. I'd like to have some more detail of what we're getting for our money.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Crowder with
Good morning, Jennifer.
Bedford Architects. I'm a licensed architect, and I hold the title of associate within our firm. I don't have a line-by-line breakdown for you, but I can tell you what the proposal encompasses. Not only as us as architects are we within the fee, but we have a cost estimating consultant, mechanical, electrical, structural engineers, landscape architect, civil engineer, low voltage security. So it's a comprehensive proposal that includes not only architectural, but all of the other services that need to be drawn and coordinated throughout the life of the project. And what's sitting before you is what it will take us to take it from construction documents through the permitting process, through construction administration and costing. So there's a great amount of scope within the project at 6 South El Dorado and a great amount of services. So that's why you're looking at a number that might be larger than you're accustomed to, because of the complexity of the project and the number of disciplines that are involved.
Mm-hmm. And so, question for you: how much time between, as somebody had defined before, you're swinging hammers? How much time from when let's say you are funded and you guys put pencil to paper and you're working on the keyboards and you're analyzing and putting together prints and plans and such, how much time from now until then? Are we talking weeks, months, years of work on behalf of your company?
Well, the life of the project will take approximately 24 months. So it represents 24 months worth of work involving all of the said disciplines. Between now and when hammers are swinging, as you mentioned, with the initial permit that's going to come through is for demolition of the interior of the building. So the building is going to remain in place, but there are some existing interiors left over from previous inhabitants, and it's varied from floor to floor what's there and what can stay and what needs to come out. So between now and when demolition takes place, it's a little unknown. I'm not sure exactly who's going to be awarded the demolition contract because, of course, we don't do the construction work. We do the design, we get it through permitting, and we assist during construction. But that's going to be really more up to the timing of the selection of the job contractor. That's out of my purview.
Supervisor Powell.
We have no answer. We're not on 4 weeks, 4 months, 4 years. That's a blank.
If you would like me to guess, I would say in 2 to 3 months they will be out there doing demolition in the building.
In about 3 months. Okay.
That's my guess.
No, thank you. That gives a ballpark idea. Yes.
I was going to say, we do have a timeline that our office would be happy to share with you. We'll send it to all members of the board, a basic timeline on all of the design, permitting, and construction phases of the project. The project is slated to be concluded, ready for the DA to move in around this time in 2024, December of 2024.
Okay, I'm just, in closing, and I don't want anybody else on the board would like to pull this for a separate vote, but I'm a little bit surprised that this wasn't a competitive bid, that we're spending over $2.5 million. We don't have a lot of more detail of where that money's going. I'm surprised that the CAO has brought it forward, to tell you the truth, and I'm surprised that our purchasing department brought it forward, knowing the careful oversight that we have. That's a lot of money. That's the last I have to say about it. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller?
Thank you. I know we don't have a line item here today, but I'm assuming that you are in receipt of detailed projections in terms of what will be done, when it will be done, who the subcontractors or consultants will be, and exactly what the deliverables are going to be in the next 90, 120, 12, 24 months?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Vice Chair Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. I understand the reasoning. I just want to caution, in the future, RFP, competitive bids and stuff, and they're, one of the reasons that we have them is for transparency. And so the public can see that we are doing our due diligence with the tax dollars, their money, and making sure we're getting the best option, the best bid that we can, as a county, and being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. So I see, and you look at this project specifically, and it needs to be done. And so I understand that, but just be aware, and this goes out for everybody, and I'm sure our CAO would agree, that in the future, that we're just going to be looking at it a little bit closer. And there's just a reasoning why.
Agreed. And if I could add just one more little bit of information. Generally speaking, even though, as Mr. Terry explained, we're not required to, by law, for A&E services, generally our process is that we do go out to bid. This particular project, there's an expediency in that the district attorney remains in the old courthouse that is almost quite literally falling down around their ears. Not a day goes by that there is not some kind of repair or maintenance issue, to water flowing down the elevator, holes in the roof, all kinds of things that have not been addressed over the years, because the old plan was to demo that building and replace it with another structure. And so this project specifically has an air of expediency to get the district attorney into adequate facilities so that they can do their work, and to alleviate any health and safety concerns that we currently have with the old courthouse.
Just a couple, I'm not as knowledgeable as Supervisor Patty is in regards to construction, but my question is the 260 some odd thousand initially, and what did that provide? Was it just essentially a projection of what either the capability would be or the potential costs of this renovation would be? Is that the initial price of that information?
There are two, Daniel, if I'm wrong, but I believe there are two primary focuses of that initial effort. The first is a program validation. It's our Dreyfus and Blackford partners meeting with the customer department to clearly ascertain their programmatic and operational needs for the new facility. And then with that information in hand, to then estimate the cost of the full A&E effort. That's what the 260,000 covered.
Okay. Was that, go ahead, Daniel.
I was going to say, I'm sorry, Chairman Nguyen, that's correct. And also, you hear a term blocking and stacking as far as the schematic design and program validation effort that was done. Given a diverse set of programs under this district attorney, it was not only validating, bodies, private offices, workstations, resources that need to be in certain proximity and adjacencies. Their diverse programs required very special care to make sure that the proper programs were on certain floors for the future operational optimization of that department, given some of the constraints with an existing structure versus building from the ground up. So that level of complexity, and again, taking a previous design for a new construction and fitting it into the existing structure at 6 South El Dorado, that is what that initial assignment was with the initial A&E award.
And how much of that previous design was included in this particular 260,000? I mean, did they just take it and transfer it and modify it to basically make a projection as to the configuration of this particular renovation?
I'd say a good portion of the previous effort was carried forward. When that was landed upon, it did not factor in the board-approved space standards as part of the facility master plan update that was done recently. And additionally, there were some additional updates from certain programs about some of the evolutions of their particular programs that needed to be factored in to the ultimate design of the facility that we're projecting to do.
Okay, so that initial proposal or plan was basically, okay, is this doable? Will it fit the demands of the district attorney's office, et cetera? I've talked to the district attorney. I know she has some concerns about the location of various operations to not come in conflict, et cetera. The other question is, and it sounds to me like this 2.6, and I, again, my ignorance as far as the construction projects, but I do know, for example, like project managers, those who handle the facilitation of the construction, because there's several moving parts that need to be coordinated to make sure. I mean, I don't profess to be a builder, but I did build my own house, and I know the coordination of subcontractors coming in sequence, so you don't end up paying more. So in this 2.6 million, and you talked about a variety of elements in regards to this construction, would it be your role to be hands-on in regards to ensuring that each phase or step would be coordinated or completed? I know you're not in the construction business, but is that part of the amount that we're paying you to oversee?
Yes and no. As an architect, our role on this project will be to carefully guide all of the separate permits. It's not going to be created in just one set of building department drawings because of the need to pull some of the work forward and incredibly long lead times on some construction materials right now. There are a whole host of reasons that the work at 6 South Eldorado needs to be split into a series of separate building department packages, and that is an intricate operation that we will be absolutely embedded in managing and troubleshooting and facilitating those. Those will also cascade down into separate construction packages that will be handled by the Gordian Group through the job contractors. So as architects, we don't maintain the construction schedules. That is not part of our duty. But on this project, because of its complexity and the number of packages involved, we are involved in sequencing of the design and the permits. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. So, so essentially, to some degree, you're going to be hands-on. Yes. It isn't like you're proposing, a document. Here it is, and good luck with it. It's a document that sets the parameters of this project, and then as it progresses, you will work with other elements in regards to the oversight to make sure they're done appropriately. So it isn't like you're just giving us a document. You're actually participating physically in regards to the ongoing construction. Am I getting that correct?
You are correct, yes. As the architect, we are involved throughout construction. We review submittals, we answer the requests for information, we offer additional supplemental instructions, whatever the need is that arises during construction, which on the early end, it's a little hard to predict, but we always make our best shot based on our historical knowledge of things, and we are involved until you have your certificate of occupancy. So we're involved throughout this process. Our role changes, obviously, when it goes to construction because we don't build.
So I'm assuming a major portion of your cost is attributed to actual, because I know all professionals charge by the hour, et cetera. So a good portion of what the 2.6 million is attributed to is actually hours charged for involvement in the project itself, not just providing a piece of paper and say, here you are, good luck with it. It's here you are, we're here, we'll work with you. You'll physically be on site. You'll work with other elements within the construction. So a lot of it is billing for services that are more physical as opposed to ministerial or administrative. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We not only deliver written materials in the terms of the calculations and the narratives and the documents that go in for plan check, but then we also do provide services like you described.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments on this? Questions? Okay.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. So I did find a graph and a breakdown on some of the expenditures. So labor totals, as our chairman had pointed out, for things like construction documents, you've got $863,000 for construction documents. You've got contract administration for $608,000. Design development for $569,000. Those are kind of the three big ticket items. How many man hours would that be to do construction documents of $863,000? What's the hourly rate of the architect, and how many man hours to come up with that $863,000?
Well, it's a mix of the architect, the structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, landscape architect, civil engineer, utility, low voltage. It's an amalgamation of a lot of different people, and I haven't done the calculation among all of those people, all of our teammates, but it's probably in the average of about $200 an hour is probably the average billing rate among all these parties.
$200 an hour, which is pretty high. And speaking with an architect nephew of mine that works at a very large international company, he laughed at this amount, by the way. So if we did $200 an hour divided by 863,000, 4,315 hours. That sound right?
For this magnitude of work, yes, it's appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Patty, if you would look at, I believe it's on page 8, that might be where you're at, of the proposal.
Yeah, I'm seeing the hourly rate from
See the hourly rate.
administration.
From 85 to 250.
Yep, I see that. Yep, thank you. Yeah, listen, it's going to get approved, but I got to tell you, from our purchasing department to general service to our CEO's office, I think this is embarrassing that we don't have an RFP. And I don't really want to hear anything ever again from anybody about did we go make sure that we got competitive bids when we have bids from local companies and we make sure we go out of state or out of region and hire other companies instead of local companies because somebody gave a lower bid by nickels somewhere else. This is really embarrassing. It'll get approved, but I really think this is terrible to come to the board with this today. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. All right. Moving on. Those are the items pulled, so I need a motion and a second. Did you want a separate vote, Supervisor Patty, on anything?
That's fine.
All right.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you all. All right, moving on to the scheduled public hearing. Mr. Wolverding, on the mitigation fee program, or is that going to be Public Works?
Chair, I think that's Public Works.
Okay, here they come.
Naji Zarif, Deputy Director of Public Works. Good morning, Chairman Nguyen and Board of Supervisors. Today is the date set for a public hearing to consider approval of the Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee Program update. The Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee, or TIMF as we call it, program was established to assist with ensuring that development projects throughout the county assist in mitigating their fair share of operational impacts to our transportation facilities. With me today is Mr. Jim Damkowicz with DKS Associates, the consulting firm that assisted us with updating the TIMF program. Mr. Damkowicz will provide a brief presentation overviewing the process to update the program as required by law prior to us conducting the public hearing. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Damkowicz.
Thank you. Again, Jim Damkowicz with DKS Associates, transportation planning and engineering firm. We were hired by the County Public Works to support the update of the fee program. I have a very quick presentation and it's going to be really short. There we go. Okay.
Let her know the next slide.
Okay. So real quick, purpose of the update, one, we have to meet the requirements of the Mitigation Fee Act. That's fairly straightforward. Also, we want to maintain consistency with state statutes that have been approved since the last update, which was in 2015. Also, always important to maintain consistency with the county's general plan, and that comes in two facets. One, your operational standards for your own and operated facilities owned by the county, your roadways. Also, your general plan land use to make sure that future development maintains consistency with those standards as established by your general plan. We also want to reflect the latest growth assumptions, so not only within the county, but all your surrounding agencies, because they do contribute traffic to your facilities. Also update all infrastructure costs. Those have significantly increased, as you probably are aware, over the last 8 years. And then last but not least, through the analysis of how future growth will impact your facilities, what are the capital improvements needed to maintain your general plan standards for operational integrity. Next slide. There we go. Okay, so the map on the left is your fee zones, and just keep in mind that, obviously the county has 12 planning areas. Those planning areas back in 2008 were aggregated into 4 fee benefit zones for ease of administration and other reasons. We've maintained those 4 fee zones as part of this update, but the map on the right does show that the 2 more urbanized zones, Tracy, Lathrop, Manteca, Stockton, Lodi, Lockford, those were averaged, as well as the 2 more rural zones, Thornton Delta, Linden, Escalon, Ripon, those were averaged. And the reason to do that is to maintain or minimize the variability of fees among zones. And I'll point out that real quick. So what this graph shows is your dwelling unit equivalent, which is a combination of the land use growth that is planned for the unincorporated county, combined with its traffic trip generation. So those 2 things are combined to give you an overall sense of future growth in traffic. And as you can see, that's the blue bars, your dwelling unit equivalent growth. And you can see that roughly 89% of the growth that's anticipated is going to occur in those 2 more developed fee zones. And to a much lesser extent, about 11% is anticipated into 2 rural zones. In combination of that, as I mentioned, the facilities that are shown to suffer from operational deficiencies as a result of this growth and the fair share associated, and that's a very important concept, it's the fair share, so the trips that your own residents that are shown to be using those facilities in the future, that's the only share that we can legally levy against future development. And that's the dark bars. And as you might expect, again, about 84% of the share of project costs to maintain your facilities are associated with those 2 more urbanized or developed zones versus the rural zones. So keep that in mind. And so on your right, this is for single-family dwelling units. These are the proposed fees. And as you can see, because of the greater amount of growth that is occurring in the more developed zones, you can spread those project costs over more growth. That lowers the fees. If you don't have as much growth, just spread over the costs, that actually results in higher fees. And so you can see the fees are generally lower in the more developed zones than the undeveloped zones. And in the graph on your left, as you can see, those are from the 2015 update. And amazingly, we got to be very close across the board on that. So not much variability, but the way the numbers played out this time, this averaging of zones, the rural and the urban, resulted in the least amount of variability among zones. And I have other examples of other land use types of these similar graphs if you're interested. So in terms of the fee schedule itself, there's a lot of numbers here. I would just say focus on the percentages and the color, and this is described in your staff report. Of the 28 fee categories across the various land use types, of the 28, 20 of those fees are going to decrease as a result of this proposed fee update. So that's fairly good, and those are shown in the green. There are some increases, and those, as you would expect, are in the Thornton, Delta, Linden, Escalon, Ripon area. Again, this is a result of not much growth that's going to be occurring in those zones relative to the project costs to mitigate future development's impact on roadways in those areas. So that's the math, how that plays out in dollars. It's broken down into several components. You have currently programmed funds for projects identified in your capital improvement program. And these are from state and federal sources. These are in SJCOG's Regional Transportation Plan. And it's to the tune of around $34 million, so that's great. So those are funds, alternative funds that have been already programmed and identified for projects in the TIM fee program. Then there's also the fees that you've collected since 2015 and are sitting idle, in accounts waiting to be used for the appropriate improvements. Those come out to around roughly $12 million or 5%. The updated TIM fee share, that's what this update brings, and that's roughly 19%. That's your fair share of the improvement costs, which is about $49 million, a little over that, anticipated to be collected as part of this fee program moving forward. And on the far right is the total CIP cost. So that's the full cost of constructing the improvements that are necessary to maintain the operational integrity of your facilities. So the difference is roughly around $162 million or 63% that must come from alternative funding sources. And that would be, your regional and federal transportation programming function through SJCOG or competitive grant funds that the county can try to compete for. And so what we always like to show is, well, how do our fees compare with our neighbors? And so here's a couple graphics that show that. This is for your residential single-family dwelling units. San Joaquin County is in the far right. You see two different colors there. The dark color is your fee program, but as you know, there's a second fee that all development has to pay into, and that's the RTIF. That's the Regional Traffic Impact Fee Program that's administered by SJCOG. And so for the full picture, a developer would be looking at this and they would say, okay, roughly that's the amount that we would pay for a single family dwelling unit in terms of traffic impact fees. And you can see Sacramento County, El Dorado County, which has historically been the highest in the state, Stanislaus County, Contra Costa, Alameda. And this is just for the unincorporated areas, not the cities that reside in those counties. The reason you see a bar is that there's a range and they have fee zones, just like your program does. The two counties that have a one-size-fits-all is Stanislaus and Alameda, so you don't see a range of fees for those two counties. But in general, fairly competitive on the lower end. And here's a comparison of retail uses, same thing. And I can say that other land uses reveal the same thing. There's no land use within San Joaquin County that shows a significantly higher fee relative to your neighbors. So in terms of recommendations and next steps, we do have a final report. It went to draft on October 11th. It did meet the requirement of a 30-day public review, which is now required due to AB 602. And then we did notice this public hearing 30 days in advance. And with that, I'll pass it back to Najee for recommendations.
Thank you, Jim. Chairman Nguyen, members of the board, this concludes our presentation. At this time, Public Works recommends that the board supervisors open the public hearing to receive any testimony, close the public hearing once all testimony is received, and lastly, consider the testimony received and make a finding regarding the adoption of the 2022 Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee Program update. The department recommends, provided there's no compelling testimony in opposition, that the board approve the 2022 TIMP program update, adopting the proposed fees. And as noted on the screen, if approved, the proposed fees will become effective no sooner than 60 days after adoption. And we are available to answer any questions that the board may have.
Any questions? Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. Najee, good to see you. Always a pleasure to see you, man. You do a great job. When you're speaking of fees, and mostly the residential fees, so who's exactly paying that? Is that the homeowner or is that the developer?
That would be the developer.
So when you're talking, if you're looking at areas of low growth, Explain to me why would they pay, their developers pay more? Is it because they haven't built, so they have to?
So generally, it's the cost of the improvements. So we look at the deficiencies that are going to affect the roadways and what it's going to cost to improve those roadways to handle that development. But those low growth areas, like Jim mentioned, there's less dwelling units that are going to be developed to be able to spread that cost across, and so those fees tend to be just slightly higher because of that. So it's a simple math equation of like cost over.
Right, and I'm just thinking, so if you have cities that aren't building, therefore they don't have to expand their infrastructure as much as, say, other cities that are. So once they do start development, is that money being used for other cities' infrastructure, so that money can go into a pot through their entire county? Is that what that is?
No, so the funds that we receive from a specific planning area they are assigned to projects within that area. So there's no, if I understand your question correctly, there's no subsidies across planning areas for development. Right, because what I was getting at, I think you got it. Say, for example, Ripon, they have their infrastructure and so on, and they start building, and then these fees, those fees that would be paid for a developer, that would stay in their community, not be used and go to another city or having a problem in helping with their infrastructure, right? Correct. No, yeah. So they are constrained to the planning area that they are collected. And what about, you speak of one of the reasons these fees are going up is because of inflation, which is out of this board's control. I mean, that's come from the feds. So, hopefully there'll be a reduction in what we're seeing here now. Will the fees go down because of that? So, yeah, as we adjust our fees based off of the construction cost index. So if we see a reduction in in inflation, then that's reflected. Each year we look at that, and it's a 3-year average. So if we start to see the inflation, kind of take things back, because our last update we saw roughly about a 27% increase in inflation. So as that starts to drop, then we could see a reduction in the fee. Now, two more questions, Chair. Fees. Why would these fees apply, say, for example, if you have a development and you have a development agreement, and then in that development agreement that the developer would be responsible for certain roadways expansion, will they still have to pay these fees? And if so, why? Wouldn't that defeat the purpose? Yeah. Or is that fairness, I should say? So if there is it depends on what the development agreement, what specifically is written in the agreement. If there are specific roadways that are identified in the TIF program that they've agreed to I guess, improve, then there could be a credit, I assume, for those costs, right? But there are other roadways that are going to be impacted maybe within that planning area that they will need to still mitigate for if it's not covered in that development agreement. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you, Najee.
Any other questions? I have a couple of. Well, first of all, I understand, saying that the developer pays the fees. Really, the homeowner pays the fees. It's passed on to the purchaser of the home. I mean, that's reality. Developers, obviously, if their costs increase, they pass it on to whoever else is purchasing their property. The second one, in regards to Vice Chair Rickman, I understand, if a more sparsely populated area or development area has to pay more because there's fewer residents, there's less development, et cetera. But at the same time, and Najee, I know you're acutely aware of this, with our county roads, is it usually, if there's less development or less homes or whatever you want to call it, population, there's usually less traffic, which means the deterioration of the roadways is going to be elongated as opposed to a more urban area where a lot of people travel those roads on a daily basis. And therefore, and I know, the county projects on a timetable, different interim repairs or improvements, or whatever you want to call them, because of the potential for, like River Road, for example, being one of them in South County. So when I look at this, for example, like, when you talk about like Stockton, and you got, Lockford and, some of the Linden and some of these other areas that are included in these different planning areas, it's kind of interesting because before redistricting, for example, my district went from Thornton on the north and certainly the west side, down through Lodi, Linden, Clements, Lockford, Ripon, Escalon, all those areas which are bifurcated by this planning area. But the reality is all those particular communities are all rather, lack of a better term, sparsely populated or lower populated. And it would seem like, they would be, in redistricting, you called it community of interest. But in this particular case, it's like community of benefit. And then on the other side of it, if you go down from, for example, the city of Stockton through Lathrop, Manteca, Tracy, Mountain House, which I know is a sliver over there, separate. The question is, they would see more homogenous in regards to their either needs or repairs or whatever. So it just seems to me we have these planning zones, et cetera, these 4, and Mountain House maybe being 5. And it just seems to me like you would want to include communities that are like-sized or have, equal needs in the same benefit assessment area, as opposed to combining Stockton with some of the more sparsely. I'm not quite sure. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, why aren't we more consistent in regards to the zones that would have the same, I guess, the same transportation as far as volumes or other needs, as opposed to, and to be honest, on the east side, my district, for example, I know there's a lot more agricultural traffic, so that can affect the road. Anyway, just a question why we mix things up with Stockton and other cities in much less populated areas and charge them either more or less based upon the formula that you're using for those numbers.
Sure. I'll take a stab at it, and then I'll probably pass it over to Jim to explain. But I think that, yeah, there are, I guess, different ways that you can slice up the pie, so to speak, right? However, when we were looking at this, I think the idea is to, we already had the 12 planning areas that we had broken down into 4. And so now with those 4 planning areas, the idea was just to figure out how do you, between those, how do you make those the most, reduce the amount of variability that you have in terms of what the fee would be. But Jim, you can maybe speak a little bit more to the sort of the northern area and maybe why some of those communities are combined with Stockton.
Sure. And before I do that, I'll just back up a second because those are great observations. One thing to keep in mind that the temp share of project costs is much more reduced in those less developed areas, if you saw on the graph. So the intuitive thing is really what's playing out. What you don't see is that in those more sparse rural areas, your trip lengths are longer. You have to travel further for the same goods and services that a much shorter trip can be achieved in a more dense or urbanized area. And so vehicle miles of travel does play a role in this. So the length of the trip does have a factor. And this whole fair share analysis it's quite, it's achieved through modeling that, the trips that are being generated in one fee zone, they impact the facilities in their own zone, but if they have to travel outside of their zone, those are being counted too. So that kind of feeds into the fair share of that more rural zone. So you need to keep that in mind. Sometimes that's not as intuitive as you would think, but when it's described, it makes sense in terms of your trip lengths. What Najee was saying in terms of our attempt to try to reduce the variability among zones, we went through a lot of scenarios. We looked at one size fits all. We looked at different combinations of averaging between the 4 zones, and we do have graphs that can show that. And across the board, this urban and less, more rural combination of averaging produced the least amount of variability among zones. And so that's the one we're recommending.
Okay. And in that vein, you say Stanislaus and Alameda have a flat rate, is that correct?
Yes. So they are 2 counties that don't have fee zones. They treat every, whether it's a rural area or an urban area, they have 1 fee.
You know what they are for those 2 counties?
Well, they were on that graphic. I can't give you the number specifically, but I will say we did look at that for San Joaquin County, and it created much higher fees for some of the zones. That was just too significant to bear, in our opinion, for those zones.
Okay. And the last comment is, I understand, in regards to the miles traveled, I get it, but also I would say, being from, Ripon, for example, is that a lot of the traffic that's generated on those roads is not from those who live in that zone. A lot of the traffic is generated by people outside, which means the residents in that particular area are subsidizing people who, especially now with the congestion on 99, there's a tremendous amount of traffic on River Road. And if you look at River Road, there's very few houses or properties on that. So, and I get it, but anyway, I'm just curious as to, how we can better serve the residents in the less populated zones who end up paying more.
No, and that's a great question, and there is a lot of effort to isolate external trips, and those are the kind of trips you're talking about. So that's why the fee program, if you notice, roughly 61% of the total cost of the improvements cannot be paid for by future development within San Joaquin County for that very reason. They are being impacted by trips that the county has no control over. So we do exclude those.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to piggyback on what the Chair was talking about. And he's absolutely right. And, well, let me back up one. When you talk about zoning, you talk about consistency. And you're saying if it's more in an urban, if rural's more with the urban, then it benefits the rural. That's what the graph is saying, correct? Because of the decrease of fees in the urban areas. If you combined like a zone instead of having them on their own.
Right. We saw variability among the 2 more urbanized zones. So the effort was to try to minimize the variability across all 4 zones, regardless of their characteristics.
And the Chair touched on it and then took the words right out of my mouth. How fair is it that, the smaller communities, not even the smaller communities, we'll say Ripon and Mountain House, and you have people that are traveling through our county roads, coming, they get off of 205, for example, take the back roads and try to bypass the traffic, or off of 99, 120 area, getting into unincorporated areas, or for prime example, River Road. Why should, in that instance, the Ripon take the brunt of such a huge increase? It's not, I could see if it was 1 or 2, 3, 4%, but according to that graph, that's double digits.
Well, again, they are not taking the brunt. We are removing any and all trips that are not occurring within unincorporated areas of the county. So we are only counting the trips of the local residents of the unincorporated area.
How do you figure that out, though?
If we can pull up the slide, I don't know if we can pull the presentation back up, but yeah, as part of he can maybe explain the analysis of it in terms of how we separate out the trips through the model. But there is the slide on the financial side shows that around 61% of the funds to make the improvements that are needed have to come from some other revenue sources. So that's the funds that we have to go out through grants or other competitive programs to fund, because those are essentially those external trips. Those are the folks that are jumping off of the freeway and cutting through the neighborhood that we cannot charge development for. So the folks in Ripon they don't pay for those trips. We have to separate that out.
But how do you figure that out? I mean, for example, River Road, I'm pretty sure it's not all Ripon folks out there, or even Escalon folks using that roadway.
Maybe you can explain
I would love to know the percentage.
Yeah.
And hey, look at Howard Road, where there's another road. I mean, I would love to know the percentage of that.
I don't know how satisfied you'll be with this response, but it's through travel demand modeling, and you have universities teaching entire courses on just that questions. So travel demand models, and we use SJ-COG's most updated regional transportation model, and you can select a link, which is a roadway, and that model can trace every trip that shows up on that link to its origin traffic analysis zone and its destination.
You see what I'm saying? Like 42.3, that's crazy.
Yeah. So I think this is what Najee was referring to. If you see that huge percentage, to 63%, that is what cannot be included in the speed program, because you can't charge new development for trips that aren't generated within the unincorporated areas of the county. Only that 49 million, or 19%, reflects that, and that's what this fee update is about. So all the concerns about external traffic and folks impacting your roadways, the county has to pursue other funding to try to address that. And that is the lion's share of the problem, as you say.
And part of the way that they figure that out, Supervisor, through the chair, Supervisor Rickman, part of the way they figure that out is now through our cell phones. So there's big data that shows, where people are traveling. And so through those traffic demand models, they kind of figure out where that trip originated and where it ends, and which ones are actually attributable to, the folks that live in the community. Some of it we do have. There's we have some access to some certain big data, but it's not very, there's still not a lot of, consistency in some of the data that we have. There's other folks that are paying a lot more money that have more reliable data than we do.
I do feel like it's a fairness issue. Like some of these smaller cities, rural areas are getting these fee increases, which is insane. And on another side too, and I mean, again, this talks about affordable housing. We mention it all the time. Every politician out there talks about affordable housing. And when you're talking about it, goes, our chair was even mentioned, it goes to the developers, and they pass the buck somewhere, and it's the home buyers. I mean, my God, if you look at some of our homes here that they're going $8-9 million now, you're seeing homes. So it just seems like there's continuous add-ons to residents. So with that, Najee, again, man, thank you. Appreciate all you do.
Thank you, Chairman. Real briefly, based on the last slides, no matter what the fees are, we are dramatically lower than what competitive or regional counties are, correct?
In general, yes, we're on the lower end of the range compared to adjacent counties.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
There are questions? Not open the public hearing. Anybody from the public wishing to comment? Seeing none. Clerk of the board? None. Okay, close the public hearing. Need a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
And it's opted 4-1. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, I see we have a lot in the audience. I'm going to move one of the items up, Mr. Wilverding, if it's all right with you in regards to the ARPA funding for the fire departments.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen. And I will probably need a moment for our analyst to come from my office since we pulled this thing forward. She probably wasn't expecting that, but Sarah Sickler will be making the presentation on my behalf.
And then on top of that, probably after that particular agenda item, we'll probably adjourn for closed session until whenever that's over, and then we have an afternoon session that will include the discussion. Yes. Okay. That'd be fine. Thank you, Doug. We'll take 5 minutes real quick and then we'll reconvene. And then also on the Lodi, I assume maybe the same staff.
That'll be Adam Cheshire will be presenting on my behalf for that.
Check, test, test.
Okay, call the San Joaquin Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. We're going to move to item number 4 in regards to the ARPA funds for 13 fire districts requests. And then after that, we will move to item number 5 in regards to the Lodi Access Center. So, morning or afternoon, I guess now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen and members of the board. I'm Sarah Ziegler, a Deputy County Administrator with the County Administrator's Office. At this time, I will provide the board with the County Administrator's recommendations for the second tranche of the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds for 13 fire districts. This will be a high-level presentation. At the conclusion of the presentation, I believe all the fire agencies that mentioned will be here to answer any questions as well as staff. Just for reference, this slide above may look familiar. It's from our October 4th meeting, and this is what was originally approved for the fire districts, approximately $5.26 million. As you'll notice at the bottom, $267,000 was not recommended for funding, and we kept with this for fairness purposes. We tried to keep with this structure for our further recommendations. The County Administrator's Office met with the Executive Board of the San Joaquin County Fire Chiefs Association to discuss possible projects of other fire agencies than the first round of approvals. As a result of that meeting, the various agencies have the following funding requests. Real quick, I want to thank Chief Walder. He was a huge help in getting me a ton of information very quickly on behalf of all of these fire agencies. Really monumental in getting this to the board so quickly. So we'll start at the top. Clements Fire District has approximately $478,000 in requests. Collegeville Fire, $178,000 in requests. Escalon Fire, $507,000 in requests. Farmington, $321,000 in requests. And you'll notice throughout this presentation, these are all for similar things, equipments, some capital projects, and I think we have 6 command vehicles. Next up, we have French Camp Fire with a request of approximately $681,000. Lathrop Manteca Fire with approximately $1.12 million in requests. Liberty Fire for $35,000. Lyndon Peters for $335,000. Up until this point, recommend funding for all of the requests. As you'll notice at the bottom, the premium pay for Manteca Lathrop Fire was not recommended, and also the reimbursement for lost revenue for Lyndon Peters Fire was also not recommended. And again, that is to be consistent with our first round of the $5.2 million, where we did not recommend the overtime pay from a previous year. Those will be the only 2 non-recommended requests. Everything else we do recommend funding for. McCollum Fire has approximately $771,000 in requests. Mountain House, $274,000. Thornton Fire, $166,000. And we have Waterloo Murata for $842,000. Woodbridge Fire, approximately $1.9 million, for a total funding request of $7,599,177, of which the CAO's office is recommending $7,267,276. Approximately $3.4 million will be reimbursement for various vehicles and equipment, and approximately $3.8 million is for capital projects. The fire district submitted quotes for nearly all of the requests. Because this was so fast of a turnaround from the request to bring it to the board, I'm still working with Chief Walder for some of the quotes, especially on the larger projects. Fire districts will purchase emergency vehicles and equipment and submit invoices and backup documentation to the county for reimbursement up to the total amount of approximately $3.4 million. If approved, approximately $3.8 billion will be committed to capital projects. The County Administrator's Office, in coordination with the General Service Division, will work with the fire districts to help facilitate viable projects that align with the county's capital expenditures policy. Similar for these capital projects, we will work like our housing projects. We'll have to bring items to the board with much more vetted. They'll have to go through the bidding process, but we will use, or it is our suggestion that all of the other for equipment and vehicles that we do on a reimbursement basis. On October 4th, when we did our first allocation of ARPA funding, approximately $15.89 million was recommended for future unidentified projects. So that was what was left in reserves at that time. The funding must be obligated by December 31st, 2024 and expended by December 31st, 2026. So if this is approved, this will be technically obligating the funds but not appropriating them. If approved, a total of $12.5 million will be obligated to fire agency projects, representing 17% of the second tranche of ARPA funding received in May of 2022. $5.26 million, which was obligated on October 4th, and then if today, $7.267 million of additional obligations today. If approved, approximately $8 million will be left in reserve for future projects pending other approvals. That is the end of my presentation. I am available for questions as well as, I believe, all of the fire chiefs.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Well, I appreciate that, but first, Vice Chair Rickman. Want to withdraw?
Yeah, I mean, I was... no, hey, I'm for this. I mean, I know I brought the fire department in 5th District up last go around, and I know we have Escalon here on 7.2 also. But, I mean, if you know, it was mentioned, I forget who mentioned it, someone here in the county and our staff, that, you know, hey, we don't have a county fire department, and you know, and that couldn't be further from the truth. And if you look at the JPA's rules and the consolidated fire districts and where they respond to, you know, in the counties on corporate roadways, if you look at over this last weekend with the heavy storms, who do you think are responding to the crashes, the downed trees, and flooding in our rural areas? And that's a lot of time is our fire department. So our fire department, you folks are sitting here today, our fire agencies are San Joaquin County Fire Department. Just because you don't have, you know, our name in front of it, I mean, you know, it's just not a true statement. So, and then you were looking at ARPA funds too, and you're looking at the public safety side of it. And I could sit here and talk about public safety all day, and I imagine you could too, Supervisor Nguyen, because you know, we spend our majority of our life doing public safety. But looking at ARPA funds and what they're supposed to be used for, the public safety side of it, I mean, you have our fire department, you can't get to pretty much more public safety than that. And, you know, looking at the COVID responses, and what the fire department did in our COVID responses and what this equipment would do you know, there's a huge nexus. But, you know, as an elected official, and, you know, one of our primary duties, if the primary duty, is making sure our community is safe and, you know, making sure we have a well-functioning, well-resourced fire department to respond to, you know, unincorporated areas, which is governed by the county, is essential for the safety of our citizens and our residents and folks that are passing through our county to go somewhere else. So I'm 100% in favor of this. And, you know, I know Supervisor Patty made a motion. I'll second that motion, and I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chairman Nguyen.
Okay. Before we do that, I need public comment. Anyone in the public wishing to speak? Chief Walder?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity for a second tranche of ARPA funds. What you're about to vote on goes to add to what you did before in the first tranche. 13 fire districts, put in the request that worked with county staff, CAO Wilverding, Assistant CAO Sickler, and Deputy CAO Regalo were awesome in this. We worked together along with the fire chiefs, executive board, and got this together quick. Just would like to thank you for your consideration of this afternoon, and have a great holiday season. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Supervisor Miller. Wait, excuse me. Anybody else from the public? Okay. Any emails? Clerk? Okay. Close the public hearing. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I also support this as recommended, so I'm assuming that that's the motion is as recommended by staff, correct? Perfect. I think it's I agree with Vice Chair Rickman. There is a very clear nexus between our rural fire districts and our COVID response tie-in and any future public health emergency. They will be front and center in terms of the county's response. So I agree that this is an appropriate use of ARPA funds, and I really appreciate staff making sure that it's consistent with previous requirements that the board put in place. So thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I did have a couple quick questions. I'm uncertain if, and as Vice Chair Rickman pointed out, there is the unincorporated areas that are without service on Highway 4, in particular between Stockton and Tracy. Have we adequately provided equipment or vehicles for those departments that were going to be doing services? Maybe perhaps through the chair, CAO Wilverding, do you know if that's been incorporated into this proposal for equipment?
Chair Patty, I'm not sure I understood the question.
So I don't see Mr. Dietrich here, but I know that we've chatted in the past, and we're trying to get a service agreement with different fire agencies that would be helping out and working with and covering for emergency response, like Highway 4 in between Stockton and Tracy. I see Mr. Dietrich come in. So through the chair, Mr. Dietrich. In the myriad of many things you handle in the course of a day, year, week, and month, just quick check, where are we, and are we adequately supplying any equipment that's needed to cover the areas that were without service?
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, I don't think that there's been equipment requested, but we have gone through the public comment period for the two or three EMS policies, and we're EMS administrator is working with several fire departments and districts to start to contract for those services. But to your point, I do not believe that equipment was requested for that service.
Okay, because we've dedicated some funding for equipment, but that's not part of this.
Correct. That's really more time and materials for response, but not dedicated funding for any needed new equipment.
Okay, got it. Thank you. A little clarity on that. So that's in the wheelhouse, though, so it's a little update. Thank you. I appreciate it. Somebody was just asking me about it a couple of days ago. But I wanted to thank the CAO's office and all the fire departments for coming forward. You asked for very little, and here's an opportunity, and I'm glad that we could use these ARPA funds and working through the CAO's office to satisfy these requests. And I also note that just a couple months ago, I believe, CAO Wilverding, you had mentioned when we were talking about a tax share that you had something coming back to the board. So here it is, and I'm glad we can approve it. But I also think we might want to look at the ongoing funding and that potential revenue share for that tax that was, it's been grandfathered and put in place, but might be amendable. So with that, and thanks to Supervisor Miller's clarity, as suggested by staff, that motion does stand. Thank you.
Supervisor Lapuga.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to, again, thank the CEO's office also, and thank our fire department for coming forward, and glad we could help. And thank you for all the service you provide San Joaquin County.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you. Hey, I just want to give a shout out to Sandy Regalo, and she's been instrumental. I know in our office, she's the primary person that's been talking to, and probably you guys, sending that information. She has so much work to do and such a short turnaround. So I want to give her a shout out and thank her very much. And we know you worked very hard, and everybody in this room appreciates it. So thank you, Sandy.
And I want to thank Chief Walder and your executive team. Appreciate, I guess, the quick response, I'll put it that way, in regards to the information that the CEO's office needed. So I want to thank the chiefs for your applications and for those needs that hopefully we can fill with this grant money. So again, and Sarah, and certainly Sandy, and certainly Jay, as far as your participation in the meeting we had. And I also appreciate just the clarity and the consistency that we're providing in these grant programs to make sure that as we move forward with any additional requests, whatever they happen to be, whatever emergency arises, which is really the reality, that we have an opportunity to continue to use the same format, the same process, because to reinvent the wheel every time takes a lot of staff time, et cetera. So I want to thank all of you certainly for your engagement and your quick turnaround on this particular request. So thank you all. So having said that, we have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and I'll ask the clerk of the board to allow us to vote. It's adopted 5-0. Thank you all. Appreciate that. Now moving on to item number 5, Lodi. Mr. Cheshire.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen, members of the board, County Administrator Wilverding. The recommendation before you today is to authorize the County Administrator to transfer $5,300,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act fund to the Public Improvement budget under the Capital Outlay Fund to fund the completion of an emergency shelter in Lodi. City staff have prepared a presentation in that regard for you today, and with that, I would like to welcome to the podium Councilmember Doug Keene.
Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen, what a pleasure it is to be in front of you. I've got to say, first and foremost, to all of you, I count you as my friends, and for Chuck, thank you for your mentorship over the last 8 years. I've enjoyed my time serving with you on a variety of boards, and I just hope you enjoy what you're going to do next. Supervisor Miller, oh my gosh, we go back a ways. I walked precincts for you when you were running for the Stockton City Council. We've known each other quite some time, and what a pleasure it's been to serve with you. I could go through the rest of you as well, but I only got so much time here, so I just wanted to say thank you for your service to our community, and thank you all, actually. So I'm going to jump right in here with the Lodi Access Center. As you know, Lodi has tried to lead the way in this space for quite some time now, and we come before you today with a little bit of the story of how we're doing and where we want to go next. So the Lodi Committee on Homelessness was founded in 2015. I should probably hit this button, so you guys could follow along with me. Is it up, down, or oh, look at that, I got it. So the Lodi Committee on Homelessness was founded in 2015. Thank you, by the way, to Mr. John Ledbetter, who is right here. He was our first chairman of that board and that committee, and we have moved forward with great strides in Lodi, as you probably already know. We adopted, and I've got to tell a story on this one, other than just reading the slide. So I'm talking to Mayor DeBrum out of Manteca, and they had this community liaison officer. And I said, how is it going for you? Is it working? And he goes, oh, it's been great. And because of my conversation with Mayor DeBrum, we were able to bring that to Lodi, and we adopted the community liaison officer. That first year of our community liaison officer, we removed 100 people from our streets, 100 homeless people, through a variety of mechanisms and means. The problem continues to grow, though. That would have been a success story on its own. We've continued with that since that point, and we've had nothing but success with our community liaison officer. Our current one is on his second term, second year. We try and rotate them in and out every year. but the one we've got now wanted to stay another year on his job. He enjoys it that much, and he's been very successful. So, and then we have regular outreach initiated in 2018 and expanded in 2021. As you probably well know, November 4th, 2020, the City Council adopted the San Joaquin Community Response to Homelessness. I believe that we were the first city in our county to adopt the San Joaquin Strategic Plan and partnered with our friend Adam Cheshire in his position. I was here as we were having conversations about hiring somebody for your position. I'm glad we got you, by the way. You've done a phenomenal job for our county. And then, of course, we're moving on to the City Council approve the location and acquisition of the Access Center building. We've got tons of success stories. I'm going to let somebody else share that with you. But it's been working out pretty dang good. So we're going to move on here to the past year in the Access Center. So we have garnered input from a variety of subcommittees. Tons of design phase plans are coming up. We've funded those already. But I will tell you this, program subcommittees included input from the county whole person care, the behavioral health, social services providers, council members such as myself and our mayor, Mark Chandler, the Lodi Committee on Homelessness, which is a great committee again. They gave feedback on the services and spaces needed for that center. And again, it's been successful thus far. Safety program committee included input from local business owners. Lodi Committee on Homelessness, again, they gave feedback on the best route for our Safety Ambassadors program. We have garnered the support of the naysayers where we put this access center. Business owners were not thrilled about it being in their neighborhood. It was a NIMBY problem. But this Safety Ambassador program has been working out better than anticipated. It has calmed the fears of those business owners in and around that access center. We've expanded their service area recently. They are helping in our parks, our downtown core. What's not mentioned in this presentation is our Downtown Business Alliance president, David Claxton, came to our city council meeting, and thanked the city council for the ambassador program. It's securing the safety of our business owners. They're happy with the program, and thus we've expanded it at a cost as well. So the neighborhood safety ambassador program, you'll have a map in front of you. I probably should forward so I'm on the same page as you. Oops, I'm going to go back one. No, I'm only going to move forward. I wish I knew how to work this thing. Let's see if I can do it. So there's the map for the ambassador's expanded territory. It covers a multiplicity of parks and neighborhoods, mainly in and around that access center. We've had comments from business owners that our streets are cleaner as a result of the ambassador program and other variety of other things that are happening with this program. They will literally walk a female or a male to their car at night if you ask them. That we have an escort service associated with this as well. It's worked out fantastically. So the temporary access center, it is temporary because it's not fully built out yet. Wow, thank you. Somebody's helping me. I appreciate that immensely. And so our hours of operation, as you can see there, it has been fantastic. Just on a side note, I think I sent one or two of you some pictures. Before the Access Center was open, a team of us for Love Lodi went out there and cleaned up this building that it hadn't been utilized for about 3, 4, 5 years. And so weeds had overgrown. The facility was in a bad shape, and we cleaned it up before we started occupying it. I had a little backhoe out there, and we were cleaning up stuff. I'd never operated one before. I had a lot of fun doing it. But I'm gonna pass it over to Catherine Siddle now, if I may. Catherine chairs our Committee on Homelessness currently, and is doing a phenomenal job. And I'll let her tell you more about that. Oh, wait, before I go, one more thing. So our ask is 5.9, then we have or 5.3, and we have another ask at 2.9. But I would tell you, we're trying to phase this thing in. So as generous as you can possibly be, we are going to try and continue to lead the way in this arena for not only our city but the county. I'm okay with that. We'll make some mistakes and they can learn from us. But as generous as you can possibly be today, we have many more phases that we need to accomplish. This is just going to get us into the next couple phases. If you have the willingness and desire, we'll take more.
Hi. So I am a retired social worker, and I am a member of the Lodi Committee on Homelessness. And I now have an office. I was running a mobile access shelter with a few other members of LCOH out of my car. And I have an office now, and it's really amazing. So since we've been opened at the end of July, we can house up to 49 people a night there. But we are averaging 76 to 80 people a day are checking in. And when you check in, your partner, your pets, your possessions are allowed. You can't, to stay overnight, you can keep your possessions there, and we have a whole system we can work on that. If you have a bunch of stuff, you're coming in just to get a shower, we have another system for that. They're really getting that piece of it dialed in, so you're not leaving your stuff outside on the streets, leaving it in the park or behind the bushes. Not real effective. Everybody who stays the night must shower. New rule, kind of an interesting reaction sometimes, but it has become, even saying that, we're still averaging over 50 showers a day. So other people are coming to shower. They can finally get a hot bath. Having the bathrooms is a huge issue. As you know, a lot of business owners don't want to let people use their bathrooms. They have access to a bathroom, hand washing, all of that. 3 meals a day. The number of breakfasts and lunches we serve are significant every day. So they come in, and once they come in, then they are available to all the wraparound services. They can get the life coaching. They can have their appointment. That's one of the things about having an office. I can now tell my good friend Dennis Butner, you can use my office to meet with people. And we have whole person care coming, and we have community medical center coming, and we now have a spot where they can get services, and they're getting hooked up, and they're getting linkages. We actually have a small fridge to hold insulin. And we have a whole section. These diabetics who couldn't manage their insulin, who were constantly hitting the ED, we now have a way to work on that, thanks to Community Medical Center and their wonderful support. So there's a lot of things that I could not even begin to do previously. Like I said, excuse me, you can see the numbers there per nights overnight. In November, that's actually been bumped up to 42. And one of the things I really appreciate about the cooperation between the Access Center and Hope Harbor is a high barrier shelter. But the folks who were staying at the Access Center who could test clean to drugs and alcohol are now spending the night at Hope Harbor so we can get more people off the street into these other beds. And that only works with the cooperation of both programs. That's been very significant. I have is that the next slide? Yeah. So the big one about the 19 people getting into programs. What I want to say about this is John Narvis, who runs Hope Harbor, the Salvation Army program emergency shelter, he came to LCOH and told us before we opened, this is approximately 3 months, first 3 months we were open, people would come to Hope Harbor and say, I'm ready for a program. I'm ready. I need it. I got to get off the streets. And he would say, great. We welcome you. We want you. We got to get you detoxed. Come back in 72 hours when you're detoxed. That means going back to your tent and trying to detox on your own because there is no detox. Now, but at that time, they were getting 1 or 2 out of every 10 who could manage to come back. Now, 3 months later, they walk them over to the Access Center. They introduce them to the crowd. They do a warm handoff to the staff. They are immediately loved on, prayed with, held, whatever they need and want. If they need to go throw up, someone holds their head. Whatever it needs, it's happening. It's now 7 to 8 out of every 10. That would not happen without the Access Center. I was doing intensive outreach and case management all of last year And we didn't get 19 people into transition into program. Not even close. It wasn't even double digit. And in 3 months, we managed to do that. So that's really significant to me. I also have just 3 real quick stories to tell you. We were open less than 2 weeks. And I got a call. This is the wonderful Dennis Butner who connects everybody together. He had Officer Crusenberry call. He had received a call from the mobile evaluation team through behavioral health and the deputies. They had an incident in a surrounding neighborhood outside of Lodi where it was a tragic situation. A woman and her children ended up unsheltered, had a language barrier. They were not prepared. They did not know this incident was coming, so they were traumatized. The behavioral health worker called me and said, do we have any place in Lodi this family can come? For the first time in my 35 years, I could say yes. The woman and her children were brought to the Access Center. They were immediately enveloped. The children could stay in Lodi Unified, stay at their schools. The connections it was significant as opposed to if we had to move them to downtown Stockton after this trauma. It was significant. The other one was just on December 2nd. Good old Deputy Crusenberry again calls me before 8 o'clock and says, I have a gentleman who's been camping in a county little lot, but it's next to a private school. And the school's not comfortable with him being there. But he's open to services. He wants help. I said, okay. So we do the 3-way call. I do my phone assessment with him. I explain what the Access Center is about. I reach out to Inner City Action. They send a van. I direct them together. The man is picked up with all his possessions, taken back to the Access Center. I get there a couple hours later. This is less than 3 hours from the first phone call. He's dressed in warm, clean clothes after having a hot shower, had a meal. He's asking to get reconnected with his behavioral health services. Those appointments were made. 10 days later, he's stabilized. He's doing so well. He's now part of the work team that you see that does part of the cruise. He's helping out serving lunch. Without that Access Center, I couldn't have made that happen. You have to have that place, that ground place, where we can get them in there and get the work done. So that is the difference that I can tell you. We're doing it every single day. I think, is that where I'm supposed to stop? I'm on a roll. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I want to start off with a thank you at this point. Everything you just heard was a direct result of your support of us about a year ago when we had asked for extra help in getting this temporary Access Center going. It's only temporary in its formulation structurally, but it's not temporary in how it's working. So we are coming before you again for some assistance in helping us get over this last hump, and that's completion of the Access Center, the formal Access Center. Above you, or on the screen right now, is just an overview. Directional arrow. Sorry. Reacting quickly. There is a backbone. There we go. Okay. This is the overview of the site. Our project is based on an adaptive reuse of an existing industrial structure. It's roughly 23,000 square feet, which will house our navigation center component, which is the administrative core of the Access Center. It will hold our entire point-in-time count, so we will have 200 bed capacity. We have some public accessible spaces in there for things like program expansion for AA meetings and other things which are supportive and need added administrative spaces that currently aren't found within the city at no cost to those organizations in support of what we're doing. We will have outdoor recreational area associated with this. At the heart of the project, you can see a square that has sort of a diagonal running through it. That is actually our admissions courtyard. What it's allowing people to do is to come in off the street with their carts, possessions, dogs, anything else they have in their midst, to be able to come in, be off the street, not feeling like they're on parade waiting in line for services. They can either go directly into the Access Center component of the project, directly now, there we go, So our administrative hub is there for them to connect to personal identification, social service providers, other things which they'll need in terms of just existing on the street without even being admitted into the Access Center itself. But the Access Center will be self-sufficient. It will have a commercial kitchen, commercial laundry, as well as dietary center, counseling spaces, so our case managers will have confidential spaces in order to operate and work with each member of our unsheltered population. We have flex space built into this. We also have some medical-related discharge opportunities working with our local hospital. So we have a rather robust program. What we've also illustrated in this graphic, and we'll talk about a little bit later, is we also felt it complete to wrap around not just the idea of stabilizing individuals and giving them a revised purpose, but also going another step further and helping them to revitalize either a craft they had, learn a new trade, get involved so that a jobs program is much more available to them. If you're familiar with Salvation Army and specifically the one in our community, it operates a culinary program. They have between 10 and 15 graduates every cycle that are given their certification to then go out and work in the restaurant field. We're looking at doing things here that will assist in everything from medical assistance, dental assistance, programs, trade-related jobs, working with metal, working with wood, and having a facility like this directly on site that is not going to be only available to those that are unsheltered and in the Access Center, but also eventually become a magnet for teens in our community that are at risk of homelessness, that we want to be able to provide them some great, strong leadership as to where they can go and start to establish an attitude towards a career. Where we are right now, we are in the design development phase. I know you had a rather lengthy conversation on architecture, and that's my background, but I won't bore you with the details. Design development is simply moving something that is conceptual into something that is much more definable. From that stage, which we're now in now, will be the completion of the construction documents needed to prepare the project for its bidding process and permitting. The city will go through its normal channels. We don't get a free ride through our process, so we will handle that internally. But we will hopefully come out at the end with a bid process and then a groundbreaking ceremony, which we pray we can invite all of you to attend. The timing for the construction, completion of construction documents and design development should be done in the next 3 months. And then we're hoping that through permitting, we should be done in about a month and a half in a permitting process, hoping it's allowing us to bid and look towards breaking ground as soon as we know the weather's been pretty stable for at least a few months. I'm going to turn this over to my amazing neighborhood services manager, Jennifer Runt. But this is just a small interior glimpse that you see on the interior courtyard. So one of the things I didn't mention here is that individuals who are coming in, who are sort of protective of their animals, their possessions, and so forth, there'll be an opportunity for them to be able to secure those belongings while they're in actually receiving counseling. So while they may not be admitted yet, we're also trying to make sure we eliminate any barriers that would eliminate folks from coming in for fear of either losing their possessions, losing control of an animal that's a partner to them. So we've tried to identify as many key components of the design to actually facilitate more involvement from those in the unsheltered. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen and Board of Supervisors, for meeting with us today. We're excited to be here. I know everybody's shared that already, but just wanted to share that. And thank you, everybody, for listening into this. So the next part is that I have to talk about is the money. So hopefully everybody could see this. I tried to make it as big as possible for the viewing of it. This is actually just a really summarized version of our current estimates. It's been revised over time since the inception. As we came in about a year ago, it's morphed quite a bit just with what we've seen in the construction and even in the development of supplies and things like that. So what we're looking at right now is we've already completed the community engagement process. That was kind of the process we went through to determine the location of the Access Center, let everybody in the community know what the Access Center was and what it would provide to the community. And then we went into pre-development costs. This included the acquisition of the property, which was about $2.1 million, as well as some design material as well. Now, phase one of the project we have is going into the street frontage, fencing, and sound wall, and that's because we do currently have our temporary emergency shelter inside of the building. We wanted to make sure that we got the frontage completed and the sound wall completed before we move them outside onto the property, so that way kind of it tempers the sound of like the train and things like that. If anybody has been out there yet, there is a train that runs behind it, so that'll kind of help with that a little bit. And so we are anticipating that being about $800,000. Again, these estimates will be more defined as we go through the bid process for construction. Phase two is actually the Access Center Emergency Shelter, so the actual physical building that we're looking at. John kind of showed that a little bit ago. It's 23,000 square feet, so it is not small by any means. So at that, we averaged out about 350 square feet. There is some variance in that, and that you were provided a detailed budget as well. That kind of breaks that down a little bit more. That is coming in at about $8.7 million. Then obviously, in order to allow for vehicles of not only the employees, but clients that have vehicles to not be on the street, we have to develop a parking lot. The parking lot that we do have developed has, I believe, 24 spaces. And then we will have some street frontage parking as well, so there should be sufficient parking for clients that have vehicles, as well as any employees that come on, or county services or nonprofits. That is estimated about $230,000. And the remaining landscaping is phase four, so that's always kind of like the last thing. You start plugging in trees, grass spaces, and things like that. We want to make sure that there is green space available, not only for the clients, but we do have an allocated dog run as well for any of the pets that are out at the facility, and we're looking at about $225,000 for that. As we know, things don't always go as planned, so we did allocate a contingency of approximately 15% of those costs, and that comes in about $1.4 million for a total of $13.6 million for the design and development of the Access Center. So with that, we have our request to the Board of Supervisors. Currently, we have allocated $8.3 million, including various city-awarded grant resources, the grant that was provided by the county last year, and city-allocated American Rescue Plan Act funds. There's further details on the next slide as well to kind of show the breakdown of available funds and how it's been allocated to the project. This does not include the $4.5 million allocated to administration, operating, and the neighborhood safety program, the ambassador program that we spoke about earlier today. So our request for consideration at this time is $5.3 million. This will fully fund the development of the Access Center and emergency shelter to be able to open for operation for the capacity of our point-in-time count. And this next slide is just the detail that we had discussed previously. That shows the various allocated funds that the city has allocated to it, as well as the county requests that we have on the table today. And at this point, I'll pass it back to my director.
Thank you. I wanted to also state that our mayor had tried to stay as long as possible, but had to leave. He was really hopeful of being here to help echo our support, or our thanks for potential support. This next thing is what we discussed. This is our learning center. We have opportunities in the future for added grant funding. If all were possible, we would love to build this at the same time, simply because economy of scale. But we don't want to deter your support, but wanted to bring this forward to you so you understood we still have more work to do to make certain that we can accomplish this goal. This will happen. We just can't guarantee that timing of those components. We are available for any questions you may have of us. It over to you, which concludes our formal presentation. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, excuse me. I apologize, Mr. Chair. We have we have John Ledbetter, which we would love to have come up and address you. We were told it would be best to do it now rather than concluding our presentation.
That's fine.
My omission.
I appreciate hearing from John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. all I can say is wow. I've been involved in this process in Lodi since the very beginning, and our very first meeting was in October of 2014. And I think the success of our that we've had in our community is the fact that it's always been a public-private partnership. We understand the public's got to be involved, and we understand that it takes government as well to help us with this problem. And it is not just the public's problem or government's problem. It's everybody's problem, and we truly understand that. So I say wow because by 2015, 2016, we had developed a lot of plans for this particular access center. But the big problem was, as always, there was no money. This is a dream come true. And I get a little emotional about it, but it's truly a dream come true, and it's truly going to make a difference in the city of Lodi. We've kind of been at the leadership role in our county. It was pointed out in the 2015 by the county grand jury that took homelessness on that year and pointed out Lodi was kind of leading the charge. We do it because we love our community. We do it because it's the right thing, and we do it because we understand that we want to basically, we want to help some people. They're there under, a lot of them are there under no fault of their own. And we, as citizens, responsible citizens of our community, responsible citizens of our county, we need to do something about it. So, as I said, all I can say is wow. We really would want your support to continue this process, and it's a real it can be a real guide to other communities, and I really believe that San Joaquin County can be held up across the country in what's being done to mitigate this issue, this large issue in our communities. So thank you very much. We very much appreciate your affirmative action. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the city? Okay, bring it back to the board. Ms. Treshar, do you have any comments?
You know, I just want to thank the city of Lodi, especially Jennifer Ryan, who I worked with very closely in developing this presentation. What a great overview. It is phenomenal to see the progress. Thank you, Mr. Ledbetter, for sort of highlighting the process and the path that we've taken to get here. So with that, I'll let it go.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. You know, from the very, very first convening of the county's homelessness task force, the Lodi committee was involved and has really provided a lot of leadership to the process. And for a long time, we kept talking about various cities dealing with their unsheltered population. And far too often we heard from some of the cities, well, they're not from here. So our policy is put them in a police car and we drop them off in downtown Stockton. Lodi didn't have that approach. Lodi had the knowledge because they had folks on the ground, and they understood that the folks who were homeless in Lodi, they didn't want to go anywhere else. They also felt that Lodi was their home. And really, from, I think, an abundance of compassion, the committee in Lodi and their elected leaders really got it. And it's great to see this here. John, I second your emotion when I say, wow, this is an amazing project, and to overcome, you know, all of the resistance in the neighborhood and to do a slight pivot and come up with an ambassador program and to be really responsible to everyone that it takes to get the community buy-in for something like this. It's pretty phenomenal. It really is. So I'm very supportive of this. I'm really excited to see it open. I think it's great that you've got the temporary facilities, so you're already making those connections with the community that you'll be serving and with the different partners that'll be helping you provide the services that are needed. I just can't tell you how great it is to see this come forward. It's wonderful. It's my last meeting, and I just couldn't have anything more satisfying come before me on this day. So thank you for really kind of making the meeting for me. I wholeheartedly support the project.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, CAO's office, going back a couple years ago, Supervisor Rickman, when we did budget, and I worked on a proposal. We got funding for Tracy, Manteca, and Lodi for starting up their emergency shelters, having met with the city councils and planning and the city managers at the time. We came forward with a proposal, and this board approved it. Is this any use of those funds?
Supervisor Patty, these funds don't have anything to do with that, I don't believe.
Okay, so the money that we had allocated, that the board had authorized, was for an emergency shelter. Have those funds been accessed at all? Or could we move those funds over to this program?
I'm a little confused as to what funds you're referring to, Supervisor Patty.
There's nothing confusing about that. Okay, Mr. Keene, I don't know how CAO is confused about it. The board approved.
You're talking the original appropriation you made for the $2.8 million that went out to Lodi. Is that was that slice? Because we did three cities at the same time in that July meeting.
Do you remember?
I do remember that. I wasn't sure which piece. You're talking the $2.8 million piece.
The Lodi piece. I wouldn't. This is Lodi now. I'm not asking about Manteca or Tracy. I'm asking about Lodi, and I'm sorry if my question isn't clear.
So is this in addition? Is this in addition to the 2.8 we issued to Lodi in 2021?
Have they accessed that 2. If it's 2.8?
That I don't know.
Yes, we have. We purchased the building with those funds.
Excellent.
Without your support in the past, we would not have been able to acquire this facility. And so, yes, those funds have already been used up, and we need a lot more.
And this is part of that?
No, so that was the acquisition of the building.
Right.
We did that, and now we need to build out that property.
But the same building, this is all one
building,
okay,
yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's great news. That's a success story. And I really have to commend Lodi for leading the charge. I have been a major proponent for emergency shelters. While 10 years ago, the dictum came down that housing first, we must stabilize people by giving them an apartment and pay for their rent endlessly, pay for their utilities endlessly, no requirements for sobriety, no requirement for jobs, no requirement for any level of accountability, and they've proven statistically and empirically that that has been a dramatic failure. It's been billions of dollars spent, and homelessness has gone up 40% in the last 9 years that they've incorporated the housing first model. So I absolutely appreciate and just embellish that you guys are going to be this model. That, and as we have funded for Tracy and Manteca and possibly Stockton be coming forward with something on that shelter front, maybe not, I don't know where they're going, but this is an absolute prime example of leadership, looking at solutions, looking at what's going to make a difference for those that are living in squalor and despair. And when you see just those just the two little success stories you point out, and how they had wraparound services, you've got dignity, you got showers, they have food, they have everything going. That's such a better approach. And you have beds now planned for 200 when you have to marvel at your foresight to do more. Because we had a strategic plan that we paid for through the continuum of care that called for county-wide 200 more emergency shelter beds, but we must focus on housing first as the real solution to homelessness. I cannot possibly appreciate and exasperate the foresight, the aptitude, the understanding, the embellishment, and the embracing of an emergency shelter with services, individual assessment, placement, and addressing the humanitarian crisis and the individual needs that each person has and an entry point for them. I just applaud this. I'm glad to see Supervisor Miller embrace it, not that she was ever against it, but I'm glad to see that we here in the county have an opportunity to make a difference. We have heard repetitively that the only solution for homelessness is housing first. And I understand, and I know that Councilman King has had his fingers on the pulse, to say the least, on this issue, and he agrees with me, and we embrace this in every capacity. Now, sir, you said you're an architect. If you could put forward a $2.7 million cost for architecture, we'll get you an extra $2.7 million, because apparently the county has no problem doing that. But that aside, I'm also in favor of the learning center, because I think we need a pathway of stability and giving people, and I also appreciate the foresight that making that something for perhaps at-risk youth or kids that don't go to college. They can learn trades, they can learn skills and have a job opportunity that could be done at the same learning center. So I'm in favor of all the above. I just have to applaud and truly appreciate that you have embraced this issue and taken it head on for the real, true solution. And the greatest accomplishment we can make is giving them a place to arrive, a place to come into, a place where there's a warm embrace, where there's showers, there's food, there's clothing, there's dignity, there's places for pets, partners, possessions. You name it, I've been talking about it, and I'm not saying that anybody else was against it, but I appreciate that we are embracing this here in Lodi, and I'm 100% in favor of where we're going. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. Hey, great to be here. I'll see you all back. I know last board meeting we discussed something also, and I mentioned then, and just as our supervisor, my colleagues were saying, Lodi, I mean, you guys are awesome. You guys have done a great service, and I know, knowing Dougie Fresh over there over the years, and picking his brain and listening to him and how passionate he is and how dedicated he is, and it has always impressed me. And one thing that we look at, or I shouldn't say we, I know myself, look at is how is our money going to be used, and I don't think that's a question when dealing with Lodi. I mean, you guys have been phenomenal in the past, and use the money wisely. And I agree with my colleagues, and I agree with what you all said today, is that you guys are the leaders in this county. And one thing when I got on this board 2 years ago, and prior to that, being the mayor of Tracy, is for me is making sure the county and the cities are working together hand in hand. I mean, one's not above the other. I mean, we're on an equal playing field, as mostly when it comes to homeless, and and that's one of the visions that we used a few years ago. Well, I guess it's last year, when Supervisor and Patty and I worked with the other cities that were ready, to build shelters, emergency shelters, to partner with them, right? And so I'm, glad to partner with the city of Lodi again to hopefully, reduce our homeless population. And I do agree with Supervisor Patty. I mean, I think the Learning Center is a great idea. I mean, if you're going to get people back on their feet, to get jobs, to become functional members of society once again, that they need to have a path to education, be it vocational training or trade. One question I do have, though, is with this money that if we do allocate, how they're going to be used. I mean, I just read an article yesterday or the day before yesterday talking about homelessness and looking at the underlying cause of homelessness. A lot of it is substance abuse and mental health, but they were talking about things that go hand in hand with substance abuse and mental health is the rising potency of the methamphetamines out there and the fentanyl that's out there right now. So with knowing that, folks that are addicted to those substances, how is this money going to be used to help those folks get off that drug addiction.
So you're absolutely right. We have a real opiate crisis. There's no doubt about that. And I could just tell you this last week we had someone hospitalized, and she got in there, she's hospitalized, she's stabilized. One of the things, I was on the phone talking with her, and I said, so how are you doing with it? And she goes, it's a lot easier to not have the cravings when I'm not freezing cold. So there is the connection between being in a very bad living situation and self-medicating. There's very few human beings in this world that don't self-medicate, whether it be chocolate, a glass of wine, or fentanyl, whatever it is. We do that. Those are our coping mechanisms. Every person who we are working with, whether it's through the life coaching or through more intensive counseling or it's through the behavioral health referrals or substance abuse, we have every single county program dialed in at that access center right now. I guarantee it. We have every single referral, a name, a person, and a phone number. I am not going to work in a silo. We are not doing that. So everybody is being talked to, figured out what is your barrier, what is going on with you, where's your coping mechanisms, what can we do to support, and how we can do that. Now, the more intensive addictions, those are the folks who are getting into the long-term programs. Intercity Action has a long-term program that we can feed people into.
That's
along
great.
With Teen Challenge, there's several that we have already utilized, and they're in there for a good year to 18 months to kick that hardcore serious addiction issues.
And one of the things I mentioned, last year was the unavailability in San Joaquin County of a long-term. I think Doug and I talked about that multiple times. So no, that's great. I just wanted to make sure that we're looking at the underlying causes of.
You can't address homelessness without looking at the underlying causes. There's not just one easy fix.
Right. No, that's all. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah. And I just want to just express for myself as a social worker, having been doing this for a very long time, having that access center, and I can say this also for our liaison officer who actually asked to sign on for another year, having that access center is keeping the burnout away. It's keeping the discouragement. It's keeping the frustration away. We have never felt this excited and this encouraged and this positive, knowing we're making a difference. So you're also helping your staff.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. With that, hey, you have, my full support, and only thing I would add is that Mr. Keene would have to come to every board meeting for the next 6 years. But I would ask, you have the 5.3 million. I like the Learning Center. Again, I think it's instrumental, and that's what, 1.7, 2.9. So round it up to 3. I would like to see that added, and so with that, Chair, thank you for your patience.
Is that a motion?
I can make that as a motion.
Supervisor Puda.
No, I think this is a great cause. Happy to help the city of Lodi. I know Doug's believing that you're doing a great job and looking out for the community, and great team effort, so happy to contribute.
One of the things I would add, a couple things actually. First of all, to Councilmember Keene, Doug and I came on the same time, and I worked with Doug over the years, both on LAFCO, certainly at COG, et cetera, gone back to One Voice and all the other, events that we've attended together. I would just make one comment about Doug, is he is a man of principle. He has worked very hard on the homeless issue, certainly in Lodi and around the county. I'm always impressed with his photographic memory and the fact that when we go to meetings, he's always knowledgeable and is very articulate in his position. So I just want to thank Doug certainly for the partnership we've had on these various groups, and certainly the contributions you've made, not only City Council, but certainly San Joaquin County. And John Ledbetter, I want to thank you. We've talked about this issue. I believe it's a labor of love for you. It's something that you've been extremely passionate about. But as opposed to, unfortunately, a lot of individuals who just talk about it, you're a man of action. you're one that's actually moved the needle. And I remember when I first came on in 2015, and Supervisor Miller, chaired the homeless task force for the county. And I remember in those meetings, and certainly through grand jury, but Lodi came up when we talked about, how do we want to progress in regards to addressing the homeless problem. Lodi was always the first name mentioned, because John and your committee and all the others, obviously that joined with you, have really made a difference and an impact. And for all of you, I want to thank you for your efforts. I know we've talked about this project for over a year, and I'm glad to see it come to fruition. And the bottom line is that we, as a county supervisors, we're here to really support you, your vision, certainly the accomplishments you've made. And if we can provide, the funding at least to move you to the next step, that's our role in this. As far as how you administer, and I really appreciate all your comments in regards to the programs, certainly the diagram in regards to the facility itself. You're way out there, and I don't think it's just something that is a model for San Joaquin County. It's a model for the state. It's probably a model for the country. So as far as us as a county, helping you to achieve those goals, I think probably this board is 150% in support of that. And I want to thank you all for your efforts. And it's interesting because even though Supervisor Miller and I are leaving, but I guess from my vantage point, I always appreciate individuals like all of you, because even though we may be gone, you're still there. You're still moving forward. You're still making that progress. And that's a great feeling, because you never want to leave something and fear that it may just fall off the cliff, so to speak, and no longer progress. That's not going to happen with your access. And I want to thank all of you and commend you for your efforts. Again, I look forward to hearing about your accomplishments in the future, and to see, as you grow, how, when you talk about the training center, things like that, how it really comes to evolve. And one of the things is elected officials, we are bean counters. We're number crunchers. We look at percentages. We look at those things. The things that you see are individuals, and every person has the opportunity and hopefully the right to really get out of their situation, oftentimes not by their own choosing, to really make it back into society and become productive. So I just want to thank all of you for your efforts, and I look forward to hearing about your accomplishments in the future. And with that, I would certainly, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. This is for the CAO and perhaps Mr. Cheshire. I also support the Learning Center, but I'm looking at the numbers of what's on our agenda today. And by my calculations, after we approved item number 4, there was approximately $8 million left in ARPA funds, I believe is what was said. Is that correct?
That is correct, Supervisor Miller. And if I can guess where you're going with this question, where's this additional $5 million going to come from? Right?
Yes, because
okay.
if I add this up and I add the 2.9 million in, we're already over. So I just want to make sure we have a plan.
You know where I'm going with this too, right? You allocated back in October $20 million for homeless projects. This is one of those projects.
Great. So the funding can come from a combination of ARPA funding and the money that was set aside for homeless projects?
This is a part of the set aside of $20 million for what was called housing projects, but would also include homelessness shelter projects.
Great. So it's not coming out of the $8 million.
It's already bookmarked.
Got it.
Back in October, we bookmarked it for very things like this because we hadn't identified. We'd gotten a plethora of requests that came, like $50 or $60 million.
Right.
So we can't do that, but we can probably scale them down to a critical 20 million, and this is 5.3 of that 20.
Great. I just wanted to make sure.
So it's not touching the balance that we've depleted now because of what we did earlier today.
Fantastic. Well, I also support the Learning Center, and I agree. There will be some economies of scale in terms of the construction and it's a sensible investment to go ahead and do it all at once.
Okay, so having said that, I will open public hearing very quickly. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Anything from the clerk of the board? Close it. No other comments?
Chairman, I had a request.
Go ahead.
Quick follow-up. Thank you, Chairman. Quick follow-up to CAO. So if we were to do the Learning Center, would that be a separate allocation, or could we use it from the same, as a part of the same bucket, for lack of a better word, the same dollars that have been set aside? Because this is an additional ask that the board seems to be so far favorable toward. So how do we fund that last 2.9?
From the set aside for housing projects from the meeting of October 4th, there should be enough left over following all of the projects that are intended to be funded, and I still have at least one to bring back to this board to add the additional 2.9.
So, and I know that we're going to have a very careful audit, and I appreciate the CAO's office is very meticulous about this. Are we okay with that 2.9? I see a nod in the background.
I would say we haven't done the sort of diligence that we have on other projects. Having said that, I think it's reasonable to expect that what we will get back from the city of Lodi will pass muster. Certainly the next step in this process, as with the other projects, is to refer it to the Director of General Services for final review and ultimately the execution of an MOU or some other kind of agreement. So having said that, if it is the will of the board to move today for the full funding, I think it makes sense for the county administrator to, in other words, direct staff to do that due diligence and simply refer it over to the General Services Department. If for some reason it is determined that that isn't going to fly, I think we can revisit that at a later date.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, when your estimation for construction at $350 per square foot, I believe it was, is that considered prevailing wage, or is that an open market bid? What requirements are we for that budget?
Yes, that would be prevailing wage for all of that.
Okay, so I want to let you know, having spoken with an outside counsel about this, that as it relates to using government funds, you are not required to use prevailing wage, and this needs to be verified. Our previous county council didn't have the ability at the time to take a look at this, but according to possibly 2 exemptions, including emergency shelters, you do not have to use prevailing wage. So you can look into that. You might be able to stretch these dollars a little further. That may not relate to ARPA funds, that may not relate, but just I'm letting you know now. We looked into this. I spoke to a legal. They looked in. They spent a couple hours. They said, we think we found 2 exemptions as it relates to emergency shelters. So again, you might be able to stretch these dollars. So with that, Chairman, and maybe more conversation, but I'll second the motion made by Vice Chair Rickman.
Through the chair, I think we had a motion on this very early on out the gate. If I'm not mistaken, and I think it was you, Supervisor Patty, who made the original motion.
Well, then I'll amend the motion. Well, I'll do a friendly amendment to add the Learning Center on that.
Agreed. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll first and second it, whomever it came from.
Is that clear, Counselor? All right.
And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you all for your participation.
Thank you.
Bravo.
And Doug, I'll see you at the rest of the supervisor meetings.
Oh, I'll be at your open house.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Did you have one more? Was there one more fire department? Vice Chair Rickman, did you have a fire department, something that?
Yeah, 7.2.
Is anybody present that needs to be addressed?
I don't know if any Escalon folks are here.
Okay.
Escalon's here? Is Escalon here? Okay.
looking here to see what we have that we got the 1:30 hearing, although, and that's a public hearing, which I think the attorney's already here. I don't know about that.
Yeah, he's already here.
So, that
Chair, when are we in recess at the moment?
we're in recess for about 10 minutes, and then we'll pick up for the public hearing. Next. That oftentimes, these events or these operations are approved, but they're not, for example, in another district, another community, another location. So it's very easy to say, hey, it's okay because it doesn't affect me. And I noticed in the staff report, it does talk about the lack of jurisdiction by community development as far as property values. But the reality is, if I were going to buy a home nearby that plant, I would be very concerned. And the reason would be, and it's also touched upon in regards to the compatibility because of the olive processing previously that was handled in that building. I don't disagree that there's a similarity in regards to agricultural uses. However, there is one significant difference between the two operations. In olive processing or any other, agricultural processing that occurs within the county, they don't require security. My understanding, all these security plans require, 24/7 security, which means that there's something there additional, different than what we have just for agricultural processing. And as a resident nearby, I would be concerned in regards, and it's brought up in regards to crime, but I would be concerned in regards to that potential. And again, you don't have a history yet because of the lack of operation, but I would venture to say that many residents would be very concerned if one of these operations were located near their neighborhood. I'll put it that way. And I know it's not your jurisdiction, I get it, but it certainly is cause for concern, especially for one of the people who lives within the 1,400 feet area of influence that you've drafted in your report. So again, I think there's a lot of negative things here, and I can go to I won't say philosophical, but certainly the pragmatic concern in regards to cannabis in general. And I know that the one time Supervisor Elliott and I were in sync, so to speak, but I'm just concerned, I've said it time and again, I'm concerned with the potential abuse or, I guess, impact upon especially our youth. I read the other day a statistic where now they find that youth more frequently are using cannabis than alcohol. And I obviously, it's a long time ago when I was youth, but I certainly remember what alcohol was like. And that, again, is a problem. And we can talk about the adverse impacts, et cetera. And I know that really isn't in your wheelhouse, so to speak. But again, I think anytime government supports or endorses any type of cannabis operation, and then on top of that, because the increased usage by especially adults certainly sends a message that it's okay. Because if your parents use it or your adult friends use it or whatever, then it must be all right. And again, realistically, cannabis today is nothing of the strength that it was back in the 60s and 70s. So, yeah, but anyway, thank you and appreciate your presentation, Megan, because it is a concern in regards to the neighbors, and I have to be sensitive to that because as everybody on this board would be if this were being built and they're their home. So again,
Chair Nguyen, could I add one small piece of information? So the uniqueness of this development agreement also is that there's an annual certificate of compliance that has to get issued, which basically confirms that all conditions are still being met and that we don't have enforcement issues. So that's a little bit unique compared to like the olive processing facility as well. We don't do that for typical ag-related businesses. So that is something, so that is really where your check is. We always have the opportunity to look into a site if we receive a complaint, but we do actually have to record a certificate of compliance saying that they are complying with their DA. So if that gives you any comfort, there is that check in there.
And this section in there, I pulled it up. It's actually section 14.1, and it's called an annual review. There's a whole section on it.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, but I guess as I've stated earlier, this is something that, as far as our regulations, et cetera, doesn't really address the neighbors' concerns as to this particular facility located near their homes. So I guess my question would be, and I know, from your vantage point, you have to be fair and objective and all those other things. But I would offer this, that at least on a cursory basis, that there be a little more diligence in regards to observing this operation to make sure, especially since you have no history. And let's face it, there are things that occur. And you talked about the individual, I guess, director or at least participant in a previous cannabis operation, which was deemed to be illegal, and he stepped down. I get it, but it's the old birds of a feather. If you have that type of environment or caliber of individuals, then, one can assume that maybe others are of similar like. And again, I'm not making accusations, but that's just the reality. And people who don't know because they don't see it draw their own conclusions. And all I'm saying is that I think residents of this county expect the county to do what they have to ensure the health and safety of all residents. And I'm sure code enforcement, environmental health, the sheriff's department, I'm sure they're all attuned to that. But again, I'm not asking you to pick on them, but I certainly would expect that there be, at least in the initial stages of these operations, that there at least be an awareness of what's going on in spite of complaints. Because to be honest, my experience is often neighbors don't complain because they don't want to be subjected to focused harassment, whatever you want to say. And I've seen videos of what can happen. So anyway, but I appreciate certainly at least taking my comments. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. When the voters of the state of California legalized cannabis, there were a whole lot of people that were deeply concerned about the impacts that would have on young people. And when we looked at trying to find a safe way to pass a cannabis ordinance in this county in response to the voters, originally there was going to be a set aside from the annual revenue from these businesses that was specifically going to go to children and youth services, more specifically prevention. There was a lot of discussion about it helping to backfill the loss of tobacco tax dollars, but to fund similar programs, which have had a very positive impact in terms of reducing underage tobacco use. But it wasn't passed by the voters. Some members of this board that were opposed to any and all cannabis, period, were also against tax measure. And what we were told at the time was that there would be development agreements and it would be addressed in, or could be addressed in the development agreements. I don't see that that has happened, and that was the risk of putting this into a onesie-twosie kind of situation. It all depends on how and when and who is involved in the negotiations of the development agreements and what the current appetite for board members is to keep tabs on it, check on it, and ask the questions. So I guess my question is any portion of the annual tax that the county is going to collect on this product, is any of it going to be dedicated to prevention services for young folks?
Supervisor Miller, through the chair, and I'm trying to find the language here, but I recall from the first one that we approved, because this question came up back then, was that the language in the agreements were that would be at the discretion of the board to be able to appropriate that funds as whatever particular board at that time wanted to dedicate those funds to. And the funds could be used for mitigation, for children and youth. It could be used for a variety of things, including general services as well. And it was my understanding that that was structured that way. And these were designed before I came into this role. I kind of scrambled, as you may recall, when I first got appointed. And that was to leave the board the flexibility to be able to do a variety of things with it. There was not a dedicated fund that was set up specifically for that, like the tax measure that was set up that didn't pass.
So I guess my question would be, has there been any thought to developing a process for, now that these development agreements are starting to be approved? I mean, we don't have anything in operation yet, I understand that, but as these businesses begin to come into operation, has there been any discussion about developing a process to bring this issue to the board on a regular basis? Because the board is not in a position to monitor when those businesses go into operation, how much money's collected, and really where the money's going. So I'm just wondering if there has been any discussion about that going forward.
You want me to handle that? Sure. The short answer is no, there has not. And what I would suggest is that as these things get closer to fruition, and the Lockford one kind of went through some major changes before it got moving down the path again. So things have been going relatively slow in this regard. It would be my recommendation, and I saw Adam Brooker, there he is, he walked up here before, is we could take the lead in our CAO's office and we can bring a proposal to the board to do something periodically, and even maybe to recommend some sort of, what do you want to call it, apportionment, almost like obligating funds like we do with ARPA. That would be up to the, up to the board, and we could do that in whatever fashion you all would want.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Nguyen, members of the board, Adam Brucker, County Administrator's Office. To CAO Wilverding's point, since neither one of the prior two are operational, all we have at this point are two one-time payments in a fund. The amount is $50,250, I believe, off the top of my head. So we haven't had, a massing of, revenue payments from the gross receipts. As Director Jolly said earlier, we are committed to doing an annual review. We can wait and bring back a process when we do the first annual review, when we've had an actual year of gross receipts and have, hopefully some revenue at that time, or we could bring back something earlier. Open to your, direction on that. That's it.
May I just add something? We're sort of a team. We have different sides of the same coin on this. And if I can roll your question back just one step, what you're referring to was, what, if I have it correctly, was that when the tax didn't pass, the alternative way to get revenue was legally, appropriately through development agreements. Development agreements by law under the government code, as well as recognized in our county code that have the annual review, are required to be negotiated. Those are negotiated on behalf of the county through the CAO's office. But it is, in fact, the development agreement where we could allocate those funds to a specific type of service. What we have opted to do through the CAO's office is to make those generic. So you could do two things as a board. You could identify the place those funds are to go within the DA itself, which does lock the county down into using those funds in that way, because that's the ordinance that would be adopted at the time you approve the development agreement. Alternatively, you could do what we have in the current model, which is that it goes generically to the county, which was raised by CAO Wolverding, and then have a after processor report where we then take those funds and say, in fact, now we want to use them that way. So when we're talking about that process, we can look at it in those two ways. I would say you have one before you today. Under the law, it is ultimately the county who negotiates with the applicant on the DA. So although we're bringing one to you for approval, which has been negotiated, you can, theoretically, you could look at that, you could potentially add that. We can discuss that today, but I wanted to flag those two models and make sure that we were tracing it from the moment when the tax didn't pass to the board's decision on the DAs, because I have a little bit more history than some. So I just wanted to add that in addition to what Adam has added.
So from my standpoint, I believe this has already been negotiated in good faith on both sides. So I'm not comfortable trying to make any 11th hour changes to any kind of an agreement. I think what's before us is what's before us. And the agreements that have been approved up till now, I think perhaps when the revenue starts to flow, then the board perhaps should have some kind of an item brought before them to deal with those revenues and how the board would want to allocate them, and then perhaps at that time raise the other issue with the board about the other option. The other option is that going forward, any development agreements that are negotiated, this set aside that represents the priority of the board is baked in. But I'm not comfortable doing any of this kind of stuff from the dais at the 11th hour. I don't think it's fair. And I also feel that this is a decision going forward that the full board should have a chance to really get all the information and weigh in with. So that's how I feel about it today. I think this board can deal with it next year when the revenue starts to land. But you answered my question, and I appreciate it. Thank you, all of you. It's a team. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And just for a quick review and reminder, and as Supervisor Miller points out, and Chairman appropriately, there are health risks and there are really challenges, and primarily for the adolescents. We know scientifically the brain is fully developed when they're in their mid-20s, and if you're experimenting with drugs, trying even recreationally, there's a higher instance of psychosis, paranoia, all sorts of psychological and really detrimental behavior for adolescents, because, as the chairman points out, cannabis can come in so many different strengths and strains that there isn't federal guidelines like we have beer. You can only have a certain amount of alcohol per bottle, but we don't have any regulation as it relates to cannabis. So I would shift this, and picking up with where we have left off in the conversation. We talked about expense for law enforcement. We know cannabis is here. It's in every schoolyard. It's throughout the county. It's people growing it legally, illegally. It's selling. It's readily available. So we know that, and that's why we went forward with the limited structure that we did. I enjoyed working with Supervisor Miller and others via PUDWA as well to get to where we got for a framework. Our current CAO was not CAO at the time, but again, for a quick review on where we left off on that. And I believe, and I would segue this to Director Dietrich, because we've got three real risks for adolescents. And we know that we have a settlement coming forward from Jewel, which I think our chairman may have announced during his State of the County. But, and that's a victory lap for this board, because we empowered our district attorney, Ms. Verber, to pursue a lawsuit. Other counties joined on. There's a massive lawsuit coming down, a settlement coming down, and we will have, I don't know if it's hundreds of thousands or several $1 million. I have no idea, but I would personally like to see, and I'm only one supervisor, but to bring back to the board, and that's why I bring in Mr. Dietrich, we look at vaping, we look at fentanyl, we look at cannabis. These are risks for youth. So I would suggest that we can incorporate any windfall to address those concerns, so that we are, as we know, we've curtailed the tobacco use of smoking cigarettes in many ways because of warning labels and messaging and commercials and such. So as we're looking at fentanyl being a high risk that we recognize it is, vaping being a health risk that we recognize it is, especially for adolescents, and cannabis, again, being at risk for our youth, the youth here in America and in our county, I would suggest we start to encompass what a program would look like for messaging in our region for use of these funds as one of the possibilities. But as Supervisor Miller points out, this is something to bring back to the board to consider the use of funds. But that's a little reminder of where my position was when we approved cannabis and did it in a limited structure. And these were the concerns that I laid out back then, and I share them now. That I think that should be in the wheelhouse for some of the use of funds for messaging to our adolescents. And that's all. Thank you, Chairman.
Any other comments? Okay, open that public hearing. Anybody from the public? Mr. Devron?
Chair Nguyen and members of the board, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. First, I'd like to thank staff for their presentation, as well as their recommendation of approval. We're pleased to be before you this afternoon, along with theirs, as well as the Planning Commission's recommendation in light of this project, meeting all the necessary findings for approval. First, to address some of Chair Nguyen's concerns, as well as Supervisor Miller and Patty, I'd say that there is a significant amount of regulatory oversight by the state of California and also by local jurisdictions with active businesses. I actually have two locations. The one in Stockton that I represent, as well as Lockford, was notified yesterday of DCC coming by for an inspection, notwithstanding those operations being pre-operational. So they insisted that they come by for an inspection even though there's no commercial cannabis activity ongoing. And so there's a great deal of oversight. I would add that I do acknowledge the concerns as far as the risks to youth for drug abuse, but I would remind the board that the youth of America are not getting their cannabis from regulated facilities. Cannabis is ubiquitous throughout California, and one of the struggles that we as commercial cannabis operators and representatives face is the continuing impact of the black market on our communities. As to the allocation of funding for things like law enforcement and children's programs, in Stanislaus County, a significant portion of the cannabis revenue generated from those development agreements has been allocated to the Sheriff's Department specifically for eradication of illegal operations. And then as a one-off, Supervisor Miller, in one of the DAs that we've negotiated in Stanislaus County, prior to us being formalized into that county's program when we were operating as a collective, we had contributed to the John F. Kennedy School for the Disabled in Modesto, and we were insistent that when we were going to become subject to the financial obligations of the development agreement, that a certain portion of those funds still be directed to the JFK School to continue that legacy of support for that particular children's program. As to some of the concerns of the neighbors, I think they are significantly addressed, and I'll touch on some of those in my comments here. But I must address the reason for our original request for a continuance of the initial Planning Commission hearing. On the day of the hearing, we did discover that the former CEO had been accused of a crime. We asked for the continuance in order to investigate that, and as soon as we validated those claims, we asked for his resignation, which was immediately tendered, and at this point, he is no longer part of the company. As to the project itself, a few high-level points. First is that all the improvements in construction are going to take place on the interior of the existing structure. So aesthetically, nothing changes, and there will be no disturbance to the neighbors with respect to the development of the facility itself. Next would be the discrete nature of the operations themselves. With indoor cultivation and distribution, there is no access to the general public. With the odor control that we're going to have in place, we have industrial carbon filters that circulate the air and scrub it of the foul odor. So that alleviates that concern. As to water usage, we're going to be utilizing drip irrigation. So the maximum anticipated water usage will be 1 million gallons a year total. The water basin, I believe, on an annual basis has about 50 million acre feet available So that is not a significant concern as well. As to potential environmental impacts related to irrigation runoff, all of our runoff is going to be captured, collected, and hauled off-site. So there'll be no discharge to the soil or to the septic systems. Exterior lighting will be all downward facing. It's going to cast a perimeter of about 25 feet off of the exterior structures. So lighting pollution as well is not going to be a problem. And I just add that all the nutrients that are utilized in cannabis cultivation, whether outdoor or indoor, are 100% organic as mandated by the state of California. So when you talk about, pesticide usage and the potential effects there, that is not a concern. With respect to the Fairchild Industrial Park and some of the adjacent uses that are ongoing currently, and also very near proximity to the neighbors, we have a steel manufacturing plant right across the street. That was the photo of the facility right across the street was a giant steel manufacturer. As well, right around the corner, we have a chemical pesticide manufacturer. So when you evaluate the proposed use, indoor cultivation and processing and packaging of what's essentially a flower, we're more akin to the packing shed down the street and much less impactful than those existing uses are. So I did want to emphasize that. This company submitted its application with full awareness and expectation that it was going to be subject to scrutiny by multiple government agencies, not only the county and the state, but also the San Joaquin County, or San Joaquin Valley, rather, Air Pollution Control District. And so that act in and of itself shows a willingness to be completely transparent and certainly unwavering regulatory compliance and zero criminal activity whatsoever is a given. I think that's further demonstrated by the fact that we immediately removed this person that was accused of a crime from this operation. Touching on some of the arguments from opposing counsel, they cited a PhD study that posed a risk of threat to wine grapes, and in this case, they made an analogy to the cherry orchards that are next door. What opposition failed to mention, however, was that the PhD herself is quoted in an article as saying indoor cultivation is an option. So that completely eliminates the validity of that argument. It should be disregarded and giving absolutely no consideration here. So while we're sensitive to the neighbors' concerns and fully intend to be attentive and responsive to any future complaints, we don't agree that there is any substantial basis to justify denial of this project. We've reviewed all the conditions of approval. We're ready and willing to abide by those. And with that, considering we do meet all criteria, we have the recommendation from the Planning Commission. I'd ask that you vote today to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation and approve this project, the mitigated monitoring plan, the negative declaration, conditional use permit with proposed conditions and necessary findings, as well as our development agreement. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time.
Mr. DeVron, I always appreciate your presentations. I will miss those. But on the other side of it, you touched upon an area that I didn't bring up, but I think we're all aware of, is since we've passed this particular cannabis law, and you particularly brought it up, is that the illegal market has exploded, which obviously you and your clients are trying to combat. But part of the government is part of the problem, because we have demanded too much in extraction of taxes and fees and things like that, that a lot of individuals who would have probably gone legit when this all passed have gone illegal because they can't afford 50% of their profit going to government entities. Again, I'm not picking on you. I'm just telling you that's what's happening. And you know this because you deal with the issue all the time. But anyway, I always appreciate your arguments and comments in regards to this particular issue.
Thank you.
Okay. Brother Miller? Oh.
Thank you, Chairman. I pulled something up. I wanted to address specifically your question earlier because I found the language instead of, and I was correct. I just wanted to point out it's in Addendum A, Section K1, the County Treasurer regarding audit and examination of records. The County Treasurer or tax collector shall have the power to audit and examine all books and records of the licensee, including both state and federal income tax returns, California sales tax, or other evidence documenting the gross receipts of licensee and, where necessary, all equipment of the licensee for the purpose of ascertaining gross receipts to determine the amount of gross receipts impact payment. So there it is.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Chair, I can elaborate on that from a practical standpoint. So we're subject to a track and trace system that's called metric, where we have to report our planting, we have to report the change in disposition of the plants, say from the nursery area to the flowering canopy area, as well as our yields, our harvests, and then what we end up with as a dry weight product. So all of that information is entered into the state's track and trace system that the local governments can have full access to. As well, we're required to disclose our annual, actually quarterly revenues to the CDTFA. And in many cases, when we go and pay quarterly payments to the local municipality or the county, we're required to provide those disclosures that we've given to the CDTFA to the locals to allow them to validate, what our sales are. As well, that can be cross-referenced against our metric records. When the Department of Cannabis Control comes in for an inspection, oftentimes they are demanding records on the spot. They want to see invoices, they want to see shipping manifests, they will go back months to look at your surveillance records, and they are cross-referencing your documentation to make sure that it all lines out, it's accurate, and that everything is fully accounted for. As I mentioned, we would expect nothing less than full transparency to the county in that regard, and there are, significant means to validate where our revenues are coming and what's happening at the facility at all times.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. Just to reiterate, Jennifer, Ms. Jolly, there were several conditions that has to be upheld, and like what we were just discussing, that you have an annual inspection or annual whatever it may be. If those conditions aren't met, you can shut them down, correct? Kind of like what you see, or not shut them down. You can pull their permits for not applying those conditions, correct?
Yes, I believe through the chair, I believe what we would do is probably address it like we do any sort of land use permit that's out of compliance, which is what we would try to work with them to get them into compliance. But I do not control the licensing.
Right, I understand that. I'm just looking at, for example, I know, when I was the mayor at one time, I keep saying that today, and but we had was it a nightclub, I think it was, and they didn't meet the conditions of their approval or permits, and we ended up shutting them down. It wouldn't be any different, would it?
You don't really have the ability to just shut a business down.
Well, I understand.
You have the ability to bring it back to the board for reconsideration of revocation.
Well, that's what I'm referring. It would have to come back to the board.
That is something that could happen.
Yes, and the only reason I mentioned that is that there are several conditions that are in place, and we are going to be looking at these types of businesses once they're operational. Imagine the sheriff's going to be doing that as well, and so if there aren't in compliance with the conditions that we set forth, and you can come back to the board, and it's been done in other industries like nightclubs. I assume like I said, unless I'm wrong, that you can pull their permit for violating those conditions. So just for our neighbors that are concerned or folks that are around that area that are concerned, that's all I had to say. So thank you.
Okay, you know what? I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this issue? Clerk of the board, any emails? Okay, all right, close the public hearing. From the board, fire motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, please vote. Yeah, it's adopted 4-1. Thank you all. Appreciate it. All right, so we're having a little bit of compaction here in regards to our discussion items. And so I will lay this out in regards to trying to give individuals a sense of where we're going. So the next item I'll ask because of one of the participants who has a flight is Public Health Services presentation on the Emergency After Action Report and Improvement Plan. Mr. Diederich.
Thank you, Chair Wim, and thank you for accommodating some of our timelines. We have our subject matter experts from Tetra Tech who provided the after-action report. I just want to make note that it is the consultant's report. They have a presentation, and then the vendor as well as staff are available after the presentation for any questions and direction from the board.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Sarah Vanderkapellen. I'm the project manager from Tetra Tech. For this project, we've been working with the staff throughout the county for several months on the development and the finalization of this after-action report. So as you are aware, this is a project that went out for competitive bid. So we were the vendor that was selected. So what we've done in this project is used a predefined methodology of collecting information through interviews and surveys and analysis to develop this report. And through the report, we identify the strengths of the response and also the areas for improvement. And then we also identify the strategies by which the county will continue to close gaps that were identified as areas for improvement. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Patty Jean Hooper, who's going to walk through the PowerPoint slide.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Chairman Nguyen, members of the board, and thank you so much for running the PowerPoint presentation for us. On the first slide that you will see is the introduction of both Sarah and myself. We were members of a team that were selected. On the second slide, you will see that we will be talking about the process, so how we did this. And towards the end of it, we will go into the results. So when we approach an after-action report for any kind of an incident, we ask participants what they thought went well and what they thought areas of improvement were. So our job is not to value judge, you should have done it this way, but rather to ask for information from the participants on what their experiences were, because they were the people that were in response operations. And then we do an analysis of all of that information and we produce the report that you have in front of you. On the next slide, you will see that this is one mighty big long timeline. On this mighty big long timeline, you will see that we have been asked to examine a portion of the response to the incident. So you'll see that the World Health Organization, in declaring this a public health concern in 2020, through the governor ending most executive orders in 2022, we limit the amount of time that we look at the incident to that. So this is the reflection of that timeline. Those are major incidents that happen during the timeline. You can't capture everything, but those are the major incidents. On the next slide, you will see that one of the first things that we produced for you is something called a document review report. For a document review report, we look at all of the partners engaged and say, would you give us the major documents you would like us to look at? So we are not looking at every incident report that came out for every incident period. We have this limited to what are major and primary documents you would like us to look at. We equate those to industry standards. So in the industry of public health, of emergency management, there are certain standards that we look at. The CDC is one of those standards. The International Association of Emergency Managers is one. And within our organization, we have a tool called the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion tool. We evaluate all of those reports against these industry standards. On the next slide, you will see that these were the 10 primary documents that we were given to review. Some of them are very big, the grand jury document. Some of them are smaller incidents, like the press releases that we look at. And then we looked at any number of other things like situation reports and policy memos. So this tells you the documents that we read and that we equated to those 3 standards. On the next slide, you will see this is the way that we report on that. We always identify the strengths that we found in the documents. These are according to those industry standards. So this example from Appendix C is talking about the strength of the multi-agency coordination support annex and the weaknesses and our recommendations. And that's the way we present all information, because there are strengths and weaknesses to everything that we look at, and our recommendations are based on those standards. On the next slide, we produced a survey that went out to a variety of participants that were response operators. These are the numbers of the data that was presented back, and that report you'll see on the next slide is presented in graph and chart format. So on the next slide, you'll see an example of one of those survey results. Pretty easy to read. Everything's color-coded from strongly agree to strongly disagree, and it is based on the particular question at hand. So very easy to report that data in that format. The third section of what we presented is the after-action review. What you will see on the next slide is how we did that. Talking to 25 focus groups for a matter of 2 hours apiece. We had one long workshop with the Resilient Community Advisory Board, which is made up of any number of faith-based and community-based and advocacy organizations within the county. And then, as you all know, we spoke with you as a part of our 57 individual interviews. So either myself or a colleague had an interview with you on your response operations as well. On the next slide, these are the documents that we used as our evaluations. So we look at FEMA for the emergency management elements of that. We look at CDC for public health, and then SAMHSA, the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness Response at the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. One of those good government names. When we look at core capabilities, all of them have response, recovery, preparedness. We look at response operations because that is what we are evaluating, your response. There are more core capabilities under response. Fatality management. Thank goodness you didn't have a large call for that, so we didn't evaluate fatality management. But these are the core capabilities that we did look at. For the CDC core capabilities on the next slide, you will see some of them are similar. Volunteers are always emergent during any kind of an incident, whether we're talking about response to a flood or response to COVID. So you'll see some of them parallel one another from organization to organization. You'll see in the third slide, on the next slide, the third that we look at, they are far more encapsulated on three things. So foundational readiness, medical surge, and response coordination. So it's a much tighter evaluation on that. On the next slide, you will see that we go through 3 drafts. So we work with our client and say, this is what we have written up. Is there anything that you would like to challenge, something that we have misunderstood or information that was left out or something that needs attending to? After that, this is the document that we have provided for you. What you'll see on the next slide is some of the major strengths. So this is where I will sit back and we can chat. The major strengths, we always report on the whole. What we do not do is point out individuals. We do not point out the rare or the exception. We are looking at the major strengths overall in a 2.5-year period. Whether we're doing this for a fire or whether we're doing this for a flood or whether we're doing this for COVID, the major strengths are always organization-wide. So when we say that staff demonstrated exceptional professionalism and dedication, this is who we are talking about. We are talking about people who, in regard to life safety, as their profession indicates, whether it is police and fire or whether it is public health or emergency management. This was unprecedented. Was worldwide. These are people who stood up, prepared to deal with the flu pandemic and able to adapt very, very quickly to a worldwide pandemic. A very good pivot on their part. Exceptional response operations. Getting a data scientist, when I read that and I saw the impact of a data scientist as such, that was remarkable. If you have not patted yourself on the back for that, this is the time to do it. To base anything on evidence and to take that evidence and to direct it at community members who are most vulnerable, whether they are people in the direct path of a fire or they are people who are more directly in danger of COVID, was remarkable. As a nationwide standard, that was remarkable. I need you to take a moment at that. As a nationwide standard, that was remarkable. Your emergency medical services agency and your medical health operations area coordinator was successful because you had a surge capacity. You had a medical community that was willing to stand side by side and say, how do we approach this as a medical issue and a public health issue and a public safety issue? Having partnerships like that with a professional medical community was exceptional. Having access to a max vaccination plan was good too. Now, it was not the plan that you utilized throughout the whole thing, but you had a really good template. Nobody in the world had a COVID plan. Everybody who had a plan had either a flu plan or a vaccination plan, and they to adapt very quickly. You all adapted very quickly and were able to tailor make that. So you had a strong template for a plan to begin with, and it was exceptional. On the next slide, on the next slide, you'll see that your finance and administration plan group, your section, was very good at doing a pivot and using all of this public funding that was out there and available. Imagine that you're not only dealing with the actual event, with COVID being there, but now a whole new way of funding and all of this money that was coming in, being able to use that money quickly to have it accountable and to have it out there to the partners that needed it was a great strength. And then your community, gosh, your community really stood up. Your Public Health Resilient Community Advisory Committee. You had faith-based organizations, you had community-based organizations, you had advocacy organizations. When we had this big meeting of that, the thing that they said, bar none, we had access to public health partners and communication partners who were able to share science with us, were able to get rid of the red-blue politicking that we were getting from all over the world. And they were able to clarify it down to here's the science and here's the best information we know about the science. We were able to take that back to our community members, and they were able to make the best personal and family decisions based on the most reasonable science at the time. Having that kind of relationship not only with the professional community, the medical community, but also to have that with the members of your community that work every day with vulnerable populations or with culturally sensitive populations or new Americans was quite a strong relationship, and continues to this day, which is really good. Your PIO group was a best practice. They stood up and said information in and information out needs to be continual, and it needs to be very high quality, and it needs to be in a way that is easily consumable by people who don't routinely understand or read or know a lot about science. And so in plain English, to a diverse community, they were quite a strength in what you had. On the next slide, you'll see that we talk about primary areas for improvement. If you'll note, this is not everything that you did wrong. What we just talked about are the things that you did brilliantly, that you did very well. These are things that you can improve upon. This is not a fault. This is not a finger pointing. This is you did okay to you could do better. And that's the way we approach these. So the primary area for improvement is understanding standardized emergency management systems. I can say this to you because you've gone through 2 years of it. Emergency management means nothing to you until it means everything to you. Whether it's a wildfire, whether it's a flood, whether it's COVID, you think, I'm sure emergency management is taking care of that. And then all of a sudden, everybody needs to do emergency management. You need to do it for policy setting. Other people need to do it for a public information group. Other people need to do it for vaccination. Everybody needs to learn emergency management better. Just as we all adapt to technology, we all learn the latest cell phone, we all learn the latest Word application and the sort. Just like we learned that, we, all of us, need to learn emergency management better and what our role is in emergency management. You, unfortunately, are no different than any other county out there. This is a pretty standard thing in most after-action reports, is we need to tend to emergency management a little bit better because it's not going to be COVID the next time, but it will be something else. Whether it will be a wildfire or a flood, it will be something else. In emergency management as a standardized emergency management system is the system that can help you get through. The public health response plans were not applied in a timely manner. Does not refer to public health not doing that, but the plans out there needed to be shared among all of the partners, and everybody needed to get on board behind public health as a lead in this. And that plan simply needed to be trained and exercised from policy through operations across all of the partners, whether those are the medical professionals or the community-based organizations. We had those plans. We needed to move them along a little bit quicker. County leadership, across all county leadership, the attention to staff stress was really underrated. In emergency management, generally in response operations, the big operational period is a limited amount of time. Think back to something else really big. Think 9/11. How long were we doing response operations? We were done with most response operations after about a month. Not that the stress didn't go on, but response operations were done in about a month. For COVID, they went on for almost 2 years. That is an awful lot of working around the clock. That is an awful lot of unanswered questions because the pandemic itself shifted many times. It is a very long time to stand up an emergency operations center, a department operations center to do response operations. That kind of stress on your workers really needs to be addressed along the way. On the second slide, or on the next slide that you'll see for primary areas for improvement, moral injury and post-traumatic stress. It hasn't stopped yet. That is one of the things that we need to look at for responders to this incident is how do we give people a break in the middle of response operations? How do we say thank you along the way? How do we keep good people in their jobs? How do we give them the support that they need? That is something that we need to work on. Public health information technology. Technology is our friend until it isn't. The great need for data and producing data quickly needs to be maintained along the way. So when we, the public, or when governing bodies make requests of public health, give me the statistics on, show me this area of the county. We expect that information to be there quick. We'll just Google it. We'll just Bing it. It'll be right there. Well, it's not right there unless you have the technology that is maintained along the way. And it's very easy to say, well, there's less of a budget, so we won't give IT the needed support in terms of personnel or infrastructure, the material they need to do that, to produce that data for us. If you want good data, you need to invest in the infrastructure of data. Then the larger issue that no incident is ever insular. It is never just, it happened in this county. So there was inconsistent messaging from federal and state governments and private sources. Talking about, do we need to mask, do we not mask, how effective are the vaccines, all of those sorts of things. And that degree of inconsistency really makes a difference in terms of getting messaging out there that people can, in the community can make actionable decisions upon. We need to get better at where we value information coming from, and we need to prize the information that is evidence-based and is based in public health and based in science rather than, but I read something online. You have the scientists in front of you, you have the PhDs, you have the MDs, you have that evidence in front of you that it should be rated higher than just generalized information. On the next slide. The improvement plan that we provide. The improvement plan, this is just a presentation of what the improvement plan looks like. We have a series of observations in this document. The example up there is a strength and then the recommendation. What we ask in the starred area is who is responsible for taking that. Is it going to be the fire department? Is it going to be public health? Is it going to be the Board of Supervisors? Who's the contact? What's the start date? What's her target completion date? And is it high, medium, or low priority? On the next slide, you will see an example of one of those. So observation 5.3 is an area for improvement. So the ineffective use of the Incident Command System, ICS, resulted in poor information management from the Emergency Operations Center and Department Operations Center, which impacted situational awareness, are we all on the same page, and communication among partners, and negatively affected incident response. That is our recommendation, that you get more training and more exercises across the board. The responsible party has been identified as OES and CAO. The point of contact is the director. The start date is the 1st of January. The target completion is on December in 2023, and it's a high priority. So the improvement plan is presented as such. I'll give you the example on the next slide. These are things that they're working on already. So the observation, the strengths, the Resilient Community Advisory Committee, so your community-based committee, was exceptionally effective. And the recommendation is it is a national standard for equitable community engagement. It should be identified as a best practice, and it should be expanded upon and evolve. That group of individuals and representatives should be something that you now rely on a continual basis. Public Health has agreed to that. The Emerging Diseases Program will be the lead. They have started it already in August of 2020 when they formed that. It is ongoing, and the priority is high. So it will be engaged in a series of incidents. So when the next incident occurs, whether it is that flood or that earthquake or that fire, that group will be there to be in community response mode, and they will have trusted relationships built throughout county government, which is remarkable to have. So an ongoing effort. On the next slide, you will see that we're open for questions on the process of what we've done. It was a remarkable conversation that we had with your community. People were exceptionally willing to engage. Community members from their homes sat there and said, it was so cool to be able to have somebody from public health to chat with. When we talked with you, it's like, we never anticipated this, and it was exciting to see the evolution of where we were going. We talked to public health people who have been doing this for the past 3 years, and they said, anything you need to know, we can go with. We talked with fire chiefs. We appreciate very much the effort that takes. Sometimes it is a re-traumatization, but everybody was open, and everybody seems open to growing from this experience, which is really what we always hope out of any kind of an incident that we evaluate in terms of response operation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none there. Clerk of the board. Okay.
She is out, Chair, but I do not believe that there isn't any action besides receiving the report that needs to be taken.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen, and thank you all very much for the report. And I remember talking, I believe it was you, maybe on the phone. So I appreciate it, and I know I pushed this for it to come back because we did have some errors as you saw in your report, and hopefully we can learn from that. But look in the report, you mentioned SIMS, and of course you have NIMS and the whole incident command system. And one, I think, the biggest failures that we had, and I'm glad you confirmed my suspicion in the report, is a command and control, the defined responsibilities. One of the things that we did have is, you had all these different departments operating in a silo. You had your public health doing one thing, you had OES doing one thing, you had your EMS doing one thing, and COVID is just one issue. I mean, we have floods and fires and so on. And one thing I would love to see, or that we need to do, is make sure the whole incident command structure, and mostly SIMS, is followed. And, taking the politics out of, this whole incident command system. I know for me, I've talked this over in great detail, and I still talk it over in great detail. A lot of time with our fire department, sheriff's department, since they operate the incident command system every single day. It's not once in a 10-year pandemic or a 100-year pandemic. And, we just had an agendized item here last month, was it last week or last board meeting, in which, during this, and when it first started, when we weren't following the SIMs and NIMS, when we decided as a board to put the chair on top and, try to get the whole organization back. We're very fortunate, to have Supervisor or Chair Nguyen here too. Between the both of us, we have over, 50 years of incident command system, knowledge. And having the board get up there and being able to have direction, being able to give that direction, we were able to get back on track, and we eventually caught up. But my concern, what I'm trying to get at, is, during the last board meeting, there was an attempt to reorganize the whole OES, the incident command system, without even first seeing this report, and that should bring, start a red flag. One of those red flags was, dropping out, removing the board chair, which it was at that time, and replacing it with the, the CAO. And it, no offense against the CAO, but if we're going to have an incident command system, if we're going to have that structure on top, it sure the heck shouldn't be our CAO. We should have somebody up there that knows, the whole entire incident command system, like a fire chief or a fire department or our sheriff's department. You can have a joint command with those two and have a department head, like a chair of the board, to be able to get that messaging across to the lower, functions. You have your management and, your operations and so on. And so that concerned me. And I think that's something that I guess this future board is going to have to decide of how that whole incident command structure operates. Do you disagree with what I just stated?
The wonderful thing about the National Incident Management System, NIMS, the National Incident Management System, is it's not the California system, it's not the Oregon system, it's not the Virginia system, it's a national system.
Right.
This is a great opportunity for the board, as new people come in, is to have an education system on, Mr. Rickman, you're new to the board, here's your emergency management notebook, here's your training on NIMS. Everybody will have the same understanding of what the National Incident Management System and what your role is about that. And it should be a standard part of your training as a board of supervisors, as a new member, is to understand what the role of NIMS is. So you're not faced with questions like that in the middle of response operations, but you know them ahead of time. And that is our recommendation in terms of training. You get yourself some really good NIMS trainers to come in and to have that as a standardized process. So you're not having those kind of decisions at the incident time, but that it is a given policy ahead of an incident.
Right. No, I agree. I think we, need that training. And we are very fortunate to have, our sheriff's department, our fire department center, and even OES and our emergency, so in some extent, but not to the extent that they are. But no, so I'll leave it at that. And, I'm going to keep this on my desk because it is some great information. You made some great points, and it is so instrumental that this county, I just don't want to, for me, I want to lead. I don't want to just lead San Joaquin County. I want to be able to lead this entire state, that we have the best incident command system. So God forbid something does happen, and it always does, that we'll be able to get in there and take care of business, and we'd be the model for people to follow. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for waiting until after 3 o'clock, and, Merry Christmas.
Thank you kindly.
Supervisor Miller, did you have a comment?
I was really just going to thank you for the report. I also wanted to thank our staff for their really supportive participation in it, and I think there's a lot of really great information in here. For me, what stands out is exactly as you said, there were so many people in this county, both civilians, both county employees, folks all over this county that really stepped up above and beyond and met this crisis. And it's good to see it in print and recognized. There's always going to be areas for improvement in any organization, always. And so I'm happy to see those as well, because I truly believe this is an organization that is interested in improving and doing an even better job next time. So, so thank you for the report. It was great.
It's always the A- student who wants to say, what can I do to get an A and how can I get an A+?
Absolutely. Give us that extra credit. We're going for it.
I want to thank you for certainly your report and presentation. I do agree with Vice Chair Rickman. When I was chair back in 2017, we had some catastrophic rains and floods, and as chair at that particular time, I was, basically in charge of emergency operations. The organization, though, we had a retired fire chief and a retired police chief that were working at the OSC, and I was able to go to them and ask them questions about the ongoing operations, because as Vice Chair Rickman talks about, they were very familiar with SIMS and ICS, et cetera, and that was a great benefit. I have commented also, though it was very challenging from the standpoint of being in charge, because I couldn't be there in the EOC as often as I'd like to, because as chair you have all these other responsibilities. And one of the things that I brought away from that was that we had a lack of technology and communication, and I raised that because we had all kinds of maps and documents pasted on the walls, but if any particular department or agency that was participating, we had state agencies down in our EOC. And so it was really a great undertaking, but the information was not spread quickly. It was, if you wanted to know something, you had to go up to the wall and look at it, and that's not the most efficient way. So I would add a couple of things. One is, I think technology in regards to providing a flash information so everybody's on board quickly. The second part of it is that, as Vice Chair Rickman talks about, and he's currently with the CHP, and I was, but I also think that one of the things I think should be required, to be honest, is that in that particular environment, there's a whole different language, there's a whole different approach. And you can't just walk in as a civilian having never dealt with that particular operation and all of a sudden pick it up, because they talk differently. They use acronyms and terms that the average layperson wouldn't have a clue about. So Supervisor Miller and I won't be here, but I would offer as a recommendation that however the new board decides as to who's going to be in charge, that individual, unless they like, and Vice Chair Rickman will be the chair next year, so he doesn't qualify per se as far as training, but I think every individual, and whether it be just the chair or the CAO or a combination, which it has been, but somebody in that particular level has to have gone through the SIMS training. They have to understand that. And without that understanding, be honest, you can't be effective because you don't understand the logistics. And as Vice Chair Ribbon talks about, and you've touched upon it in your presentation, there are so many different elements within the emergency operations system that unless you've actually participated or have been trained in it, you don't have a clue. And to some extent, back in 17, I relied on the EOC director at the time, and there were some lack of a better term, there were some holes in the system, so to speak. And I spent a lot of time plugging those holes. And had we had maybe a more structured, and I hesitate to use that because we're structured, but I'm sure Vice Chair Rickman next year will have a better sense. But there needs to be from the outset, and probably in January when whoever becomes chair, to really sit down, or whoever is going to be in charge, to sit down and really set that up in advance, because the events I involved in happened in January, the first part of January. So I was brand new as chair. Obviously, I hadn't had any opportunity, although I talked to the director previously. But my point is, I would say that first priority on whoever becomes in charge of this particular operation for all the events, whether it be COVID or flooding or whatever, is that individual go through SIMS training. I'm not saying, although it's not that long, but I would say they have to have that basis by which to operate, because without, you're literally flying blind. And I think Vice Chair Rickman knows that, because I don't know how many years you've been doing that, but it's been quite a while. And fire, he's right, fire agencies, they do it all the time. And they're very, very well versed in the operation, and so are police departments. So again, I would look at, as far as the future, developing liaisons with those two agencies, and possibly others that may be chosen, depend upon the emergency, to come forward and to help. But that has to be done in advance, as opposed to waiting for the crisis to hit. So, but again, thank you certainly for your report and for your evaluation, and I want to thank you again for all that you've done.
And I'd leave you with words of encouragement about learning the National Incident Management System in ICS. It does not have to be terribly complicated. All of you, if I said, how many of you learned how to type on a typewriter and then change to a word processor and now hang out in front of a computer? You know what PowerPoint is as opposed to Excel, and you use one for presentation and one for bookkeeping, and you use Word for something different. The same with ICS. Planning, operations, logistics, admin, and finance. Planners look forward. Operations are the doers. Logistics are the getters. Administration and finance are the trackers and payers. In the course of 30 seconds, admin, finance, logistics, operations, planning, you know the 5 major tenets of what's going to take place in an ICS. It doesn't have to be complicated. It has to be a desire to learn it. COVID is a great impetus for a desire to learn. So I applaud you for your support of training and development of NIMS and SIMS. I know this time next year, all of you will probably be well-versed.
I appreciate that comment. I would add one thing, and this is in my prior life. I've gone to riots. I've gone to a variety of disasters, so to speak. And I will tell you one thing, that on scene, all the previous experience, other than the general experience that Vice Chair Rickman talks about, is pretty much out the window. And I say that from the standpoint, one of the key elements in any operation is documentation. And that's because of reimbursement, because of capturing all the logistics and all the information you talk about, the operational side. And I only bring that up because I agree with you. You can think of the different elements within, the national NIMS, et cetera. But there has to be, in addition to that, some practical application discussed, because you can't just have the academic knowledge without some background as to how it actually works. So again, thank you very much, and I appreciate it. I'll turn it over to Mr. Diederich.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen. I just thank Tetra Tech for honest assessment, but I know obviously there's opportunities and opportunities for improvement. I think, but overall our strengths way outweighed our weaknesses. And I know from this very microphone, I believe January 2021, the first and second board meeting that you might have been here, Supervisor Rickman, I made some political comments that there wasn't a county response to COVID. It was too federated. It was public health, OES, EMS, the hospital, and the clinic systems. It took us a while to even declare an emergency in this county. During calendar 2020, there was never a countywide CAO-driven meeting with the prior CAO. You stood up that ad hoc committee. I think one of the inhibiting things really was there wasn't in-place meetings. Generally, when I've been involved in Ebola and H1N1, the EOC is activated and all personnel are taking spaces at that desk. Everything was too virtual. People were working from home. I think that was really an inhibitor to our able to communicate, having day-to-day briefings. As the CAO knows, most of our staff in public health and EMS is NIMS and SIM trained. I've made it one of our SMART goals that all of our leadership throughout healthcare services is. But to the point, I think one of the outcomes of that ad hoc committee was revising the ordinance. This was a public health emergency, but we had Dr. Maggie Parker, I think, did an excellent job through all of this. We also had an OES director. That ordinance was revised. Tetra Tech was actually here 6 years ago, did a study that recommended it being realigned from the general services to another area within the department. But when the ordinance was passed, we have a bifurcated hat right now where it's co-led by the chair of the board and the CAO. Some of my statements I've made over time is really we need somebody with plenary authority over operations and the person. I think that was something that was missing in this response.
Let me just comment on that briefly. It was Supervisor Patty and I that were on the ad hoc. And one of the things that I appreciated that came out of that with staff is you're exactly right. However, once we got everybody in the same room, which we did on several occasions, one of the things that came out of that, and that's when we invited, and one of the fire chiefs was there also, one of the things that we invited the fire departments to participate in, this is with the vaccinations, et cetera, is that we not only created a program which was outstanding. It really tapped into the equity issue that the state was pushing, but it also provided, and I want to say that the estimate was after we met and we'd agreed and got together, we were talking about the potential with all the additional help from fire agencies, hospital, et cetera, is we were talking about the possibility of 35,000 vaccinations a day, and that was phenomenal. And we were so far ahead of everything, and the program that was developed at IT was better than what the state rolled out, as you know, because we addressed in more detail some of the issues that we had to report on. All I'm saying is that county staff and departments and all those collectively did a better job in a short amount of time to overcome some of the deficiencies that we've experienced. And we're far ahead of the rest of the state in regards to what we're doing. And I commend all that staff for all they did because they led the way, and I appreciate that. So again, I appreciate it, and you're right. We need to do a better job. So,
and just beyond Dr. Park, we have other public health staff here. We have Dana Rodriguez and Nguyen and Melissa Yago and others. So they went above and beyond in all of this, and I know this wasn't just a 2-week flood or a 1-month response. I mean, it's gone on for years, and I just really want to call out Dr. Park for her leadership and her steady hand, and I could not be more proud of our health officer, but thank you.
I agree. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you. And Mr. Dietrich, to what you mentioned, I wasn't sure exactly what you're trying to say, but I remember you talking about, declaring a public health emergency or a state emergency or county emergency. I mean, you can activate, the command system of OES prior to doing any of that. I mean, a prime example is, I'm going to mention it again, this is probably the most I've ever mentioned in one meeting, but, at that time I was a mayor. And, when this first came out, we had no information. We saw what San Francisco was doing, I think it was. They were shutting things down, locking people in place. We're trying to get information, and we're not getting any information. And I can remember vividly myself, our fire chief, Chief Bradley, our attorney, and our city manager sat around the table, called contact public health. Hey, at this point I wasn't too nervous, but hey, what's going on? They're shutting things down. Should we shut things down? Oh, it's up to you. Well, is anybody passed away or people infected in Tracy? Now we don't have that information. And, once we heard that, and even our fire chief, we all kind of looked at each other. All right, thanks. Now I'm worried. And that next meeting, we did a special meeting. We did the first state of emergency, I think, in the county. It came from the city of Tracy. And from that point, we hit up OES. We started it within 24 hours. And just because we didn't have the information looking ahead. So it can be, done. And I do agree that there has to be one person in charge. If you remember going back to the meeting, we had everybody here, who's in charge? And everybody just looked at each other. And then we had the ad hoc committee get on, and like what our chair was just saying, mentioned, and things got a lot better because you had that command, you had that control in place. So I know when next year, I'm going to bring this back up, and there are going to be some changes, and and we'll go from there. And I agree with you. I want to thank everybody, our staff. I mean, and like you said, hey, it went on for 2 years, and it's still going on somewhat. And the stress that it has. I know Dr. Park is over there. I see you, Dr. Park. You can't hide from me. You did a great job, but the stress that she went through, and being in front of this board and the public, she's the tip of the spear, you could say. All that attention was focused on her. And so I couldn't imagine the amount of stress that you went through, and we appreciate it, and we recognize that. So thank you, Mr. Diedrich. The same thing with you and we have great employees. I mean, we are very fortunate that we have great employees, great directors, great department heads that know how to do their job. So for all our employees, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Okay, moving on to the next one, which is the accept oral presentation related to San Joaquin Hospital.
Good afternoon, Chair Nguyen.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, Supervisor Patty, Supervisor Miller, Supervisor Rickman, Supervisor Villapadua. I got it. Almost. So I'm Rick Castro, and I'm here to report on the progress of the MSA. We had committed to making sure that we keep you all informed. We're very excited about our future, and I'll tell you kind of what we've been focused on, and obviously here for any questions that you may have of me. So the MSA started in July. I got here July 11th, and I want to thank you all for the opportunity to lead what is going to be a great organization. So we focused in the very beginning on a couple of things that we knew were either low-hanging fruit or medium-hanging fruit. We focused on the supply chain. We focused on quality. We focused on clinical documentation integrity. All these things are very important from both a financial and a future perspective. We focused on the revenue cycle, and we focused on revenue integrity. And along the way, we've had a few other successes, so I want to make sure that we share them with you. We'll start with supply chain, and we knew, coming from a big organization and having the opportunity to have access to better contracts, we were going to be able to make a big difference in regards to supply chain. And so we looked originally at about a little over 400 contracts. A lot of them were like-to-like, meaning that they bought, the staple here, and we bought it here, and we brought that together. And we knew we'd get substantial savings from putting those into the San Joaquin General Hospital system, and we've done that. Of those 400-plus contracts, we've now put in place about 300, a little over 300. We're somewhere between 75 and 80%. We're working as quickly as we can to make sure that we get the other contracts in place. Just to give you an example of some of our accomplishments, and when you look at like to like, so the same thing, buying them from a different person, that savings is coming out to be about $3.31 million annually. Again, buying the same product from a better contract. We had to do some conversions, which came with a little bit of a challenge, asking the hospital to look at a product that was equal, at least in our eyes, making sure they accepted it, and then making those changes. So those would not be like to like. The annual savings on that is about $2.5 million, total savings of about $5.7 million. In addition to that, you were using the same pharmaceutical supplier that we were, or that Dignity was. I keep saying the we. I am a San Joaquin General Hospital employee, and that's my focus, even though I am a Dignity employee. We become very attached to our hospitals, and we look at them like you look at a football team, and we want to be number one, and we're going to push to make sure all those things happen. So when you look at that pharmacy opportunity, there was about $760,000 in that as well. And all of that savings is coming to us as quickly as we can. Totals about $6.5 million. On the other side of the coin, we look at some other things. There's some other opportunities. Distribution, we use Owens & Minor, Dignity uses Medline. There's about a $750,000 opportunity for that. But because we've thrown so much at the hospital so quickly, we want to make sure that we do that in the right time. So our targeted date for that is February. You should see about another $350,000 from that as well. And then, there were a couple of issues along the way. We had a surgeon that was very concerned about the endomechanical stapler. This surgeon did hepatic biliary surgery, which is very complex. So we made a deal with him that we would buy some of that product. We don't do very many of those a year. And we continue with the compliance of the contract to make sure that we not only got better products, but we also got the right products for our surgeons to make sure none of them were, in a sense, forced to use something they didn't. So, we have complete everybody online there, and those savings are substantial. Let me give you a couple of examples. Formula, for example, it seemed like a very minor product. We were paying about $360 a case. We went to Similac, a different formula, for $24. Those are the kind of savings that are really easy to do. Forward with those. And we talked about another product that we had in our system was an OR monitoring product from an outside organization, about $10,000 a month. We're taking that in-house, and we'll see those savings as well. So we believe the savings from supply chain alone will total close to $7 to $8 million. That's real money. It's in place as we speak, or about 80% in place as we speak. And we're continuing to move forward with it as quickly as we can. In addition, when I came, and you're trying to make sure that the hospital is on good financial ground so we can do all the quality and all the exciting things that we want to do. When you come in originally, you look at, because we've had some challenging years in the past, look at needs, not wants. We went through the contracts that were at the hospital, and we canceled a lot that, in my mind, at this point, were wants, not needs. Those contracts, one was a translation service for $730,000. We canceled our marketing person for $200K. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about revenue cycle, and we're changing companies there too. That contract will save us about $1.7 million and put working people in the hospital to help us achieve what we're trying to achieve at a much quicker rate. Talk about that a little bit down the road. Because we couldn't attract some key individuals like infection control and case management, we had contracted both of those out at very high prices. In addition to the hourlies that we were paying them, we were also paying them their living expenses and their traveling expenses. We canceled those contracts as well as one with the case manager. We assigned a assistant nurse manager to overtake case management. She's done a better job. We're not collecting those we're not paying those fees. And most importantly, she's invested in the institution. When we look at changing culture to be the hospital that you all want us to be, we have to, in a sense, change culture, and we have to give all these directors the understanding that this is their hospital, these departments are their departments. Run them like you would at home. If If you wouldn't spend that money at home, please don't spend it with us. And I think there's excitement there, and I think we're moving very much in the right direction. So that's the supply chain, some of the contracts that we talked about. I remember in my interview with you guys, what I talked to you about first was getting stable financially, but also very important, we touched the quality portion. And I'm not gonna talk a lot about what we didn't have, but quality portion of the hospital really did not exist. The director was not even providing results to the organizations that challenge us, like Leapfrog. You all know, I know better than anybody, that our Leapfrog score is not what we want it to be. We went back and investigated that. We weren't even sending those reports in. So we're changing quality. We've added, and give a couple other examples, case management. Case management are people that really monitor a patient's stay. So a patient comes in, say for a gallbladder, they should come in one day, have their surgery, recover the next day, and be discharged day 2. Case managers are the ones that ensure that happens. Our case managers were all in their offices. Our quality people were all in their offices. You can't make a difference in an organization if you're not sharing hands with the people that you work with. So we now have case management out. We've taken our length of stay from 5.7 days to 4.5 days, significant savings for us. We took 47 patients that had been at the hospital for greater than 60 days, one of them for 420 days. We got all of them transferred to the appropriate place. They weren't at the hospital receiving care. They were at the hospital because we weren't placing them in the institutions that they needed to be. That was a big deal for us because it gave us some capacity as well. One of the challenges that we have is we are now a 150-bed hospital. Today our census is 180. We've taken the low-hanging fruit with length of stay. We've taken the low-hanging fruit of getting these patients out. And as we made capacity, as capacity became available, patient rushed in, and we're back now to significantly over our bed capacity, but we'll deal with that a little bit down the road. So I want you to understand, or I hope you understand, that the value of the MSA is taking some of these things from Dignity Health that they have perfected. So when you look at their quality scores, they have an A Leapfrog score, a 5-star CMS, and their people have graciously come over to work with our people first to help us get where we need to go, and equally important, to train the person that's going to do it in the proper way to do it with the proper resources, so we don't have these quality fallouts. We've identified our areas of concern. We're focused on them. Our Leapfrog score is still an F. That data is really probably from more like 2020. Leapfrog's always a couple years behind. I promise you that score will improve, and I promise you if you give us enough time, we will get to that Leapfrog A because it's a take-home test. We have smart people working with us. As long as we show them what they need to do, we're going to achieve that in regards to what we need to do from a quality perspective. We've seen decreases in a lot of our significant issues in the past. For example, we had a lot of central line infections. Now we monitor them on a daily basis to make sure that they are taken out appropriately and taken care of at a time that would prevent the infection from happening. So we're very, very excited about that. I'm going to talk a little bit about clinical documentation integrity. And I'm going to give you a couple examples because it's the best way that it was explained to me. So clinical documentation is how we, in a sense, send our reports to the payers. And I'll give you the most common example. If a patient comes into our emergency room and is diagnosed, say, with pneumonia. Pneumonia is not a very likely diagnosis that's going to put you in the hospital, but it's one that we've done often. DRG, or the amount that Medicare pays for that diagnosis, is about, let's just say, $4,000 to make it even. Typically, patients that come in with a pneumonia have pneumonia from a result of a different infection. So if we can identify that infection site, if we code it properly, the proper coding is sepsis. Most of our patients that fit that diagnosis, and the difference in reimbursement is $4,000 for pneumonia, $20,000 for sepsis. It's a big deal. Our trauma service is one of the best when you come to a new organization, you look for the bads, but you also look for the goods. I'll tell you about our trauma services because they are phenomenal, and I mean that. I come from Southern California where they think they have some of the best trauma services in the state and maybe even in the country. And I'll give you a perfect example. A good trauma center a patient will see a doctor within 30 minutes, 80% of the time. Patient, see a doctor, 30 minutes, 80% of the time. San Joaquin General Hospital, patients see a doctor in 17 minutes, 97% of the time. That's a phenomenal statistic. We do a great job in trauma. It's something we should be very proud of. On the clinical documentation side, though, if we don't document that trauma activation, we went back retrospectively, at least 1 out of 3 had not been activated, and the difference for that activation is a $25,000 increase in your reimbursement. So these are low-hanging fruits, and if you think of the fact that we're doing about 300 traumas a month, those are big dollars, and we're very pleased that we identified it. And the minute that we did, we started looking at it at a everyday basis to make sure that activation was done appropriately, because those dollars are our dollars, and the reason that they're so important, when you look at the complexity of a trauma service, we have lots of physicians in the hospital 24/7. That helps that cost. So we're focused on clinical documentation integrity. The challenges that we have to some degree is we're doing all this manual because our systems aren't in place. Again, the opportunity with the MSA, systems are in place in Dignity. We're looking at the best ones for our hospital. We'll be coming to you with some capital requests, in a sense, to make, so the computer looks at a patient's medical record and says, if you did this and this and this, this is what you should be. It points out our opportunities. It's worth its weight in gold, and we will eventually get there. I'll present that to you at a later date. But we know that opportunity exists, and we're looking at it as we speak. And again, for us to be successful, it's got to be all of us. It starts with a leadership team. We've made significant changes. I'm very proud to say a week and a half ago, we started with our new CFO. It took us a while to get him, but we didn't want to get the wrong person. We wanted to get the right person. This guy has tremendous experience in revenue cycle, where we're struggling, so we're happy about that. We've also contracted with a finance manager that's really allowing our new CFO to focus on the areas that are so important to us, which is that revenue cycle, bill and collect. I know a couple of things that we identified in the very beginning. I'm going to give you 2 numbers that should make us all shake in our shoes a little bit. We have, one of the first things we recognized, there was a number of patients that were never billed. To the tune of $33 million of patient bills that had gone out for over 460 days. Now, I don't understand that. But we can't look backward. We need to look forward. We also are looking at a number of denials. Oftentimes, insurance companies request a clarification or a copy of the medical records, and we just didn't respond. $22 million. So all of those things are being fixed as quickly as we can. These are all opportunities. When I came here, I told you guys I looked at the potential revenue versus the cost of the number of employees we have, and we should be a constant positive contributor to the county, not a place that you have to contribute to. If you give us time, I promise you we will get there. So we talked about clinical documentation. We talked about quality. We're talking about revenue cycle as well, and that's just what I said about getting the bills out, making sure we collect them, working on the denials. We are assigning a certain person to denial management, which is what I'm used to in our hospital. In Whittier, we were a little bit smaller. We had 2 people that focused on that because, the insurance companies are doing fine without us, right? So they certainly can afford to pay us what we deserve, and we're making sure that those denials are being reacted on as quickly as we can. I'm very proud to say that the team that we've developed, we have the new CFO. We're very happy about that. We have a new quality person as well. But in the absence of those people bringing brought on board our staff, especially our CNO, and a number of other people have taken on, our assistant CNO, for example, took on case management, have taken on extra duties to make sure that we're successful as quickly as we can. A little bit more on revenue cycle. We had hired through the county maybe a year and a half ago a company called Huron. Huron was more of an advisory company to help us with our revenue cycle. They didn't do a bad job, but they really didn't do a great job. We are replacing them, or you're going to see a board letter come to you in January to replace Huron with HRG. HRG is a much more do the work kind of company. The savings is about $1.7 million. We've had a number of people in the patient financial services positions open that we can't fill. We'll continue to try, but in the meantime, we got to make revenue cycle move. We got to get bills out. We got to collect payments like anybody else, and we're doing that as we train our own people. We're doing that to some degree through contracts outside. So we know that it's working. You know, you look at what we struggled getting month-to-month financials. We did a year-end. It was very positive. I think you guys saw it. It was somewhere around $70 million. We're very happy about that. A big portion of it was a pension readjustment, so that's kind of not real money, but it looks good on the books. We know we can operate profitably as long as we do the things that we need to do, and we're committed to getting those done. And I know that, you know, when I looked at the potential revenue, looked about $350 million from operations, another $100 million from special fees that public hospitals get. I'm very happy to report that in the month of November, even though we don't have great financials, we collected over, our goal was about 23.5 million in cash collections. We collected over 25 million, which is really the run rate that we should see going forward. That's the 350 million that I talk about from operations. So we know we're moving in the right direction. Another scenario, one of the things that we should be proud of, to be in a place like Stockton and have the caliber of medical staff that we have, I think is good news for all of us. That really comes from our GME program. We train doctors. Oftentimes we get those doctors to stay. Although our physicians were a little laxed in doing the records, part of those records that we wrote off in the beginning were due to physician incompleteness. When I came, we had 10,000 patient records that are incomplete. We talked to the physicians, talked to them about our need to be successful from a financial perspective. It now sits at less than 100. And we did remind them that they are employees, and if they're suspended from their work, they probably shouldn't get paid. So I think that helped a bit, but very good collaboration from our physicians. And one of the things you evaluate as a CEO when you come over is the competence of your medical staff. And I hope that you all can rest assured that the docs at that hospital are some of the best I've ever worked with. And I can't tell you how good of news that is when we're trying to do what we're trying to do. So very excited about that. We talked enough about revenue cycle. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the successes that we've had. We've hired a CFO. We've hired a computer person, a CIO. We're very excited about that. That was actually brought to us by Mark. He had applied for a different position. They didn't think he was best for that. They brought him to us. He started about a month ago, and there's some people that come in and make a difference very quickly, and he's one of them. His name is Kim Poach. Very excited to have him. In job fair that we recently did, we had 36 and 45 applicants accepted positions in 2 days of job fair, so we're excited about that. We've brought all of our remote workers back to the hospital because at this point, if we can't monitor productivity, it's not that we don't trust, but if you can't monitor productivity, it's really difficult to have people working outside the institution. Brought them all back so we can monitor them on a regular basis. Talked about the length of stay dropping from over 5 to mid-4s. We talked about those patients greater than 60 days. The physician charting has improved, And I think we have an energy. We need to keep playing on that energy. Some of the challenges that we have that I will bring to your attention, we talked about short term. I talked to you about replacing Huron with HRG. We've already canceled we didn't renew and it's no longer. The board letter for HRG will come to you on the first board meeting in January, and I just give you a short term. If you could help us move some of these things quickly, our performance will be better quickly. From a long-term perspective, this is one of the things that I think we all need to have a conversation about. We're struggling. We're struggling with nurses. Our pay rates are, if you look dollar for dollar, the amount that we spend on each nurse, it's very similar to other institutions, but because of the requirements of the pension and because of the way that we charge for health care, our nurses are really in the rears from a dollar per hour perspective of about $10 an hour. It's the reason we have 100 travelers. Those 100 travelers are costing us $5 million a month. That will continue per month, $5 million per month. So we have to look at this from a different perspective. We have some ideas that we'll talk to Brandy about before we make sure they're possibilities. And nursing and some of our advanced imaging people are the ones that we're really suffering from. And here's what I can promise you. All of the new nurses that start in June of this year will leave June of next year after they get that year of experience in places. And I'm not saying that based on a feeling. Here's the good part. People want to work for the county. Our mission in taking care of everybody, take care of the underserved, that's one part, but we want to take care of everybody in a quality way, is attractive to employees. But if you are a 25-year-old starting a family, you need cash for your house payment, you need cash for your car payment, and child care. You're not really thinking about life at 65 when you're going to get a retirement. And it's really hampering that part of us that is so critical. And I'll give you, this statistic, which I think really demonstrates the challenge. Typically we do a new grad hiring every year, or new grad interviewing every year. Number of applicants in the past have always been somewhere between 400 and 500. This year they were 60. They were 60. That's troubling for us because that's kind of the people that we're bringing in. But I think the nursing shortage is so significant now that other institutions are looking at new grads in a different way. So what used to be our bread and butter is more of a little bit of a challenge. So I'm very excited. I see the potential there to be really good. What I tell the employees on a regular basis is it's up to you. We have to decide. What we do is really important. We take care of people. And we have to decide that we want to do it in the way that is world class. And I mean it, right? We're taking care of people. We can't make those mistakes. I think we have the energy, and I think we have movement in the right direction. I think you're going to see better financials going forward. I know you're going to see better quality results going forward. Like I said, we have a great medical staff. The future is exciting. But the work to get there is hard work. And we need people that are going to roll up their sleeves and do the work, and that's what we're bringing on board. Collaboration with dignity. When I took this job, I did my due diligence. And what I didn't want to do is get into a situation that somehow was going to be different than what was professed. So when I talked to Don when I first came in, he said, we need this hospital to be successful because the population of Stockton needs this hospital to be successful. And that is so true because today we sit at 180 with only 150 beds. Dignity sits at 400 plus with only 380 beds. We're already over capacity. We need to make sure that every available bed in the county stays successful and moves in the right direction. So those are my first 90 days, or really my first 5 months. It's been a pleasure working with everybody involved. It's been a pleasure working with the board. I hope you're hearing good things. Please tell us both the good, the bad, and the ugly so we can make progress in the right direction. Are there any questions for me? We did provide a PowerPoint as well, but I fall asleep in PowerPoint presentations, so I know you guys probably do as well. So.
Any questions? Let's see. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I really don't have any questions other than just to applaud the success, I think, through the CAO's office, the effort that was taken to bring on dignity as we went through that search. Being on the hospital review committee with Supervisor Miller for 6 years now, I think it's been it was one of the goals. I think our hospital was we were just an institution. We were just a government institution, and I just didn't feel the county was being well served. And Supervisor Miller agreed with me and the hospital review committee. We put out that search, and it was long and it was arduous, but you see the fruition of bringing in and coming from another perspective and bringing in new leadership and a different approach to seeing things. It's just, the results are astounding and not by accident. And I can tell you, when I'm at the hospital, when we did a little ribbon cutting, as we've talked about for the cafeteria, the smiles on people's faces, the energy, the spring in the step over the hospital is notable. And it's dramatically different. And so I appreciate all actions that you're doing, the team effort, people that you're bringing on board, and I think the enrollment that we have from our staff that are embracing this new opportunity and a new operation. So I want to thank you and applaud you for this effort, and I know that it's a big collaboration, and we look forward to next steps. But I want to thank you and commend again, through the CAO's office. It was a arduous task getting there, and it's definitely paying off. There was perhaps a risk and a lot of uncertainty as we moved in that direction. A lot of people in the public that were rightfully concerned, but I think we've met and exceeded expectations just this early phase into it. So well done. Thank you.
Well, we have a way to go, but I want to make sure we compliment the staff, because one of the things when you go into a new organization, you're going to find one of two things. When I went into Whittier, the staff wanted to be good. After a couple of years of success, they moved me to a second hospital. That staff wanted no part of it. We couldn't make that change. When I come to the county, as you say, staff want this hospital to be good, and that's 80% of the journey. So we're very excited about that. And my hat's off to the people that have worked there for a long time, have maintained these departments. Radiology manager has been there for 20-some years, and some employees that have been there for 40-some years. So those are the people that really mark the culture, and so we want to give them the credit they deserve. I'm just pushing them in a different way.
Supervisor Pudua.
Thank you, Chair. Rick, I just want to thank you for always meeting with me and working things out, and I'm hearing great things, and I can tell you're doing a great job and making this hospital be much better in the future. You spoke about we're spending $5 million a month on nurses. What's the solution there, and why can't we pay more?
I think there's a number of reasons. I think that we have some thoughts in process. So let us formulate those thoughts. I think if we can focus on nursing in a couple of other areas and do things like a retention bonus that's going to get them there quickly, because you see that number. We know that if we, for example, raised nursing wages $10 an hour, and this is just we're just doing the math here, costs us about $11 to $12 million a year. Spending $60 million on travelers. We could somehow put those raises in effect, increase our staff, and take that $60 million to $30 million. We're still up $18 million. So those are the things that we need to look at going forward. And the county process is different for me, so there are requirements that in the for-profit world, for example, when we saw that we were losing employees, even though we were union, we were CNA, we made that change very quickly because we knew that it was better to pay our own people more than pay outside people a whole lot more. And that paid itself back in spades as we went forward. So we have to figure out a way to do that in these hard-to-fill positions, because it's not just right financial perspective. If you have the kind of turnover that we have, if you have traveling nurses that are not committed to Stockton community, they're here to, right now we have a big gap from travelers because they all decide they don't want to work the holidays. They don't take the contracts during the holidays. We need that buy-in, and that's going to make a great big difference, both from a quality perspective.
Well, thank you for answering that question.
I want to, one question. You'd mentioned the failure to invoice, which was $33 million loss, and then the denials, which was another 22. Is that 55?
No. 33 million is gross charges. So with a rate of about 13%, that's somewhere between probably $5 and $7 million. But the 21 million in denials is 100%.
Okay.
That's 21 million. It's unfortunate, yeah.
You know, $1 million here, $1 million there, all of a sudden it becomes real money.
21 million. $1 million's real money to me. I don't know about to you guys, but $1 million's real money to me. So.
When you get up to 350 million or whatever. But anyway, I certainly want to actually congratulate you for not only your success, but your staff's success, because I know it's a team effort. To be honest with you, I think you've gone far beyond my expectations, as far as especially the timeliness of the changes that have occurred. And I can't help but think that, I've always believed it's the culture that is most important to change. It's not just, the mechanical part, the rules, the regulations, et cetera. It's the culture. And obviously, you've hit the right mark in regards to getting that turned around. And with that, you're certainly going to springboard into bigger and better successes as a hospital. And I obviously include the staff in that. So again, thank you very much for what you've done and certainly what I expect you to do in the future.
Thank you.
You're welcome. With that, I doubt if we have any public comment, and I will just go ahead and thank you for certainly what you've done and what you'll continue to do. And let's take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll finish up with the next item will be the ambulance for Escalon. Do we have anybody here, by the way? Okay. Well, we could do that right now.
Just one last thing. I want to thank
Sure.
you all for your support.
You're welcome.
Without you, so.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
So, Mr. Wolverding, on the ambulance, if there's nobody here, I'm sure we can expedite that one. And then after that, we have the resolution, and then after that, we have the budget. Next one we have the budget after that, and then the resolution at the end, since that's ministerial.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen. I wasn't sure if this was going to be presented by District 5, or if you'd like my office to do it, I can have Sarah Sickler come back. She was the one who did the work. I wasn't aware of it.
I would be honest. I mean, I think I think we've all read the staff report. I think it's pretty straightforward. I don't think we need a staff presentation. So if there's any questions, from the board, we can have staff come in. But if there's no questions, we can do the public comment.
And just a footnote, with the approval of this, Sarah did send me an email just a bit ago. Subject to this approval, if you approve it, this will draw down our reserve amount to $7.95 million left to be able to commit. Okay. So I just want to put that out there. Fine.
All right. So, Vice Chair Rickman, I'll leave it up to you. If you want to, if there's no comments or questions, if you want to make a motion, we can move this forward.
I'll make a motion to approve emergency response and patient care as outlined in board item 7.2.
Second.
Okay. Please vote. That's adopted 5-0. And I'll be honest, if there's no questions, I think you've all probably read the board letter in regards to the resolution in regards to the Delta and San Joaquin County's opposition to it. If there's none, we can move that forward also. And then we'll finish up with the budget.
Public comment on that, and then motion to approve. Do you need it?
Any emails? None? Okay. Want a motion on that? I would only make one comment. I want to certainly thank not just Supervisor Miller, but certainly the other supervisors on the Delta Counties Coalition who've done a fantastic job, and for some of you, you'll be participating with them next month. It is an ongoing, as I said earlier, it is an ongoing challenge. I seriously doubt, though, it will ever come to fruition, but somebody needs to continue the fight, and there's plenty of individuals and agencies that are participating. So having that, Supervisor Miller.
Just real quickly, while I agree it's unlikely, the state is still definitely pushing the project, and the draft environmental impact report is out for public comment. They're not scheduling public meetings, which is why we had to hold one and bring in a court reporter to create a record. The state is doing everything possible to steamroll the project. But the fight will go on, and San Joaquin County is very well served with its coalition with the other 4 Delta counties. And in the end, this will come down to a battle of legal. It's going to be, the attorneys are going to duke this one out, and but it is going to require continued support from the various elected bodies. So I'm really pleased to see this come forward, and I certainly support it and hope the rest of the board will too.
Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, just a quick comment to thank Supervisor Miller and our chairman for being the vanguard of this and working with the other Delta County Coalition. And I'm certain that we will remain steadfast, but everything needs to be done at all times. We all support that. We know that. We know it's detrimental to the area, and any and all actions that have been set in motion already that have been taken will not only support, but we'll pick up the ball and run with it. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion second?
Move to approve.
Second.
We did have a motion by Supervisor Patty already on the table.
Okay, that's fine. Then Supervisor Miller second.
I made a motion? Did I? Oh, okay.
Okay, it's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. If you want to take 5 minutes before, how long do you think you're going to be, Jay? I mean,
probably 20 to 30 minutes.
let's take about 5 minutes. And then,
Where are we at? Item 3?
Yeah, and that should be the last one before closed session. Call the board meeting back to order. Mr. Wolverding?
All right, I can start.
Okay, great.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the board, county council. I'm Brenda Kiley, Chief Deputy County Administrator, and I'm excited to present the first quarter budget report to you today. First, I would like to let you know what you have my presentation, right? Okay, I'd like to just tell you what the presentation will entail. So I've got several slides that are overall fiscal slides, and then we do have some departmental slides. Due to the late timing of our presentation, I am going to skip through some of the departmental slides just for expediency because it's all in the report. And if you have any questions, you can definitely ask us. And then I will end with a summary slide, and then we've got a couple of slides for to talk about the 23-24 budget highlights, very high level overview. Okay, so I'll go ahead and get started. Okay, on October 6th, the county department heads were asked to conduct a comprehensive review of expenditures and revenues for the first 3 months of the fiscal year, which is July 1st through September 30th, and to provide year-end projections to the county administrator's office. These projections provide an early indication of departmental budget performance, identification of fiscal and operational issues, and a basis for estimating year-end fund balances. In order to provide an accurate picture of the county's current overall financial health, it's necessary to identify the available unreserved undesignated fund balance that remained in the general fund on July 1st, 2022. The table on this slide provides a summary of the actual general fund balance activity for 21-22 and the adjusted budget amounts for 22-23. The balance of $232.8 million at the beginning of 21-22 was reduced to $180.9 million as of June 30th of 2022. So that's the first line. The decrease primarily reflects transfers to the capital outlay fund to pay down the county's portion of the unfunded pension liability. So the next line, the 22-23 adjusted budget amounts further reduce the balance to $116.2 million at year end, reflecting additional transfers of one-time funds to the capital outlay fund and the unfunded pension liability reserve. The slide before you provides a summary of the adjusted county budget for 22-23, including the adopted budget, encumbrances carried forward from the prior year, and board-approved budget adjustments through September 30th. The net county cost is computed by subtracting program revenues from expenditures for general fund supported activities. The table on this slide indicates the projected net county cost by functional area based on the first 3 months' experience. The overall year-end net county cost is projected to be below budget by approximately $26.8 million, primarily due to salary savings resulting from vacancies and increased program revenues and reimbursements from state and federal agencies. These projections do not include costs of the agreements recently approved for most of the labor units. The 22-23 cost for these units is estimated at $9.8 million for the remainder of the fiscal year. The net county cost of the budget is primarily funded by general purpose revenue, or GPR. The county administrator's office has reviewed each of the GPR accounts and made estimates of the balance for the balance of the fiscal year. The table on this slide compares the 22-23 GPR adopted budget estimates to the updated year-end forecast. Overall, GPR is projected to be over the adopted budget estimates by $18.9 million. Property tax estimates are $12.8 million over adopted budget estimates, which reflects a 9% increase in property tax. The adopted budget included a 6% increase, but the actual roll growth was 9.38%. Additional review will take place once the first installment of property taxes is received in December, and any recommended change will be presented in the mid-year report to the board. In addition, the redevelopment pass-through and residual estimates are increased to reflect current projections from the Auditor Controller's Office. Interest income is projected to end the year approximately $1.3 million higher than budgeted due to an increase in the county's rate of return on assets. Okay, on to positions. So I wanted to show you the table before you shows the total positions as of September 30th. There were a total of 7,935.4 positions. That includes full-time allocated, part-time, and shared positions. The allocated positions, which were the full-time positions, were 7,107, and of those, 1,261 positions were vacant, which is a 17.7% vacancy rate. The majority of the, approximately 3/4 of the majority of the vacant positions are in Healthcare Services Agency, San Joaquin General Hospital, Human Services Agency, Sheriff, and Probation. As stated earlier, a large portion of the net county cost savings in departments can be attributed to salary savings resulting from such high vacancy rates countywide. As the county fills these vacancies, salary savings will diminish, and the cost of the positions with the increase, with the recently approved labor increases, so the costs will increase as the vacancies are also filled. So we're hoping that that net county cost, that we think that that will diminish as we fill the positions. The following slides provide relevant departmental updates and identify potential issues as well as possible solutions. So as I had mentioned, I'm going to go ahead and just skim through these. So for general government, we have a net county cost savings within those departments of about $4.9 million, and we have 60 vacancies. We do have a registrar of voters is just making mention that they were able to use some of their savings that they had from the state from the gubernatorial election. So if you remember, the state was able to fund that election, and they had savings there that they're able to use for the June 2022 primary election. So there's $2.5 million of net county cost savings there. On to capital maintenance, we are recommending an increase of $900,000 for the public improvement budget, which is funded by uncommitted capital outlay fund balance. $500,000 of that is for capital projects contingency funding, and then $400,000 is for unplanned property assessments and appraisal activities. In the law and justice area, they're expecting a net county cost savings of $10.6 million, which is primarily due to vacancies. They do have 343 vacancies, and they do have several departmental issues and achievements that they highlighted in the report. For roads and facilities, they had a net county cost savings of $3.7 million is what they're anticipating, and vacancies currently are 46. They do have several public works, engineering and development services and operations have several achievements that they've highlighted in the report. For the health services functional area, they are projecting a net county cost savings of $5.6 million. They do have 560 vacancies. The one thing that I did want to highlight here is that we are recommending to approve a newly created opioid settlement fund, which will be used to account for the county's receipts from the state opioid settlement fund and associated expenditures. So in November, the county received $1.2 million in deposits from the state, and that's to be used exclusively for opioid remediation activities. Healthcare Services is in the early stages of development of an expenditure plan, and so that needs your board's approval. In the human services area, highlighting that they are expecting just a very small net county cost savings of under $500,000, and they do have 205 vacancies. Wanted to highlight that we are asking you to approve and allocate 2 veteran service representative positions. Those will cost $78,662, which we will be transferring from the contingency provision budget with your approval. We also wanted to let you know that based on your direction on November 8th, the VSO is closing in on an alternate site to serve as an interim office while continuing with plans for a permanent site in French Camp. Okay, so we'll just briefly touch on ARPA. You've already approved and you've already heard a lot about ARPA. Just to review, you did approve $74 million or received $74 million in May. Which represented the second tranche or second half of the allocation, and you did approve allocating that entire amount on October 4th. And so what we're requesting that you do here is just appropriate some of those dollars that you already approved in the allocation. So for illegal dumping, we're requesting that you approve $220,000 to be increased in the county administrator's budget for illegal dumping for the 3E's media campaign. So there are several contracts that are anticipated in this next, the last half of the year. And so we believe that it would cost about $220,000. You had already approved $2 million for illegal dumping in ARPA. So this is just a portion of that $2 million that you had already approved. And then the second one is the Office of Emergency Services received an allocation of $598,000. And we are asking that it now be appropriated to purchase an ADA-compliant restroom shower trailer combo, utility task vehicle, emergency operations center technology updates, and staff training. And for the internal service funds, we are requesting that you increase appropriations in the Information Systems Division, or ISD budget, by $385,000 to support the transition to a new budget system, which we are hoping to be in place for our development of our 24-25 budget, and that will be funded from the contingency provision budget. And then a high level on the contingency provision budget. I just wanted to show this to you, and I'd like to bring this to you every quarter so that you know what you've already approved and how much you have for the remainder of the fiscal year. So just a recap, we included $5 million in the 22-23 proposed budget. At the final budget hearing, you approved $500,000 to be transferred to EMS for the fire response in unprotected areas, which we did talk about earlier today too. You approved $4,720 for the increase in the LAFCO contribution. There was $50,000 approved for fentanyl abuse public awareness efforts. And then the first quarter recommendations include the $385,000 for the Information Systems Division and $78,662 to the Veterans Services Office for those two new positions. So if approved, you will have just slightly under $4 million in the contingency provision budget for any other unplanned expenditures. So in summary, so for a 22-23 recap of just what we know now, we believe that we will have an additional $18.9 million in general purpose revenue. We believe, and departments have projected, that there will be $26.8 million in net county cost savings. We do anticipate up to a $19.5 million increase in Proposition 172 revenue in the current year. And then we have projected labor increases that were recently approved that will offset the savings by about $9.8 million. So in total, we think the general fund savings could be around $55.4 million at year end. And we will be coming back to your board at mid-year with even more up-to-date estimates. So this is our first quarterly update. And so now we will look on to the 23-24 very high-level preliminary budget outlook. And this is really early. In my experience, we often do a lot more of this work toward mid-year, and so just keep in mind we'll be revising these estimates. So this chart depicts the county's general purpose revenue, or GPR, including property tax, sales tax, Proposition 172 revenue, and realignment revenue for social services programs for fiscal years 2017-18 through 2021-22. And then the budget estimates, as well as the year-end projection for 22-23, so our current year, and then the preliminary forecast for 23-24. Overall GPR for 23-24 is projected at $559.2 million, which is an increase of $10.1 million from the current 22-23 projection. Property taxes, which are the major source of the county's GPR, provide about 83% of the local discretionary revenue. Property tax revenues for 23-24 are projected to increase by 4% from the current 22-23 projection. For 23-24, sales tax receipts, including Proposition 172 for public safety departments and realignment funding for social services programs, are projected to decrease by approximately 0.9% from the current 22-23 projection. And then finally, projected labor costs. So we wanted to give you some updates. As of November 8th, all labor organizations are in contract and no memorandums of understanding are expired. The estimated cost of recently approved labor increases for 22-23 total $33.2 million for all funds, of which approximately $9.8 million is net county cost. And for 23-24, the total is $89.3 million, of which $25.7 million is net county cost. And so I wanted to say, since the writing of this report, your board approved agreements for the San Joaquin County Management Association, the Union of American Physicians and Dentists, and Probation Officers Association. Including the agreements approved in the last 2 weeks, the total cost for the current fiscal year is $37.2 million, of which $10.5 million is net county costs. So it's just slightly higher for the current fiscal year. Where the bigger impact is for next year. In 23-24, the total is nearly $100 million for all funds, of which approximately $28 million is net county cost. And I wanted to say that departments didn't include the labor increases in their projections as of September 30th because they weren't yet approved. So we just told them we would report to you on a global basis now, but we will be expecting them to include those in mid-year because they already have been approved, they're in the system, and they've taken effect. So you will see the updated projections at mid-year, which would include the current year labor increases. Okay, so I'm on to recommendations. So I'll read these into the record. We are asking that you receive and file the 22-23 first quarter budget report, that you increase appropriations in the county administrator's budget by $220,000 funded by a transfer from the American Rescue Plan Act, increase appropriations in the Information Systems Division Internal Service Fund budget by $385,000 funded again by a transfer from the contingency budget, increase appropriations in the public improvement budget by $900,000 funded by capital outlay fund balance, increase appropriations in the emergency services budget by $598,000 funded by a transfer from the American Rescue Plan Act fund, increase appropriations in the Veteran Services Office budget by $78,662 funded by a transfer from the contingency provision budget, retroactively authorize the creation of the opioid settlement fund, and adopt a resolution amending the department allocation listing to include 2 additional Veteran Service Representative 1-2 positions in the Veteran Services Office effective December 19th, 2022. Okay, and then staff and I are available for questions or comments from the board.
Any questions?
I just have one quick one.
Sure.
I just want to know why everybody's sitting on one side of the room.
They're so far away.
Okay. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Quick question through the chair for CAO's office. We've got 1,261 vacancies. At some point, is there a review and possible contraction of what we're identifying as a vacancy versus what may not be a necessary position? It might be use of technology, more efficiency, something that may have changed the dynamics. Have we looked at that?
Supervisor Patty, we analyze that every budget period. And when we have departments that come to us with their requests, and one of the things that we are cautious about when they do that is if they have 20% vacancy rate and they're asking for more positions, why are they asking for more positions when they haven't filled the ones that we have? So we ask them to rationalize those positions every single budget season, yes.
So have we cut the numbers, or have we just kind of held at the 1,261, or was that 1,400 or 1,800 and it has come down?
We have not been cutting positions because we've had no reason to cut positions. These positions have been asked for and, in our minds, rationalized in order to have them out there. And I would say that the only reason we would cut positions at this point would be if we needed a reduction in force. And those would be the first things that would go, would be the open positions. I was not in this role when we were in that mode before. As a matter of fact, that was probably 12 or 14 years ago, but those would be the first to go if that were the case.
Understood. And last on that, okay, and I appreciate that. So if we've got this vacancy, what is the holdup? Why aren't we hiring these people? Is there unavailable candidates that would be suitable? What would be the reason why we have so many high vacancies?
All of the above, actually. It's unavailable candidates. It's not getting the right candidates that are available. And one of the things that I have been asking in the department head meetings for folks to do is not to hire marginal folks, because those can become problematic when you're trying. You heard our CEO from the hospital talking about how important it is to get top tier folks in there who are excited to come to work and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Those are the folks we're looking for too.
Understood, and a good plan. All right, good, I appreciate it. And then just lastly, quickly, the opioid settlement fund, at some point, will that be coming back to the board for use of those funds?
Yes.
Excellent.
The Healthcare Services Agency is just now in the process of deciding and planning on how to use those funds, so it will come back.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully we're going to be receiving some ideas on our messaging strategy to steer people away and make them aware of the extreme risks of fentanyl and the other opioids that are not only addictive but high levels of fatality.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? I got a quick question. If I assume we've calculated, for example, let's say that a miracle happens, because as far as Supervisor Patty's question, all employers are struggling in regards to hiring employees. In the event, for example, that we were able to find those invaluable employees to hire and we filled those positions in all of the agencies, this is obviously a ridiculous hypothesis. But I'm assuming that if that were to happen and we had all those positions filled, we would still have enough money budgeted to pay for all those positions if they were in fact filled.
And the reason I would say yes is because we have salary savings from the first quarter that is a known savings, right? We have, and I don't know how much that is off the top of my head, but if we were to fill all of our positions, say as of the last 6 months, we would still have significant savings that we've already incurred that would be available, because we fully fund our positions at the beginning of the year. And so just the incremental maybe $10-ish million that we think will be related to the salary or the labor increases, I'm sure that could be absorbed with whatever salary savings we've already incurred because of the vacancies.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've often asked questions of department heads, for example, like the Sheriff's Department, because if you look at their budget, they are constantly over in regards to overtime.
Correct.
And I understand, because they have salary savings, they have money available to pay that. And I also know that part of that overtime is caused by the lack of positions filled. So those are some things that kind of are circular in regards to the use of those funds. But the question is, and I suspect the CAO's office and certainly department heads are judicious in regards to maintaining their budgets. And what I mean by that is, for example, when I had a budget and I had officers, whatever, almost every time that I went over budget on my overtime, I had to provide an explanation, and great detail. My point is that I guess my question, and maybe the CEO would answer this, is that because when there's continually vacancies and salary savings, you're not as careful in regards to overtime usage. And I'm not denying that, because I think obviously when you lack deputies, you continue to have more overtime. But I guess my question is are we ensuring that at least those department heads are doing everything they can to maintain the costs? I'm not suggesting they reduce them, but making sure that there are controls in place to ensure that overtime isn't granted willy-nilly, that it's based upon a justification, like maybe a late arrest or a late incident, that they're held over beyond their shift. Are we talking to the department heads in regards to ensuring that they're doing everything they can to maintain their budgets in spite of this salary savings amount over here that they can dip into?
Chair Nguyen, I don't have any authority over somebody like the sheriff to be able to maintain or any sort of a control over what he does in overtime. I will tell you from the budget meetings and when things are requested from us, and we do meet with all these folks throughout the process is that kind of like what we heard with our CEO from the hospital earlier today in the Travelers, is if we could hire these people, it would be more economically beneficial for us to do so rather than to do overtime. I think we heard when it may have been one of the comments that the sheriff made during the transition from the Lathrop's service contract was that you burn these people out. It may do them well, and you may be able to answer the question yourself from your CHP days, but you know, these people have families and they don't work weekends and they work weeks and weeks on end, and I don't think that they're doing things for budgetary reasons that they don't need to. If they were, it would be very difficult for my office to be able to go out and make an assessment, much less to influence it from a managerial perspective.
Well, I'm not trying to punish departments, especially those that obviously you don't have oversight for. I just, from a managerial standpoint, it's always good to be judicious in regards to how we manage our money. Because if you get into this practice of automatically authorizing overtime that isn't necessarily necessary, when you actually get to a point where you have the staffing and you don't need, you know, overtime to be paid quite as generously as in the past, that can cause some problems. And to answer your question in regards, yes, I've had officers who've worked 30 days straight because we had 7 overtime programs. And as you say, it was hard to find officers who are willing to work their 2 days off, you know, filling those particular assignments. So I get it, but you know, there's not that I ascribe to it, but there's also another argument. It's cheaper to pay overtime than it is to pay benefits by hiring another individual. Now, I don't ascribe to that because, as you say, you'll burn them out, and that's not good.
I will tell you, we put any department that has overtime similar to that, and obviously the sheriff's office is the 800-pound gorilla in that scenario, through a pretty rigorous questioning process about, in first, you know, to go back to the earlier question that Supervisor Patty had about, you know, you already have vacancies and you've got salary savings and yet you want more staff. We've had scenarios where departments with high vacancy rates have said, yeah, well, we'd still like more people, where we will push back and say, you need to deal with what you have before we're going to authorize more and make a recommendation to the board. And we will hold the line on that.
Okay. Well, just a question. I'm not certainly accusing any department head of abusing that, but on the other side of it, it's just a matter of I guess, managerial responsibility, because, and it doesn't, and I'm just talking about department heads, every supervisor or manager should have, and I'm not suggesting that they be real stingy in regards to overtime. I'm just saying that making sure that the processes are appropriate and certainly the expenditure is necessary within a realm or I guess a range, I'll put it that way. Because, I mean, I've been in situations where, I mean, you had to get permission to stay out because you're taking somebody to jail or something like that. My point is that I'm just asking a general question as to, you know, and I have a tremendous amount of trust in our department heads, but just a question in regards to how we're doing as far as making sure that they're on top of it, not to micromanage them, but just, you know, from a fiscal responsibility for the county itself.
And we do that for all departments, not just ones that would incur overtime, just so you know.
Chairman Nguyen, if I might add, from my past experience for a couple decades, I do believe that monitoring overtime from a fiscal perspective is a really good best practice for us, and I do believe that we have that incorporated in our quarterly review of the departmental expenditures. What I'd also like to do is I'd like to make sure that when we're preparing our 23-24 budget, this will be my first year in this role, and I would like to make sure that we are adequately budgeting for those overtime expenses and making sure that we do a multi-year look back of what they have been. We can look at trends and just to make sure that we are doing a good job at adequately budgeting them in the beginning. So there could be a component there that we could just make sure that it's not just overrunning all the time, that maybe we need to make some budget adjustments as well. So I do agree with you, and we need to make sure that we're budgeting and monitoring it both.
I appreciate that. From being in command for 15 years, I was never under budget on overtime, period. And on top of that, with the state, when you budget for all the other expenditures like furniture and car, anyway, all those things, what was interesting is that invariably by August or September, they would tell you you can't purchase anything, because they want to make sure. And so we would go almost the entire year not buying anything, and then in May they'd come back and say, "Oh, by the way, you can buy stuff now," and by that price has gone. Anyway, my point is those who are I hesitate because it sounds derogatory, bean counters, oftentimes impose certain unrealistic expectations and practices on somebody who our employees and our department heads are just trying to do their job. So I just want to make sure that we don't overreach in regards to the controls, but on the other side, we don't just let them run amok. So anyway, thank you. Any other questions? All right, so thank you very much. Great presentation. I would ask about public comment, but I think we're probably done with that. And as far as my agenda, we've been all over the place. It looks like a checkerboard. I think we're, go ahead.
I believe we need a motion on this to,
adopt it?
yeah, to,
Yes, thank you.
to accept the budget report, authorize the appropriation increases, and approve the budget-related adjustments.
And is that your motion?
That is my motion.
You have a second? All right. Vote. 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and happy holidays.
Same to you. Okay, now, and I'll defer to the clerk of the board because she always keeps me on track. I don't think we have any more items.
There's no more actionable items. So either board comments and committee reports or closed session, your choice.
I think we can probably do, considering the time, and look at it potentially 3 more hours of closed session. I would say we would probably go to closed session unless somebody just has a tremendous urge to report out.
Happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Same day.
Happy holidays to everyone.
Absolutely. And that includes the staff out in our audience. So appreciate it. Thank you all for all that you do.
Don't all get up at one time, so room will tip.
All right, so I'll turn it over to County Council, and we will proceed to closed session.
The board will now meet in closed sessions. There are no announcements expected out of closed session.
Thank you.